The author's note about platforms and reader comments is omitted. The author's casual greetings and reader interaction are omitted. The distances between nations and their populations might differ from the original work, for according to the setting in the manga, the entire world of One Piece is probably not even as vast as a single Pacific Ocean. After all, the story is nearly at its end, yet in truth Luffy's voyage may not even have lasted a full year. In a dim, shadowy room, a man with golden hair lay on the bed, groaning in agony. He was none other than the head of the Don Quixote family, Don Quixote Doflamingo. His features were twisted ferociously, beads of sweat covering his forehead. Suddenly his eyes snapped open, and he jolted upright. By instinct, he snatched up the sunglasses on the bedside table and put them on, only then drawing in deep, ragged breaths. Huff, huff. Wasn't I dead? What is this? Reborn. Don Quixote Doflamingo. The world of One Piece, is it? I actually became that heavenly Yiksha. At this moment, Doflamingo's body was already inhabited by another soul. One could say that Doflamingo's original soul had been devoured by a transmigrator from another world, or perhaps that the two souls had fused into one. Having long lived as a mercenary active on battlefields, his mental fortitude far surpassed that of ordinary people. Moreover, he had watched the One Piece anime. Thus, Doflamingo swiftly accepted reality. In his previous life, he had no attachments, no real concept of family, and thus no regrets. By absorbing Doflamingo's soul, he gained many emotions he had never experienced before. Since he had already come, he might as well make peace with it. For a lonely transmigrator, such a beginning could be considered exceptionally good. As for why he crossed over, perhaps it was because right before his death he had still been watching One Piece on his phone. But Doflamingo. In the early stages he was built up as so overwhelmingly formidable, so mysterious and invincible, yet in the end he was reduced to the newspaper king so easily. It was truly a pity. Since he had become Doflamingo, there was no way he would ever go to that underwater prison just to read newspapers in this lifetime. Carefully dredging through his memories, he realized that it was only year 1509 of the Sea Circle calendar. His biological younger brother, the traitor who would one day die by his own hand, had only returned a few years ago. What surprised him most was that he had already awakened his devil fruit ability and had even mastered all 3 types of haki. Did this mean that over the next 10+ years his strength would hardly increase at all? What was going on? Was he too busy with business and neglected his own training, or had his potential already been exhausted? At that moment an image flashed through his mind, and an involuntary trace of fear surfaced on Doflamingo's face. That was Kaido. Thunderbagua. So that was it. A few months earlier Kaido had flown over to find Doflamingo, demanding that he introduce the Beast's pirates into the underworld as well. Although the underworld was not yet as developed as it would be a decade later, many powerful figures had already joined its ranks. There was Dufeld, who would one day become the king of the financial world, Drago Piccolo, already hailed as the Emperor of Assassins, Morgan's president of the World Economic News, Giberson, who maintained warehouses all across the globe, and most crucially, Umit, the colossus of the transport industry. With such diverse businesses and the Don Quixote family specializing in weapon manufacture acting as the intermediary, a trading platform of limitless potential was thus born. Although he did not know how Kaido had learned of it, Doflamingo naturally would not agree so easily, and had even crossed weapons with Kaido. Kaido's infamy was well known, but with his awakened devil fruit, Doflamingo believed himself not much weaker. Yet to his shock, Kaido had resolved the battle with just 2 swings of his club. Only then did Doflamingo truly recognize the gulf between them, and a shadow took root in his heart. He became convinced that no matter how he trained, he could never defeat a monster like Kaido. At that time, one could say his Dao heart had been shattered by Kaido. Still, he was not the worst off. He at least managed to maintain his original level of strength. Far more tragic was Gecko Moria. In Doflamingo's memory, Moria was a monster who had risen to fame even earlier than he had naturally proficient in haki. Yet just look at his later performance. After being beaten by Kaido, he seemed to have forgotten haki altogether, reduced to a clown with none of a great pirate's bearing, easily defeated by the protagonist's crew. Huff. Forcing himself to recall that battle with Kaido, Doflamingo's expression grew increasingly savage until he could not help but roar. Afraid? What is there to fear? What Thunderbagua? What monster? It's nothing but Conqueror's haki infusion. If he can do it, then I will certainly master it as well. I may not be able to do it now, but does that mean I never will? To awaken my fruit in my 20s, to have already mastered all 3 forms of haki. Does such talent truly fall short of anyone else? Get out of my way. Failure itself is not frightening. What is frightening is your refusal to accept failure. Do you not loathe the celestial dragons so deeply? Will just one Kaido rob you of all your courage? With such a spirit, what right do you have to seek revenge? To drag those celestial dragons down from their divine pedestal? Only useless trash feels terror before failure. The strong will only overcome it. The veins on his body bulged like writhing earthworms as Doflamingo ground his teeth, an inexplicable aura surging forth from him. Boom. Bang. Crack. Huff. Once his mood had steadied, Doflamingo removed his already shattered sunglasses, tossed them to the floor, and crushed them beneath his heel. A profound sense of relief spread through his heart. Looking back on the battle with Kaido, once more he now felt entirely at ease. With the gloom dispelled, Doflamingo gazed at the ravaged room around him and muttered to himself. So this is Conqueror's Haki, is it? To unleash such destruction with sheer presence alone. It truly is wondrous beyond belief. Doffy, what's wrong? Did you have a nightmare again? As Treble suddenly dropped from the ceiling, Doflamingo's face darkened as he said coldly, Hey, Treble, step back a bit. You're standing way too close to me. Sniff. Treble sucked his snot back up and continued to hang upside down from the ceiling, grinning at Doflamingo. Doffy, your Conqueror's Haki seems to have gotten even stronger. The damage you caused. Crack. Damn. Crash. Boom. The entire room collapsed with a thunderous crash. When the dust finally settled, Treble crawled out of the ruins and looked at the unscathed Doflamingo in puzzlement. Doffy, why do I feel like you've gotten even stronger? Retracting the wall of strings he had raised above himself, Doflamingo burst into loud laughter. Fu. Stronger. But of course, only by endlessly growing stronger can one become an absolute powerhouse. Doflamingo looked out ahead, at the waves and shoreline, a few coconut trees, and the Numancia Flamingo, that ship as flamboyant as himself. In his heart, he swore a silent oath. Rest easy, your wish is my wish now. The Newspaper King. Fu. Luffy. Kaido. The Navy. The Celestial Dragons. The World Government. The Revolutionary Army. Pirates. I will rewrite my fate. I will make the world kneel at my feet. Fu. Putting on a brand new pair of sunglasses, Doflamingo stood alone on the deck, staring blankly at the rolling sea. The current situation of the Don Quixote family was anything but optimistic. It seemed the Navy had caught wind of movements in the underworld. They had already assigned someone to keep a close watch on the Don Quixote family, and the one in charge was the Navy Chief of Staff, Vice Admiral Tsuru, wielder of the Wash Fruit. Although Tsuru's strength had rarely been displayed in the original story, assuming she was weak because of that would have been a grave mistake. Anyone who had fought side by side with Garp and Sengoku in the Navy until this very day could by no means be a weakling. It was only that when compared to her might, Tsuru's mind shone even more brilliantly. She excelled at using strategy, having sabotaged several of the Don Quixote family's deals. If not for the fact that the family had already seized control of the vast majority of the North Blue's underground trade, possessed ample funds, and had drawn in quite a few Navy officers, they would have collapsed long ago. According to his memories, there had been several times in the past 2 years when she had almost captured him. Yet the reason the Navy's every operation had been so successful was largely thanks to his dear little brother. Doflamingo's eyes turned cold as he contemplated how to deal with this sibling of his. After absorbing the original body's memories, he could feel how much the former Doflamingo had valued this younger brother. That was why, after sending Virgo to be an undercover agent, he had still elevated the relatively weak Rosinante to the position of the family's highest-ranking officer, Corazon. Yet although Rosinante was Doflamingo's own blood brother, when it came to his attitude toward his elder brother, was it hatred born from witnessing him kill that so-called father? Or had he inherited their father's naive, saint-like kindness? Or perhaps he had been indoctrinated after being taken in by Sengoku. Judging from the way children were raised, that Navy hero Garp should really learn a thing or two from Sengoku. In his memories, Doflamingo had scarcely ever enjoyed a peaceful night's sleep, for he did feel remorse over killing his own father. His mother's death, the agony of personally killing his father, and the time he had once spent as a celestial dragon. Such extreme contrasts had plunged Doflamingo's childhood into utter despair. Killing the father who had set all these events in motion had been his way of bidding farewell to his former self. Yet no matter what, that man had still been his father. Deep down, Doflamingo's heart had always been trapped between hatred and regret. His increasingly brutal and arrogant temperament certainly could not be said to be unrelated to this. But the Doflamingo of now no longer felt the slightest trace of remorse. If not for that so-called father, his mother would never have died. None of the tragedies of his childhood would have occurred. In that case, Doflamingo would still be an exalted celestial dragon. With his potential, if he had obtained a powerful devil fruit, he might well have stood at the very apex. Yet he could still reach that summit now. Doflamingo could clearly sense that after the fusion of two souls into one, his armament Haki reserves, his perception, as well as his physical strength, speed, and reflexes, had all risen markedly. Although the enhancement was not absurdly dramatic compared to before, he was at least half again as strong. Previously, though Doflamingo's body had been powerful when measured against those monsters of the world, it had been akin to a youth facing a full-grown adult. Now, though he still could not yet match those monsters, with diligent training the gap would no longer be insurmountable. Not to mention the increase in his armament Haki reserves, in a prolonged battle that was essentially his energy bar. Most importantly, he had shattered the inner demon born from his defeat at Kaido, which made his aura all the more imposing. With Doflamingo's potential, he would only grow stronger and stronger. In this world, the gulf in talent between the strong and the weak was vast. Without talent, the weak would remain weak forever, while those endowed with great talent, so long as they found the right teacher, could become peerless experts in just 2 or 3 short years. Doflamingo's own talent had never been ordinary. After his soul fused and his body was strengthened, his aptitude was in no way inferior to the likes of Luffy or Shanks. However, to climb to the apex, drag the celestial dragons down from their altar, and trample the world beneath his feet, he would still need reliable companions. After all, even a hero needed helping hands, just as a fence required several stakes to stand firm. Looking over the entire Don Quixote family aside from Virgo, there were indeed quite a few with outstanding aptitude, but most were merely middling, superior to some, inferior to others. Their flaw lay in failing to specialize, scattering their efforts too widely, such as Pika and Diamante. Even if their talent could not match Doflamingo's, if they had focused solely on a single path of training, they might have attained far greater heights. Yet they had overestimated themselves practicing swordsmanship while honing their devil fruit powers, despite the Don Quixote family lacking any truly formidable swordmaster. Given their talent, reaching the level they displayed later could already be considered commendable. Moreover, Diamante had even served as Law's swordsmanship teacher. Though Law's devil fruit ability was tremendously powerful, his swordsmanship was likewise impressive. From this alone, one could see that Diamante's talent in the sword arts was by no means poor. Yet those whom Doflamingo valued most were actually Dellinger and Senor Pink. The former at 16 already possessed formidable kicking techniques and powerful armament Haki. The latter, with a human body alone, had been able to endure Frankie's modified physique in a brawl where both essentially abandoned defense and simply traded blows fist for fist. Senor Pink's strength was beyond question, yet the ridiculous swim fruit he had eaten had practically squandered his potential. On top of that, his son's death and his wife's vegetative state had left him utterly desolate, clinging to life in this world only through sheer loyalty to the family. Fortunately, at this point in Doflamingo's memory, Senor Pink had not yet met that woman, nor had he eaten that absurd fruit, which meant he could still be saved. As for Dellinger, he was still too young and would simply be raised carefully for now. At present, all of the family's officers had already appeared, including Monet and her younger sister Sugar, rescued 2 months prior, as well as the just-weaned Dellinger. Because of their age and the fact that they had only just joined the family and had yet to eat any devil fruit, the Monet sisters were currently living and studying on an island in the Grand Line under Don Quixote control. It was a bit of a pity. In the past, there had been quite a few other promising children, but they had all been driven away by Rosinante. Later on, Doflamingo had stopped adding new officers altogether. Even Bellamy, who followed him with single-minded devotion, had never been regarded as family, perhaps also because of Rosinante's betrayal. His own younger brother's betrayal had made Doflamingo afraid to accept new officers, new family members. Fortunately, there was still a pair of highly gifted twins who had not been scared off by Rosinante and who were now on the ship. There was no way he would, as in the original story, allow Rosinante to chase them away this time. By now, Doflamingo had actually sensed that there was a traitor within the family, yet his deep attachment to these so-called family members kept him from truly accepting that fact. The foundations they had laid in the North Blue and the Grand Line were protected by the Navy's tacit indulgence and the secrecy of their bases. Other than Doflamingo, Treble, and Diamante, no one else knew their true locations. Rosinante was his own younger brother, and Doflamingo had not wanted him involved in such tedious and dreary affairs. Aside from assigning him a few risk-free missions to build merit, he had mostly kept him stationed at the base. This had been Doflamingo's way of cherishing his brother. Yet it was precisely this brotherly affection that had ended up protecting the Don Quixote family. How ironic. Having just completed a transaction, the Flamingo had set sail from the Grand Line, heading back toward the North Blue. Meanwhile, Law, Baby 5-0, and Buffalo were staying with Diamante at his lair. At this point, Law had yet to form any bond with Rosinante, and in fact wanted nothing more than to kill him. Fufu, that was rather intriguing. With Law's potential and the power of the Ope no Mi, he would in time become an undeniable force on the level of an emperor's right hand. And then there were his future companions, that bear as well as Drake, who would later obtain the Ope no Mi's appearance, and other rising pirate rookies like that trashy duo of Kid and Killer. With the Don Quixote family's underground network, finding them would not be difficult. As he pondered, Doflamingo suddenly conceived a wicked little notion. At present, Law's attitude toward Rosinante was one of intense hatred, and would not soften until sometime in the latter half of the year. So what if he let Law kill Rosinante? Doflamingo adjusted his sunglasses and burst into loud laughter. Fufu. How delightful that would be. Do not disappoint me, my dear little brother. The fastest way to return to the North Sea from the Great Sea route is to head towards the doldrums. Here the seasons are devoid of wind, and being the lair of sea kings, any ordinary pirate ship that strays in will meet its doom. However, with Doflamingo's strength, he would naturally not be trapped by the mere doldrums. It was as if Doflamingo had transformed into a pianist, his fingers dancing rapidly as the flamingo sailed swiftly through the windless area. Occasionally, a gigantic sea king would emerge, but in an instant, it would be reduced to fragments. The crew on board excitedly speared the largest piece of meat, with a harpoon hauling it up. Young master, your strength has indeed increased. I didn't believe Toripole at first. The young master is destined to be a man born to be a king. Ahahaha. Looking at Lao G's unique hairstyle, Doflamingo tilted his head slightly and softly said, only by constantly strengthening oneself can one secure a place in this era. Only in this way can I fulfill my dreams in the future. However, relying solely on my own strength is not enough. I need all of you. I need the support of my family. After being defeated by Kaido, I reflected on many things, primarily the issue of strength. When I return to the North Sea, some matters regarding the family need to be reevaluated and new rules need to be established. Doflamingo looked seriously at Toripole, who had appeared by his side, and said, the rapid development of our family's enterprise is due to the establishment of this underground world platform, but the premise is our strength. If our strength is too weak, then no matter how large our enterprise becomes, it will merely be meat on the chopping block. It could easily be devoured by some ferocious beast. Whether in the present or the future, it is truly the era of the strong. Therefore, the primary goal for the family next is to strengthen the capabilities of our cadres. Toripole, your strengths do not lie in combat. I will entrust the business matters fully to you. You must be prepared. Watching Doflamingo speak while snapping his fingers, Toripole sniffled and laughed loudly. Although saying this hurts my pride a bit, Doflamingo, I will support you unconditionally. Then thank you, Toripole. However, the first thing upon returning to the North Sea. With a strong tug, Doflamingo severed a sea king in half and coldly stated, is to root out the traitor in the family and in the Navy's pursuit of us. A traitor? Who is it? A traitor has emerged in the family. This is utterly unforgivable. Don't be so agitated. Within a month of returning, I will expose him. In the North Sea, the Kingdom of Nordis, as a wealthy affiliate, the Navy cannot land in this country without receiving a distress signal. The main base of the Don Quixote family is in a small town called Corini in this country, so even if the Navy knows, they will take no action. In this world, many kings collude with pirates. Whether in the Four Seas or the New World, the reputation of some great pirates is in some respects more effective than that of the Navy. The Navy and the pirates are inherently opposed. Even if they do not loot cities, the Navy will capture pirates, and the relationships between pirates are even more blatant. Weak pirates who dare to provoke powerful pirate crews will meet their demise. In this world, the pirate flag represents the face of a pirate crew. If a town or port flying the Don Quixote family flag is looted by pirates, it openly declares war against the Don Quixote family. Currently, the most powerful pirate crew in the North Sea is undoubtedly the Don Quixote family. The Kingdom of Nordis trading some land for the protection of the Don Quixote family is an extremely worthwhile deal. As the pink Numancia flamingo docked, Doflamingo saw his family waiting to greet him. Rosinante, dressed in a black feather coat, stood at the front with Diamante and Pika following closely behind him. At the back were the spotted hat-wearing Little Ro and the young baby 5 along with Buffalo. It seemed that there hadn't been much happening lately, as all the family members had gathered. As Doflamingo stepped off the ship, the group exclaimed in unison, Doflamingo, young master, welcome back. Doflamingo nodded, glanced at the significantly taller Rosinante, and waved to the back. Two identical tall twins stepped down, and Doflamingo announced loudly, from now on the brothers Haki and Borton will live here. They are also our family. Great. We have new companions. Baby 5 and Buffalo exclaimed with delight, while Law rolled his eyes dismissively. Rosinante, after glancing at the two, suddenly walked over and kicked them. Bang! Ouch! That hurts. What are you doing? Though Haki and Borton were young, they were nearly 2 meters tall. However, compared to the over 4-meter tall Rosinante, they were still too short. Rosinante kept delivering kicks, causing Baby 5 and Buffalo to panic, while Law's eyes were filled with hatred as he gritted his teeth and said, that bastard. Run away. Lord Corazon hates children very much. At Baby 5's reminder, Haki and Borton attempted to stand and flee, but Rosinante seemed to have gone mad, continuing to kick them until they spat blood. Enough. Rosinante. Stop. Bang. Upon seeing Doflamingo block his leg, Rosinante feigned disgust and shot a glance at the two before turning to leave. Brother, are you okay? We can't stay here. There's a madman here. Having been kicked by Rosinante, the still young Haki and Borton were filled with fear. Doflamingo brought their heads together and softly whispered a few words, causing them to stop crying and look at him in surprise. Doflamingo nodded and stood up, saying, "All right. Baby 5, take them down. Oh, just arrange them in the room next to yours. Everyone else can disperse. We'll talk more after a few days of rest." "Yes, young master." Doflamingo returned to the town's entrance, looking at Rosinante, who was lost in thought, and gently shook his head. "My foolish brother. It seems you are seeking your own demise. No matter where betrayal is not permitted." Rosinante seemed to sense something, turned his head to meet Doflamingo's gaze, and Doflamingo smiled at him before continuing on his way. In recent days, Doflamingo's observation haki has been constantly activated. This is partly because it serves as a means to train his observation haki. In the future, Katakuri will attain the divine ability to foresee the future due to the excessive use of his observation haki. Furthermore, Doflamingo has been closely monitoring Rosinante's every move with his observation haki. He is eager to find out if Rosinante has any other accomplices within the Don Quixote family, and after a few days he finally makes some progress. Observing two subordinates dressed in black uniforms communicating with Rosinante, Doflamingo slowly approached the door. That was close. He is indeed cautious. Fortunately, he had been keeping an eye on him with observation haki. Otherwise, once Rosinante activated his fruit ability, he would have been entirely unaware of their conversation. The enhancement in strength made Rosinante, who was already not very strong, completely oblivious. After the three of them parted ways, Doflamingo suddenly appeared before the two subordinates. Before they could speak, a string of threads pierced through their lips and then floated in midair, pulled by Doflamingo into a prison underground. "Bring Diamante here." "Yes, young master." After a while, Diamante walked in with a confused expression, looking at Doflamingo and asking Doflamingo, "This is?" "They are the Navy." Diamante, interrogate them thoroughly. Doflamingo looked up at him and said, "And one more thing, Rosinante is a traitor." "What? That bastard. Damn it. How dare he betray the family?" "Calm down." Doflamingo released the threads that bound the two and said expressionlessly, "Your next task is to interrogate them and see if there are any Navy infiltrators in our family. As for Rosinante, just leave him to me. After the interrogation, come find me." "Understood." Doflamingo. In recent days, Hardy and Borton became the new targets of Rosinante, and Luo found it significantly easier. However, seeing Rosinante's cold demeanor, he silently vowed to take revenge one day. And the opportunity finally came. One day, Rosinante was sitting in a junkyard reading a newspaper while Luo touched the dagger in his hand and quietly approached. Noticing that Rosinante was completely unaware, Luo felt a surge of joy and stabbed without hesitation. Clang. "What?" Something invisible blocked the knife, and Luo turned his head in surprise. "Doflamingo." "You should call me young master, Luo." Behind Doflamingo stood all the executives of the Don Quixote family, including Baby 5 and several little ones. This made Rosinante feel a sense of unease. "Fufufu. My dear brother, what a clever ploy. Let Luo injure himself, then you can seal this matter for him to reform him. You want my future heart commander, the third generation Corazon, to become estranged from me and then leave with you." Although Rosinante was shocked upon hearing Doflamingo's words, he still feigned a confused expression, furrowing his brow. However, the next words from Doflamingo made Rosinante tremble involuntarily. "Rosinante, no. Let me think, what should I call you? Right? Little fruit. Isn't that so?" Seeing Rosinante lose control of his expression, Doflamingo laughed loudly. "Fufufu. How ironic. A brother related by blood, sharing the same mother and father, actually becomes an undercover agent planted by the Navy in the Don Quixote family. Rosinante, you truly disappoint me. How could you betray your family?" "Shut up. Don't mention our father." At this point, Rosinante no longer pretended to be dumb, shouting at Doflamingo, "Family? What family? From the moment you killed our father with your own hands, I saw through you. You are a born devil." After hearing Rosinante's accusation, Doflamingo shook his head in extreme disappointment and said, "Devil? Is it because of father's death that you harbor hatred? While that is understandable, it is also foolish. My foolish brother, it was he himself who killed our father. You can't even see this point. No wonder you were easily brainwashed by Sengoku. A born devil. Huh?" Doflamingo scoffed and looked disdainfully at Rosinante, saying, "As a husband and a father, due to his own choices, he went from being a celestial dragon to a rat everyone wanted to beat. Those slaves who once knelt before us, the civilians who could be executed at will, vented their anger towards the celestial dragons on us. And yet he didn't even have the ability to support his family, always holding on to a saintly heart, giving speeches everywhere claiming he wanted to coexist peacefully with those scoundrels. He completely forgot the responsibilities of a family head, as if he were a naive child. But we needed to eat. What were we doing back then? Scraping by in garbage. Competing with wild dogs for food. searching for resources to survive in the stench. Because of this father of ours. It led to our mother's death, and he almost had us hung on the city wall to burn alive. Is this something a husband or a father can do? The more Doflamingo spoke, the more agitated he became as the painful scenes from his childhood appeared before his eyes, filling his eyes with bloodshot. Shut up. That's not a reason for you to kill him. No matter what, he is still our father. We are his sons, and that is why we are celestial dragons. So it is not wrong for father to want to give up his identity as a celestial dragon. Rosinante knelt on the ground, clutching his shoulder. Doflamingo slowly walked up to him, speaking each word clearly. First of all, our identity as celestial dragons is inherited from our ancestors. He had no right to replace us in giving it up. Because of him, our mother died. Secondly, if it weren't for me, you would have long been burned alive. Swish, swish, transparent threads pierced through Rosinante's limbs. Looking at the brother he had firmly controlled, Doflamingo's eyes revealed a cruel glint. Rosinante, without me, you wouldn't even know how high your grave grass would grow. Being adopted by Sengoku, betraying the family. Because you leaked information, let's not even mention the losses our family suffered. The executives were also injured. Even if you are my brother, you must abide by the family rules. No matter who it is. Traitors of the family must die. Saying this, Doflamingo looked at Luo, pointing at Rosinante, saying, Luo, don't you hate his humiliation? Don't you want to destroy this world to ruin everything? Let me see your determination. Hearing Doflamingo's words, Luo walked over to Rosinante with a dagger in hand. Rosinante wanted to smile at Luo, but found himself completely unable to move, unable even to make a sound. Doflamingo's voice reached his ears. Sorry, I have no mood to let someone brainwashed by the Navy instill any negative thoughts in my family. In this world of cannibalism, the distinction between justice and evil is inherently blurred. Besides my family, I will not care about anyone else. What a pity you gave up. Luo, is this all the determination you have? Hearing Doflamingo's urging, Luo tightened his grip on the dagger, closed his eyes, and stabbed fiercely. Thud. Very good. Doflamingo glanced back and shouted loudly, Trafalgar, Borton, Baby 5, Buffalo. Hasn't he always complained to me about the humiliation he suffered from you? Get to it. Luo, let them use the dagger. Baby 5 and Buffalo huddled together, their faces pale, while Hardy and Borton, though a bit frightened, hesitated for a few seconds before resolutely walking up to Luo. Hardy took the dagger first and stabbed fiercely, followed by Borton, who also stabbed without mercy. Watching Rosinante bleed from the corner of his mouth, Baby 5 and Buffalo slowly approached, mustering their courage to pick up the dagger and stab in turn. However, compared to Hardy and Borton, their strikes were much lighter. Doflamingo did not mind and waved his hand, telling them to step aside. My family remember everything that happened today. The Don Quixote family will show no mercy to traitors, no matter who they are. In my eyes, you are my true kin in this world. I will rely only on you from now on. Young master, Doflamingo turned around and said softly, after all, he is my brother, so I will leave it to you to deal with him. Yes. Diamante drew his sword, which served as a belt, and approached Rosinante, loudly reproaching him. As a member of the family Corazon, you actually betrayed the family. This is truly unforgivable. Rosinante, die. Thud. Diamante cleanly pierced Rosinante's throat, and only then did Rosinante regain control of his body, quickly falling into a dark world. Doflamingo paused his steps and silently said to himself, Goodbye, foolish brother. May you be a little smarter in your next life. Then Doflamingo looked ahead and continued walking. No one can block my path. Those who are disloyal to me are enemies. The few children, after having stabbed Rosinante, witnessing his death, seemed to truly become companions with no more barriers between them. At that moment, they looked at Doflamingo, who was sitting in a junkyard staring at the sea, and whispered, What is young master doing? He must be missing Lord Corazon. After all, he is his brother. Shut up, Baby 5. He is a traitor. Luo said fiercely, Did you not hear young master say that no traitor will be forgiven no matter who they are? So fierce. Woo. Seeing Baby 5 pouting again, Luo helplessly turned his head away. Hearing Baby 5's cries, Doflamingo glanced back and said softly, You little brats, why aren't you training properly? What are you doing here? The more stable Hardy quickly said, Young master, it is our break time. We thought it was boring, so we came here to look for some treasure. Treasure? Doflamingo was taken aback for a moment, but quickly realized it was just a child's game, smiling as he said, Is that so? Then you should work hard to find treasure. As Doflamingo stood up to leave, Luo hesitated for a moment, and then loudly asked, Young master Corazon, is after all your brother, aren't you sad? Doflamingo did not look back, and a somewhat heavy voice echoed in the ears of the others, Brother, this world is a place where people devour each other. What does it matter even if they are family? You are still young. Although you all have painful memories, there is still too much darkness in this world that you have yet to see. Have you ever seen a father who sells his daughter to a slave trader, killing his own siblings for a fortune? A gambler who loses everything and ends up selling his wife and children. To survive, he offers up his wife. A coward who abandons his own child. Parents who are so hungry they eat their own children. And so on. In this kind of world, so-called blood ties are nothing. To me, my family is you and my kin is you. Mental alignment and loyal companionship are far more important than blood relations. You are still young now and may not understand. But please remember this from the day you joined the Don Quixote family. We are true family. Because from then on, what stands behind you is the Don Quixote family. However, to become our true family, you must train hard. You little brats. The Don Quixote family does not raise idle people. Luo, I have already contacted a doctor. He will come to treat you. Moreover, I have also received news of a devil fruit that can cure your illness. So live on. Only by living can you always follow me. Ha ha ha. Watching Doflamingo walk away, the others fell silent. Luo silently vowed that if he survived, he would be forever loyal to Doflamingo. Several unfamiliar men slowly descended from the ship. Glancing at the guards of the Don Quixote family beside them, their expressions turned even more fearful. Torpol asked with some confusion, Doflamingo, I know those two skilled doctors are here to treat Luo, but what are these two so-called psychologists for? Finding these two doctors was quite troublesome. Both of them are doctors from allied nations and serve the nobility. If we hadn't concealed our identities and spent a great deal of money, they wouldn't have come. Ha ha ha. Doflamingo looked at the doctors and said, Torpol, physical health is just as important as mental health. Simply killing to vent one's desires will only drive one further into madness. Arrange for them to have some women, let them settle down quickly and join our family. If they have family, bring them along too. After speaking, Doflamingo walked up to them, opened his arms, and loudly said, Doctors, welcome to the Don Quixote family. As you can see, we are all pirates. Please adapt to your identities quickly. The several doctors were ordinary individuals, and faced with the allure of beauty, money, and the threat of firearms, they quickly decided to join the Don Quixote family. Two doctors examined Luo's body. Although they could not provide effective treatment, they managed to slow the spread of the plumbum disease within him. The two psychologists adapted quickly after a few days and resumed their duties, with Luo and Baby 5 being their regular clients. Luo's tragic experiences filled his heart with a thirst for blood, necessitating gradual guidance, otherwise he might truly become a terrifying madman. Doflamingo also heeded the doctor's advice and kept Luo close. Baby 5 too had developed a personality that could not refuse others due to her tragic past, embodying a people-pleasing persona, and her condition was quite severe. If she could not be cured, she would be a ticking time bomb for the Don Quixote family. Any man could easily share a bed with her, not to mention the concern that someone might extract family secrets from her. The possibility was quite high, otherwise Baby 5 would not have fallen so easily when facing old Kai. This was a flaw in her character, something she could not control, thus her condition must be treated thoroughly. As for the other children, they were relatively fine. Barfalo enjoyed playing and being lazy, while the Hardy brothers. Older brother Hardy was more composed, while younger brother Bolton was a social butterfly, often getting beaten by his brother. With Rosinante dead, Doflamingo ordered Monet and Sugar to be brought here as well, and with the newly weaned Dellinger, the island was filled with laughter, dispelling the previous gloom. Monet, now 16, admired Doflamingo for rescuing her and her sister, and Doflamingo intended to cultivate her, finding her numerous teachers. However, these were related to business matters. Doflamingo would gradually delegate power in the future, with the family's highest officials, Torpol and Monet, who had never betrayed him in the original story, being the best choices. Moreover, Monet's combat abilities were not particularly formidable. As the year-end approached, documents from various places had already been transmitted via telephone bugs. Although chased and intercepted by the Navy, the family's business had improved year by year, especially after this year's collaboration with Kaido. Kaido could supply a large amount of sea stone available in various purities, which was considered hard currency in this world. In the past, sea stone could only flow out through Wano country. Ever since Wano closed its borders a few years ago and lost contact with the outside world, sea stone had completely lost its source. It is easy to imagine how large the market would be when Doflamingo traded sea stone. With just a simple pair of handcuffs, powerful abilities could be rendered powerless. Countries and strong pirate crews all wanted it, and even the world government and navy needed it in large quantities. However, during this period, Doflamingo had not engaged in any transactions with the navy. Knowing the secret of how the navy could operate in the windless zone, Doflamingo had already sent people to install sea stones at the bottoms of several ships, making minor modifications for the convenient transport of weapons and goods through the windless zone. However, this also carried a small risk, so it was generally handled by the executives personally. Doflamingo knew that prolonged contact with Seastone would create great resistance and enhance one's physical strength, so he specially made several pairs of handcuffs. It was not that he did not want to create rings or other ornaments, but Seastone was extremely solid, making the production of handcuffs relatively easy. He would slowly carve them into various jewelry in the future. Each ability user received a pair, including Baby 5 and Barelus, who would wear them during their free time to train diligently. Diamante and his group always unconditionally obeyed Doflamingo's orders, so recently the executives had all begun intense training. The new year in this world was quite similar to that of the past life. The winter in the North Sea was even colder, with heavy snow falling like goose feathers. In such weather, ordinary pirates would not venture out to sea. The main executives of the Don Quixote family had all returned to celebrate the new year together. Doflamingo rested his legs on the table, and after Luo and the other children entered, he stood up and said, "You should know that about half a year ago Kaido approached me. I fought him that time, but I only held out for 2.5 minutes before he defeated me. And he only struck twice. It was only then that I realized the gap between me and those true powerhouses." The executives all knew about Doflamingo's crushing defeat against Kaido, so they remained silent while Luo and the other children were somewhat shocked, as Doflamingo was a powerful symbol in the North Sea. The rapid development of the Don Quixote family becoming the absolute ruler of the underground world in the North Sea was primarily due to Doflamingo's strength. During this time, Luo and Hardy had also witnessed Doflamingo in action. In their eyes, Doflamingo's strength was beyond doubt, yet such a powerful Doflamingo had been defeated in less than 3 minutes by Kaido. You're joking, right? Such a powerful young master can also be defeated. Is Kaido really that strong? Who is Kaido? Seeing the crowd buzzing with discussion, Doflamingo shouted sternly, "Be quiet. Don't be so surprised. There are countless strong individuals in this world, and the North Sea is merely a relatively weak place. The Grand Line, the New World, is where our Don Quixote family is destined to go. Losing to Kaido is normal. Living in the North Sea for many years, believing myself to be invincible, this defeat has allowed me to witness the true top-tier power of this world. In the past, I was like a frog at the bottom of a well. From now on, I will devote all my energy to increasing my strength." Doflamingo looked around the conference room, his gaze settling on the children, led by Luo. "Hardy, the potential you children possess is in my eyes extremely powerful. So in the coming days, I will train you double. If you cannot endure the hardship, I allow you to withdraw from the family right now." Luo and the others did not speak, steadfastly gazing at Doflamingo. "Very good." Doflamingo nodded in satisfaction and said, "Since you are not afraid of hardship, I will perfectly tap into the potential within you. Luo, by the latest next year at this time, I will have found the means to cure your devil fruit. Hardy, Bowen, you possess a strong talent in physical arts, and after the new year, I will devise a detailed training plan for you. Baby 5 and Barelus, as well as Monet. You will also train your physical strength. Sugar, if you continue to slack off, don't think about eating grapes. Don't forget that most devil fruit abilities rely on abundant physical strength and a strong will. Without physical strength and will as backing, even if I give you a powerful devil fruit, you won't be able to unleash its true power. I am a living example. Do you think the string fruit is strong? That's because it is in my hands. The quake fruit is called the strongest paramecia type because it is in the hands of the strongest man in the world. Power does not come from the devil fruits. It comes from people. I want you to remember my failure this time. Always understand one truth: only by becoming strong can you break all shackles. Protect our family." Observing the excited children, Doflamingo waved his hand at them and looked over at Torpal, who slowly passed down the documents in his hand. "All right, that's enough about your training. Now I have some announcements to make." Doflamingo glanced around at everyone and said word by word regarding the family reforms. "Reforms? What kind of reforms, Doflamingo?" Seeing Diamante's confused expression, Doflamingo softly replied, "Although the family has developed rapidly in recent years, there are still many drawbacks. Moreover, Rosinante has leaked a considerable amount of information to the Navy, which poses a hidden danger. Most importantly, our strength is still too weak. Whether it's me or you or the lower-level family members, our strength is sufficient in the North Sea, but it falls far short in the New World. You have all been with me and know the strength of those people. For the family to go far and grow stronger, there are only 3 points. Strength, strength, and more strength." Doflamingo said excitedly as he looked at everyone. "So after much contemplation, I have decided to reform the family. Take a look at the documents in your hands. These are the new departments that will be added to the family from now on. In addition to the 4 main armies currently responsible for combat, I have added the cavalry for intelligence and analysis, and the Eagle Squad for rapid support, and the Snake Squad for protection and assassination. The cavalry will consist of the current intelligence and business personnel overseen by Torpal, while I will gradually recruit the other 2 squads in the future. The Eagle and Snake squads will only include the elite among the elites. I will vigorously collect devil fruits with flying abilities to establish the Eagle squad, and recruit various skilled experts to form the Snake squad. Of course, I will also be selecting potential children for training. Those kids will be temporarily overseen by Rosinante, and currently I will be in charge of these two squads. Additionally, the combat and business departments will be separately managed from now on. Separately. Seeing the confused expressions on everyone's faces, Doflamingo nodded and emphasized, that's right. It's a separation. The family's current execution of tasks is based on whoever has time, and the lower management is very chaotic. That won't be the case anymore. The future combat department will be responsible for combat and training, while all matters related to transactions in the underworld and the business department will be handed over to Toripol. Monet will be Torpol's deputy, and the family will cultivate some talents in business. The commander of the cavalry will be Toripol. He will henceforth be known as the cavalry king within the family. Since Toripol is in charge of the cavalry, there's no need for him to also command the Plum Blossom Army. For now, Lao Ji will manage it on his behalf. Moreover, including the current 4 main armies, future leaders of the Eagle and Snake squads will be selected based on strength. However, Diamante, Pika, and Torpol, as well as. Although he did not mention Virgo's name, Diamante and the others all understood that Doflamingo was referring to him. You 4 will forever be the highest-ranking officials in the family. There is no need to worry about that. However, if I want to become the Pirate King, I need to have immense strength. The family's strength is equally crucial, and competition for leadership will also enhance the motivation of other officials. Do you have any objections to this? Diamante was the first to express his stance, shaking his head and saying, since it's Doflamingo's order, I can only accept it. Doflamingo smiled broadly and said, haha. Diamante, I have great faith in you. I believe that as long as you train hard, no one will be able to take the title of Diamond from you. Hearing Doflamingo's praise, Diamante humbly replied, not at all. I feel that my strength is still insufficient, and there may be even stronger family members appearing in the future. No, I believe your potential is already very strong. As long as you train diligently, you will certainly become the strongest official in the family. No, I still have a long way to go. Doflamingo nodded and softly said, all right, then, since you say so. Before Doflamingo could finish, Diamante shouted loudly, then I acknowledge it. You are absolutely right. Indeed, with my potential, as long as I train hard, I will surely become the strongest official in the family. Excellent. Toripol had already agreed to let Doflamingo take charge of the business department, so he naturally had no objections. Although Pika was a top official of the family, he never opposed Doflamingo's orders, and due to his voice rarely expressed his opinions, nodding in agreement. Doflamingo continued speaking to Pika and Diamante. During our dealings with the beast pirates, I have met their officials, and among them the one Kaido calls his right-hand man, Ember, is incredibly powerful. But I don't believe that your talents are far inferior to his. I hope you both consider your primary combat styles carefully. Whether it's devil fruit abilities or swordsmanship, you must specialize in one. However, my suggestion is that Diamante should specialize in swordsmanship, while Pika, you should abandon swordsmanship and specialize in devil fruit abilities. Diamante has spent too much time on devil fruit abilities, but compared to his swordsmanship, the development of his powers is hardly worth mentioning. Using devil fruit abilities as a supplement and swordsmanship as the main focus, creating your own sword technique will be the foundation of your strength in the future. And Pika, you are the opposite of Diamante. You have spent too much time on swordsmanship, and while you have gained something, it has delayed your development of your devil fruit abilities. Moving forward, I will guide you in developing your devil fruit powers. You should focus on that. Of course, whether it's devil fruit abilities or swordsmanship, the most fundamental aspect remains our physicality. Only through a comprehensive improvement of physical quality can we drive rapid growth in other areas. Seeing Pika and Diamante deep in thought, Doflamingo waved his hand and said, of course, this is not something that can be achieved in a short time. It will require you to spend time training. Next, there's one more thing. From now on, the family will recruit elites from all walks of life, especially scientists. The power of science is crucial for our weapon development, and the weapons or tools created using scientific power may turn out to be unexpectedly powerful. This matter will be entrusted to Toripol. And the last thing is, Doflamingo pondered for a moment and said, from now on, the family will allocate 20% of its profits to support lower-level family members and those middle and lower-ranking officials. In the future, we will keep track of the backgrounds and addresses of new members joining the family. For anyone who dies due to family matters, we will provide a sum of berries sufficient to ensure their family's well-being. If possible, for some legitimate industries we plan to develop in the future, such as factories producing sunglasses, distilleries, and so on, we can prioritize recruiting family members' relatives as workers. After Doflamingo finished this statement, Toripol frowned and said, hey Doflamingo, but this will require a tremendous amount of funds and will slow down our development. Besides, if those lower-level pirates die, can't we just recruit more? We are not the Navy, why should we treat them so generously? Huh. Doflamingo laughed, and said since they have sworn loyalty to me, I will naturally reward them. Great strength may capture hearts, but only by binding interests together will they become more loyal. As for development, no need to worry. Temporary sacrifices are for the faster development of the family in the future. This matter is settled. Monet will be in charge of this, and the personnel from the cavalry can be dispatched to establish a new department. Doflamingo poured red wine for Toripole and the others and poured juice for the children, raising his glass, and saying then to the future of the Don Quixote family, I leave it in your hands. Young master. Cheers. Due to differing local customs, the festivals between countries vary, and some large factions have their own unique holidays. The Don Quixote family does not have any special festivals, they only gather during the arrival of the new year in the North Sea to hold a grand banquet. On the big screen, the image telephone bug played the performances of the singers akin to the televisions of the past life. The fragrant fine wine, delicious food, and alluring beauties performed enticing dances. Thousands of pirates roared with excitement. Don Quixote Doflamingo also performed a beautiful piano piece. This year's stage added several poles which thrilled the burly pirates. There has never been a shortage of beauties in the Don Quixote family, and the slave trade is also a very important business for them. Do not think that all slaves are captured illegally. The composition of slaves is divided into 3 parts. 1 is the illegal capture by slave-catching teams. Another is the losers in wars such as battles between countries or between pirates where the cunning victors sell the defeated. The final and largest portion of slaves are those who voluntarily sell themselves, whether to support their families or to escape death. In this world filled with oppression for the commoners living at the bottom, becoming a slave may not be a bad thing. The New Year banquet concluded amidst a noisy and joyful atmosphere. The time had come to the year 1510 of the Sea Garden calendar. Looking at the somewhat puzzled Pika, Don Quixote Doflamingo said softly, Pika, you have been part of the family for several years now. I will not doubt your loyalty, so I plan to promote you vigorously from now on. For the next 2 years you will stay by my side and won't need to carry out missions. Doflamingo patted his shoulder and said you have extraordinary potential in physical combat. Sending you to execute tedious tasks would be a waste of your talent. I will diligently teach you over the next 2 years, and if possible, I will find you a mythical Zoan devil fruit. Your future lies in being the backbone of the family. Young master. Pika looked at Doflamingo with tears in his eyes, overwhelmed with emotion and unsure of what to say. After a long moment, he finally composed himself and said to Doflamingo word by word, young master. I will follow you forever. I will be your shield. Fufufu. Pika, I do not need a shield. What I need is a blade that can cut through everything. So give it your all. Pika chose to join the Don Quixote family because Doflamingo had saved him inadvertently before. He is deeply loyal, and Doflamingo naturally does not want him to repeat the experiences from the original story. A woman who does not accept the identity of a pirate. Love. Love is a stumbling block on the path to strength. Pika looked at the room full of women posing for him, blushing as he glanced at Doflamingo. Pika, if you want to be strong, you must first restrain the desires within you. You must understand one principle. Women are either family to us or playthings. Of course, I do not oppose love. After all, a sincere love is the most beautiful feeling in this world, and love can also be family. But we are pirates. Such things as love require the other party to accept your identity first. So Pika, always remain clear-headed. If you fall in love with a woman, you must first inform her of your identity as a pirate. If she does not accept it, you should pursue her by pirate means. Even if you cannot win her heart, you should at least possess her body. That way there will be no regrets. Actually, the more you experience, the more you'll realize that women are all quite similar. Enjoy it well. Young master, bang. Looking at the blushing Pika, Doflamingo kicked his foot and shouted at the women, you all better treat him well. If he can still walk off the ship, I will hold you responsible. Rest assured, young master. There is nothing straight that comes out of our sister's room. Advanced training equipment arrived on the island through various channels, and the Don Quixote family began a training frenzy. Doflamingo pondered how the family should advance next. The surgery fruit has appeared, and the former Navy officer Diaz Barelus obtained this fruit after becoming a pirate and contacted Doflamingo. Without the pursuit of Crane, this will surely accelerate the trading time of the surgery fruit. However, he intends to sell it to the world government or the Navy through himself, and naturally, he plans to buy it and give it to Law. According to the original story, barring any unexpected events, this fruit will definitely fall into his hands. However, both the Navy and the world government want this fruit, and he needs to pay close attention. After obtaining the fruit, he must hide Law for a few years. Fortunately, Law is still young. Even if he consumes the surgery fruit, it will only cure his illness and strengthen his body. As for Virgo, Doflamingo has a different idea. Virgo has rarely made a move in the past. He only acts when encountering strong enemies, and he always leaves no survivors. So almost no one knows him except for the family. His arrangement with the Navy is also due to this reason. Virgo possesses powerful physical combat skills and is a genius in Haki. In terms of armament Haki, even the former Doflamingo could not compare to him. If following the original plot, Virgo would with the family's assistance become a vice admiral in the Navy after many years. However, Doflamingo does not want Virgo's rise to be tied solely to the Don Quixote family as it is in the original story. Virgo should have a brighter future. For example, going to the Navy's elite training camp. Becoming a disciple of Admiral Zephyr. Zephyr is an absolute powerhouse in both physical combat and Haki, and his experience is invaluable. With Virgo's talent, he would definitely gain his attention. With Zephyr's connections, if Virgo's strength is sufficient, he might very well become the new admiral after the Marineford War. If you want to do it, then go do it. Doflamingo transformed into Spider-Man, leaping from cloud to cloud. The North Sea Base 77 is where Virgo's unit is located. The base chief here is a Navy officer who has completely defected to the Don Quixote family. However, Doflamingo has always kept his contact with them very secretive. Rosinante's undercover mission in the Don Quixote family mainly aims to obtain a list of Navy officers who collude with Doflamingo. Even he does not know Virgo's true identity. To ensure Virgo's absolute safety, Doflamingo even killed some Navy officers who had seen Virgo. At this moment, through the telephone bug late at night, Virgo arrived at the back mountain outside the base. After telling Virgo about the Zephyr training camp, Virgo paused for a moment and said softly, "I understand. But as for the family, you do not need to worry about the family's matters." Doflamingo looked at Virgo seriously and said, "There is no problem with your identity, so from now on you need to demonstrate your strength and talent. Do not grow too fast, but within 2 years you must qualify for the training camp. Here is a card. If you need money, go fetch it yourself. However, once you get to the training camp, you must give it your all and earn Zephyr's favor. It is best to strive to stay in the training camp. With his strength and connections, his assistance to you will be immense. You can appropriately show your ambitions in front of him. If your strength is sufficient, becoming an admiral is also possible. Thus, from now on, there will be no contact between the family and you, until you become a vice admiral with actual power." Virgo nodded and said firmly, "All right, Doflamingo, I understand. Take care then. You too." With no more intelligence from Rosinante, the Navy's pursuit diminished significantly. The Don Quixote family, under the orders of Doflamingo, has also adopted a much lower profile. With the protection of certain navies and some nations, Doflamingo established several legitimate factories. As for the workers, some are family members of pirates, while others are family members of the Navy. Whether they are pirates or Navy, most people's families are not in good condition, or otherwise they wouldn't have joined such high-risk professions. Are there those who fight for dreams and justice? Yes, but they are in the minority. They are ordinary people who can hardly afford a meal. How can they possess such lofty awareness? As for how a pirate family can openly establish factories without being investigated, it is certainly due to certain unspoken rules of this world. The affiliated nations possess significant autonomy. The gold in the sky isn't given for free. Fishman Island is also under the protection of the Whitebeard pirates, while the relationship between the Kingdom of Flevance and the red-haired pirates is also quite unusual. In non-affiliated nations, Doflamingo selected several remote locations frequently visited by pirates to build numerous factories. The citizens of non-affiliated nations represent the lowest tier of this world. They have no human rights and are not protected by the Navy. They must endure oppression from the ruling class above and the plundering of pirates below. However, by merely flying the Don Quixote family flag, they can eliminate the dangers posed by pirates, and thus the people of non-affiliated nations naturally give their full support. As for kings who disagree, the world government and Navy won't care about their lives. In moments of despair, whoever can save them becomes their greatest benefactor. The Revolutionary Army's growth has been significantly aided by these non-affiliated nations. Doflamingo is merely doing the same thing, with the distinction being that he doesn't raise the banner of revolution. Such nations are perfect locations for building illegal factories. In the chaotic non-affiliated nations, as long as they are fed, they become a very obedient workforce. Moreover, to fill their bellies, they don't care whether they are making toy guns or real ones. The foundation of the Don Quixote family has already been gradually laid out by Doflamingo. Time passed quickly. In the blink of an eye, summer arrived. The past 6 months went as smoothly as Doflamingo had anticipated. The underground transactions proceeded smoothly, and the psychological treatment for Law and Baby 5 gradually showed results. Additionally, the purchase of devil fruits was increased, and several were acquired. Among them were the devil fruit that allows swimming anywhere, along with the toy fruit and snow fruit, which Doflamingo successfully obtained. There were also 2 ordinary zoan-type devil fruits, which Doflamingo kept for himself. Everything in the family was on the right track. What they needed next was a status to protect the family's foundation, and this status would be the Warlord of the Sea. From his memories, Doflamingo had long coveted the position of Warlord of the Sea. He even contacted the Gorosei several times for this purpose, but was repeatedly rejected. The Navy has already noticed the collusion between the Don Quixote family and Navy officers, whether through sending Rosinante as an undercover agent or having Tsuru personally lead the pursuit, demonstrating the Navy's determination to deal with the Don Quixote family. After all, the Navy is the most powerful force in this world. If they truly set their minds to it, Doflamingo does not believe that the current strength of the family can withstand for long. Thus, the position of Warlord of the Sea is crucial for the Don Quixote family. As for the Navy's actions against the Don Quixote family, it is certainly tacitly approved by the world government. Therefore, Doflamingo had previously unintentionally hinted at knowing a secret about the celestial dragons to warn them. In the future, when Doflamingo kidnapped the gold from the sky and exposed this secret to threaten the Gorosei, it was also a desperate measure. He did not expect that even after kidnapping the gold, the Gorosei would still refuse to allow him to become a warlord of the sea. Thus, he had to expose his trump card. The secret is not complex. It concerns Uranus, the king of the sky. As one of the ancient weapons dubbed as God's Uranus is closely linked to the establishment of the celestial dragons. This is akin to a nuclear bomb in this world, its deterrent significance outweighing its practical value. As for those aiders, such as the Navy and those powerful affiliated nations, the reason why the celestial dragons are considered one of the divine races in this world holding the right to annihilate all is fundamentally tied to the existence of Uranus. With the disappearance of Pluto and the absence of Poseidon, who can rival them? But what if Uranus is not invincible? What if it has weaknesses? If certain people were to learn this news, would it lead to extremely dreadful consequences? For instance, the dragon or the Navy. From the original work, it can be seen that the relationship between the Navy and the world government is not so harmonious. Whether it be Sengoku or Akainu, who later becomes the fleet admiral, both have significant grievances against the world government. The Navy also possesses a sword unit that even the world government is unaware of. Moreover, why did Dragon, who was once a Navy officer, suddenly establish the Revolutionary Army? Is there a connection with the Navy? Doflamingo does not know, but he can assume they are aware of Uranus' existence. Thus, the Navy ignores the actions of the celestial dragons and even proactively becomes their accomplice, allowing their justice to appear like a joke, because they lack the strength to resist. This is also why the Gorosei have consistently tolerated Doflamingo's unreasonable demands in the original work. Doflamingo seizing control of Dressrosa, an affiliated nation, did not attract any attention from the world government. Even if the Warlord of the Sea system were to be abolished, they could use misleading pirates as an excuse to reclaim it. If Doflamingo had not failed, whether the Warlord of the Sea system could be abolished would still be an unknown factor. However, besides this secret, Doflamingo knows of other secrets now. For instance, the existence of Im, who symbolizes the absolute equality of kings, with the empty throne, has finally found a master. This secret is no less significant than the existence of Uranus. If the kings of those affiliated nations were to discover it, it could undermine the foundation of the celestial dragon's rule over this world. What can these two secrets be exchanged for from the world government? Doflamingo stood on the deck, gazing at the rolling waves, laughing wildly. Fufufu. I will still seize the gold from the sky, and I will also become a warlord of the sea. I will still rule Dressrosa, and I also need to obtain several powerful devil fruits from you. What kind of fruits will the world government, which has been consistently recovering powerful fruits, possess? Fufufufu. How exciting. But before that, I must first obtain the ope fruit. The power of this fruit is undoubtedly formidable. Most importantly, it can heal Law's injuries, allowing the Don Quixote family to have a top-notch doctor. The captain of the Barelus pirate crew, former Navy Colonel Dias Barelus, was hosting a banquet with his companions on the territory he occupied, Minion Island. The deal with the Don Quixote family regarding the surgery fruit had been finalized with the exaggerated amount of 5 billion berries, enough to make them abandon their pirate identities and become wealthy gentlemen elsewhere. Thinking back to the days when he risked his life fighting pirates for mere scraps of gold, Barelus felt that his former self was exceedingly foolish. Drake huddled in the corner, looking at his father drinking with a face full of fear. His heart was filled with anxiety. He could not comprehend why his father, once a righteous naval officer and his role model, had become a pirate. Moreover, after becoming a pirate, the father who had once been so gentle with him had vanished, replaced by a drunkard who only scolded or beat him. Drake despised his current life, wanting to escape, but as a helpless boy he had no means to do so. The door was roughly flung open and a panting pirate rushed in. The biting cold wind made Drake, who was leaning by the hearth, shiver. Hey, Captain, I spotted the Don Quixote family's ship. They're coming soon. Upon hearing this, Barelus was overjoyed. Oh, come over and have a drink to warm up. We're about to become wealthy. Barelus took out the heart-shaped surgery fruit, and said, I really don't understand why these people want to become ability users. 5 billion berries. We can all enjoy a comfortable life in our later years. A bunch of fools. Drake wrapped his thin clothes tighter, moving closer to the fire. Without the presence of Rosinante, and due to Doflamingo's explicit instructions to Barelus not to leak information about the surgery fruit, this transaction was not monitored by the Navy like in the original story. On the Numancia Flamingo ship, although there was a doctor to treat him, Law was already very weak and his face had been partially taken over by silver amber lead. At this moment, he was being held in Doflamingo's arms, despite the biting cold and the continuous pain in his body. He felt an immense warmth upon seeing Doflamingo's calm expression. Over the past year, Doflamingo not only personally cared for Law, but also taught him training techniques due to his inability to participate in training because of his physical condition. He also paid great attention to the children's diet and living environment, and occasionally played childish games with them, hiring a teacher for cultural lessons. He even took the time every month to introduce them to knowledge about the development of devil fruits. Whether in material needs or in the hearts of Law and the other children, Doflamingo was like their reborn father. Law, don't panic, just half an hour more and your illness will be cured. Doflamingo's steady voice reached Law's ears, and Law smiled weakly and said, Young master, I never doubt your words. Even without this fruit, I believe you will surely find a way to cure my illness. So you have quite a bit of faith in me. The ship docked steadily, and after a group of people boarded the island, Doflamingo handed Law over to Diamante, then without a word opened his palm, and countless threads flew into the sky and slowly descended. In the blink of an eye, the edge of Minion Island was surrounded by hard threads resembling a birdcage. Diamante asked in confusion, Doflamingo, what is this? Doflamingo replied expressionlessly, the uniqueness of the surgery fruit makes it something that the world government, the Navy, or some other people want to obtain. Currently, our deal with Barelus is very discreet, and no one else is aware of it. Therefore, to protect this secret, not a single pirate on this island will be spared. Several pirates stationed at the port just walked over and witnessed this scene. Then Doflamingo raised his hand, and countless threads pierced through them. Doflamingo then ordered Diamante, carry Law, and follow me for a proper transaction. Buffalo, take Baby 5 and scout the island from the sky. The rest of you wait for Baby 5's message and kill all those people. Understood, young master. Barelus, who was drinking joyfully in the tavern, was completely unaware of what was happening on the island and continued to celebrate with his companions. Drake hugged his legs curled up by the hearth, the hunger in his stomach, making him feel very uncomfortable, but he dared not approach them to eat and drink together, for the consequences would be either a few scoldings at best or a beating at worst. He could only wait until they were full and eat the leftover scraps to survive. The door was opened again, but this time it was much gentler. Drake looked up to see a man wearing pink sunglasses, dressed in a black suit and draped in a pink feather coat, entering. Behind him was a tall man carrying a child who had to bend down to enter the room. Upon seeing them, Barelus immediately stood up excitedly. Doflamingo. It's great to see you. Barelus, where is the surgery fruit? Hearing Doflamingo's inquiry, an unsuspecting Barelus took out the surgery fruit and said, Isn't this it? The berries you prepared. The fruit in his hand suddenly flew towards Doflamingo, and Barelus quickly drew his revolver and aimed it at Doflamingo, saying, Hey, where's my 50 billion berries? You're not planning to back out, are you? Doflamingo checked the authenticity of the fruit and handed it to Law. Eat it, Law. Hey, stop. I'm going to shoot. Give me my 50 billion berries. Otherwise I really will shoot. Doflamingo adjusted his sunglasses and laughed loudly. Then go ahead and shoot. Bastard. Bang. After the gunshot, Barelus looked at his fallen companion and shouted in terror, What happened? What's wrong with me? Why? How could this happen? Captain Barelus. I can't control my body. Bang. 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 After a series of shots, Drake was fearfully controlled by Doflamingo and walked out. At this moment, apart from Doflamingo and the three others, only he and his father, Barelus, soaked in blood, remained alive. Barelus, I want the goods, but I don't want to give you the money. What do you think I should do? At this moment, Barelus' drunkenness was completely dispelled. Looking at Doflamingo, he forced a smile and said, Then I'll give it to you. Spare my life. Spare your life. Sure, but Doflamingo pointed at the shivering Drake and said, Kill him, and I'll spare your life. Father, what? Barelus fell silent for a moment, gazing at Drake's tear-streaked, snot-smeared face, contorted by terror, then decisively raised his revolver. Father, no. As Drake screamed in disbelief, Barelus pulled the trigger without hesitation. Death did not come. Drake opened his eyes and found Barelus equally stunned. This gun is empty. I'll kill him myself. Barelus hurled the revolver aside and frantically bent down to snatch the pistol from the corpse on the floor, only to lose control of his body once more. Give me one more chance. I will kill him. Lord Doflamingo, please. Spare me. One more chance, just one more. Barelus watched in utter despair as Doflamingo picked up the pistol and handed it to Drake. Fufufu. Then child, how will you choose? Before Drake could speak, Barelus cried out desperately. Drake, I am your father. You cannot kill me. I am your father. Fufu. Father. Doflamingo spoke with lethal contempt. A father who fails in his duty holds less worth than a stranger who offers warmth to a child. Look at this poor boy. On such a freezing day his clothes are threadbare, while you his father wear garments of comfort. How can your conscience bear it? Observe the disproportion between his head and body. You can tell he has starved for years. As captain, could you not even ensure his basic sustenance? And those scars on his neck, I imagine they bear your handiwork. If you loathe him so deeply, why keep him by your side? Doflamingo guided Drake's finger onto the trigger, his voice honeyed with seduction. Child, do you hate him? A revered marine officer, who then dragged you into infamy as a despised pirate, who abused you daily, left you hungry, and tormented your spirit. Look at the wounds that scar your body. What father would do such a thing? Now, a single press of this trigger will end all this wretchedness. So fire. Drake. Stop. Stop it now. At Doflamingo's words, hatred slowly flooded Drake's gaze, while Barelus's furious shouts stirred memories of years of suffering. Silence. You're not my father. My father would never be a pirate like you. Drake's hands trembled violently. Then he shut his eyes and clenched his fist tight. Fufufu. A courage beyond ordinary measure. But though I am a pirate, I refuse to burden another child with the agony of patricide. Doflamingo turned to Drake, whose face was frozen in astonishment, and said, This pistol too holds no bullets. Since you have already mustered the resolve to slay your father, you shall now join the Don Quixote family. As for your father, I shall spare his life. Drake exhaled in relief. The fury and courage that had surged moments before evaporated the instant his finger touched the trigger. Thank you. Thank you. Barelus, his face ashen from blood loss, collapsed limply onto the floor. Doflamingo lifted Law, who had just consumed his devil fruit, and led Drake out by the hand, leaving only Diamante behind to plunder the room's valuables. Could you please tend to my wounds? Barelus's consciousness was slipping. He pleaded with Diamante. Doflamingo has granted me mercy, so hurry and treat me. Diamante approached. Barelus nodded and replied, Oh, you're quite right. Then let me give you proper treatment. Seeing Diamante draw his flexible blade, Barelus, his mind hazy, jolted fully awake. What are you doing? Doflamingo swore he wouldn't kill me. Shink. With expressionless calm, Diamante withdrew his blade and met Barelus's incredulous stare. Yes, Doflamingo didn't kill you. I did, and I made no such promise. You. Cough, cough. Bang. As the last soul on the island perished, the birdcage gradually dissolved. The Barelus pirates' treasure was loaded aboard ship, and the Flamingo slowly sailed away from the harbor. Raging flames erased every trace of the Barelus pirates. Gazing at Drake's dazed expression, Doflamingo murmured softly, You seem deeply repelled by pirates. Yet it is only natural. Marines, guardians of justice, are far more lauded than wicked pirates like us, especially since your father himself was once a righteous marine. But the line between pirate and marine is in truth perilously thin. Now that you've chosen to join the Don Quixote family, my demand is simple. Offer me your unwavering loyalty, and only then will I embrace you as family without reserve. Having spoken, Doflamingo called out to Law, who had just used his devil fruit ability to purge some of the perennial lead. Law, this one is yours. He appears fond of marines. Make him feel the warmth of our family, and take him off into Dr. Lawrence for care. Law, who had fainted moments earlier from the searing pain of lead removal, awoke, determined to thank Doflamingo. Yet upon hearing his orders, he immediately vowed, Rest assured, young master, I'll make him understand. Fufu. Full of vigor, aren't you, Law? Then, give it your all. The Flamingo did not return to Current, but instead set course for an island named Seabird Isle. Nearby lay 2 unnamed islets, each home to scattered inhabitants. Following intelligence, Doflamingo brought Law and Drake to one of them, where after searching the forest briefly, they spotted a small white bear. It was scrambling, desperately evading pursuit by 2 children. Pekin, cut him off ahead. Got it, Shachi. What are you doing? Why do you always bully me? Ha ha ha. A talking bear. You're a monster. Who else would we pick on? Doflamingo smiled faintly and told Law, Stop them, and bring them all with you. They shall henceforth serve under you alone. Law, now fully restored to health by his operation fruit, nodded at the trio, then charged forward. Though Law had trained rigorously for 2.5 years, he'd only recently ceased training due to illness. But even without his fruit powers, he swiftly overwhelmed all 3, sending them fleeing in panic. No one knew what Law had said, but soon the 3 followed him obediently. Doflamingo surveyed the 5 before him and chuckled. Fufufu. You are all orphans, adrift, unclaimed, and alone. Then welcome. to the Don Quixote family. Drake's fondness for the Navy is not a concern for Doflamingo. After several visits to the psychologist accompanied by a few others, Drake is bound to feel the sincerity of the Don Quixote family. Moreover, after killing a few more people, his aversion to pirates will gradually dissipate. At this moment, Doflamingo has another important matter to decide. That is the user of the gold fruit and the user of the toy fruit. The user of the toy fruit is manageable. Sugar has always been resistant to training, preferring to hug dolls and eat snacks, often expressing her disdain for growing up. Doflamingo has already informed her about the side effects of the toy fruit, and she clearly stated her choice to consume it. However, he is troubled when it comes to the user of the gold fruit. The importance of this fruit is self-evident. Torpol proposed to pretend to auction this fruit at next year's Don Quixote family auction to boost the auction house's reputation, but Doflamingo rejected it. Although he does not know how Dezolo obtained this fruit from the auction house, Doflamingo does not want to take that risk and become a mere delivery boy. He plans to auction the Snow fruit, a Logia-type fruit, next year to enhance the auction house's fame. The effects of the Logia-type devil fruit are not inferior to those of the gold fruit. In fact, they may be even better. Moreover, the Snow fruit has significant drawbacks as it fears high temperatures and flames. Doflamingo does not want to give a devil fruit with such obvious weaknesses to his family members. The gold fruit is different. In the original work, Dezolo was able to use this fruit to become a king, controlling 20% of the world's wealth. Its potential value is unimaginable. Doflamingo has another idea. He wants a certain family member to consume it, and then leave the family to establish a city like the Kingdom of Gold in the original work. Thus, the candidate not only needs to have good talent, but most importantly must be loyal to Doflamingo. Although Hati and Borton have developed a dependence on the family, their time spent together is still short, and they are too young. If they were to consume it, no one can guarantee what would happen after they leave. Not everyone can remain clear-headed amidst immense wealth and high power. Therefore, the user of the gold fruit can only be found among those already mature in the ranks. This person must be loyal to Doflamingo and possess considerable potential. After much thought, the best candidate for the fruit can only be Senor Pick. Others have either already become ability users or lack potential. However, Doflamingo feels somewhat gloomy because in his plans the mythical Zoan-type devil fruit would be the most suitable for Senor Pick. Given his later displayed aptitude in physical combat, if he were to consume a powerful mythical Zoan fruit, his future combat strength would definitely not be inferior to that of the three calamities. However, the uniqueness of the gold fruit is too crucial for Doflamingo's upcoming schemes. Thus, Doflamingo has no choice but to go back on his word. However, if well developed, the gold fruit can still be a powerful fruit. When Senor Pick heard Doflamingo's plan, he bit into the gold fruit without hesitation. The taste of the devil fruit was akin to fermented excrement, yet Pick seemed to have lost his sense of taste. After swallowing a mouthful, he continued to devour the devil fruit. Pick, just one bite is enough. It's fine, young master, I just finished eating, so this is like a post-meal fruit. After Pick finished consuming the entire devil fruit and felt the changes in his body, he said to Doflamingo, "Young master, I can feel the gold in this manner, and I can even control it. In the future, the range of perception will only increase, though I cannot create gold out of thin air. That's already quite impressive. Pick." Doflamingo reflected for a moment, recalling the principles of developing the gold fruit from the original work. He wrote them down on a piece of paper and handed it to Pick, continuing, "Since your physique can transform into gold, if your fruit ability can awaken in the future, you could try using gold to strengthen your bones or haki. This might also be a way of development. As for what's on this paper, it's a plan for developing your fruit. In the future, you should leave the family and go to some non-allied countries to search for gold mines. Using your ability to find gold mines is also a form of training for your capabilities. You're not under a bounty, so create a false identity. If you have any needs in the future, just contact me." After pondering a bit more, Doflamingo continued, "How about this? Torpol has trained quite a few talents in business over the past 2 years, so I will send Monet to assist you. When you truly build that maritime kingdom, you can hand over all businesses to Monet." Fufufu. At this point, Doflamingo suddenly laughed. "I've told you before, love requires the other party to acknowledge your identity first. You should not develop feelings for a woman just because you meet them, young master." Seeing Pick's face turning red, Doflamingo waved his hand. "I'm not joking with you. You wait here for a moment. I will call for the Monet sisters." Shortly after, the Monet sisters, having received the notification, hurried over. After briefly informing Monet of this matter, Doflamingo handed Pick the water fruit, which was supposed to belong to him, a fruit that allows swimming anywhere except in seawater. In the future, you can recruit your own subordinates and have them consume this fruit. If you really can build that city, this fruit will come in handy. As for Monet, you should look for a support-type fruit, like the move fruit. Monet, And one more thing, sugar is still young. Ooh, I need to get your consent. Looking at Monet, who had a puzzled expression, Doflamingo took out another devil fruit and pointed at it. This is the Paramecia-type Toy fruit, a very peculiar fruit. The person who consumes it will gain the ability to turn others into dolls, and those turned into dolls will lose all memories of them. This is a very powerful fruit, but it also has very terrifying side effects. Because it's called the Toy fruit, only children can unleash its strongest power. However, once consumed, the user's body will never grow again. It will remain at the state of the day it was consumed. Looking at the eagerly anticipating Sugar, Doflamingo shook his head and said, although I have already mentioned it to Sugar and she agreed, I still think she is a child and may not understand what this means. So, I need you to make the decision for her. I don't need her to make decisions for me. I don't want to grow up. Growing up is tiring. I just want to remain a child forever. Monet patted Sugar's head and smiled at Doflamingo. Young master, both our lives were saved by you. And I know Sugar's personality. No one is more suitable for this fruit than her. As long as I can help you, my opinion aligns with hers. Very well. You will always be my family. After eating the fruit, Pick and Monet set off the next day for Cooley Port in the Kingdom of Nordis, where they planned to take a merchant ship and leave. Doflamingo, along with Diamante and Treble, escorted them to Cooley Port, watching them depart. As the new year approached, the weather grew increasingly cold. After walking for half a day, Doflamingo and his companions arrived at a bar. Cooley Port was indeed a place with a complex array of people. Not only did it have merchant caravans, but it was also a gathering spot for pirates during the winter. However, these pirates were supported by the Kingdom of Nordis, and the Don Quixote family would not directly intervene in minor matters such as suppressing merchant caravans from other countries or seizing towns from other nations. Between nations, peace is only temporary, while war is the perennial theme. For kings, pirates are the best tools in small-scale wars. On ordinary days, they could also serve as guards for merchant caravans. Upon entering, Doflamingo and his two companions caused the previously noisy bar to fall silent. People from the Don Quixote family. Is that so? It's that esteemed lord. I didn't expect him to come here. Doflamingo's face was quite famous in the Kingdom of Nordis and was admired by many pirates. Most pirates chose this path for wealth, power, and fame. In the eyes of these pirates, Doflamingo, the head of the Don Quixote family, was a successful person among pirates. In terms of both reputation and strength, Doflamingo had been unparalleled in the North Sea for years. Wealth was even less to mention, as the Don Quixote family's enterprises spanned the entire North Sea, with strongholds even in the Grand Line. In a world that worships the strong, Doflamingo's mere presence left this group of pirates in awe, akin to fans encountering their idol in a previous life. However, this idol could take their lives at any moment, causing almost everyone to hold their breath, sneaking glances at them. Except for a boy with short golden hair who stared intently at Doflamingo, without a hint of fear in his eyes, only excitement. Doflamingo approached the bar, casually ordered a few drinks, and closed his eyes to wait quietly. At that moment, Treble suddenly spoke up. Hey, that kid is coming over. What does he want? Does he want to talk to Doflamingo? Just a little punk. He doesn't have the qualifications. Diamante turned to glance and expressed his agreement, drawing his sword and walking over. Hey, Bellamy, what are you doing? You'll die. Moi. Doflamingo initially didn't care, but upon hearing that name, his heart stirred. When he turned to look again and found it was a boy with golden hair, he became even more certain. Before Diamante could drive him away, Doflamingo spoke up. Diamante, let him come. All right, Doflamingo. Bellamy excitedly approached Doflamingo, his eyes shining with admiration. Your name is Bellamy. What do you want to see me for? Hearing Doflamingo's inquiry, Bellamy blurted out without thinking, I want to join the Don Quixote family. Diamante, hearing this, scoffed. Ha ha ha. You're speaking big words. Do you think anyone can join the Don Quixote family? I am a capable person, Bellamy said somewhat begrudgingly. I don't want to live in this boring place like those pirates, dreaming all day. What pirate king would own peak? Lord Doflamingo is the person I admire the most. I also want to eat good food. I want to play fun games. I also want to rely on my own strength to become someone important, to become a feared pirate, just like Lord Doflamingo, to become the pride of the North Sea. Doflamingo waved his hand, interrupting Diamante, who was about to continue mocking him, and stood up to quietly ask Bellamy, Oh, you say you are capable. What kind of ability? Can you show me? Sure. After Bellamy finished speaking, his legs suddenly turned into springs, and he quickly jumped onto the beam. Lord Doflamingo, I am the springman who ate the spring fruit. I can turn my limbs into springs, increasing my impact and speed. Whoosh, whoosh. As Bellamy spoke, he demonstrated his ability, while the bar owner looked at the damaged walls and floor, heartbroken but unable to say a word. The spring fruit. It can also increase one's speed. In fact, it is quite a good fruit, as speed is power. In some aspects, its practicality exceeds that of the rubber fruit before awakening. Moreover, Bellamy, regardless of his character, remained loyal to Doflamingo from start to finish. Even when he was nearly killed by Doflamingo, he did not betray him. Doflamingo has always appreciated loyal individuals. Bellamy's potential is quite good, with proper guidance, he should have no problem becoming a cadre in the future. Thinking of this, looking at Bellamy, who was still bouncing around like a monkey, Doflamingo spoke. All right, then you can come with me. Well, what? He actually agreed. Was it that simple? Some pirates, upon hearing Doflamingo's words, exchanged glances and immediately shouted, Lord Doflamingo, I also admire you very much. Let us join the Don Quixote family too. Our strength is also quite good. A bunch of trash. Doflamingo looked at them with some disdain and said to Bellamy, Bellamy, the first task of joining the family is to deal with these annoying pests. Yes. Ha ha ha. Overjoyed, Bellamy immediately launched an attack on those pirates. Though Bellamy was still a boy under the enhancement of the spring fruit, these pirate lackeys couldn't even keep up with his actions. A few minutes later, all 10 or so of those oblivious pirates were lying on the ground groaning in pain. Huff huff. After dealing with these people, Bellamy felt somewhat exhausted. Doflamingo waved at him and said, Let's go, but from now on you will undergo very rigorous training. To become someone important, you need to endure hardships beyond what ordinary people can bear. Can you do it? Bellamy patted his chest and shouted, Of course I can. TCH. Good luck, kid. If you embarrass Doflamingo, I will kill you. Diamante, there's no need to say that we might become family in the future. Encountering Bellamy was a pleasant surprise. While desperately searching for the devil fruit, Don Quixote Doflamingo also recruited many boys around the age of 10 at various strongholds. Providing these children with favorable living conditions made them grateful to the Don Quixote family, ensuring they would become the most loyal subordinates in the future. The reserve force of the Don Quixote family continuously grew, with a dozen boys, led by Luo, possessing extraordinary potential. Dellinger was also required by Doflamingo to eat, sleep, and train alongside those children. He feared that continuing to be raised by Korra would lead to the development of an androgynous personality. Although Korra felt somewhat sad, she had no choice but to agree. These children were managed by Lao Ji, engaging in knowledge learning in the morning and rigorous physical training in the afternoon. Each week, one day was set aside for the cadres to take turns training them, and Doflamingo would occasionally come to teach them, leading to very fulfilling days. After Monet followed Pika, although it reduced to Rebel's assistants. Toribol had also selected and trained a group of trustworthy individuals within the family over the last 2 years, managing the family's businesses in an orderly manner. During this time, Doflamingo was also diligently training himself. In the original story, Doflamingo had already mastered all the techniques he learned over the past 2 years. Moreover, Doflamingo had improved some techniques and developed new ones. Invisible threads formed layers of shields around him, reducing the defensive range, but greatly enhancing his defensive capabilities, allowing him to mitigate most attacks. Doflamingo named this technique Threads Guardian. Upon awakening, he created a small arena using countless threads named the Death Arena. This was an enhanced version of a small birdcage. Utilizing the fruit's ability, Doflamingo could appear freely within the arena, which would continuously shrink. If one could not hit Doflamingo before the arena finished shrinking, they would be cut into pieces by the sharp and resilient threads. Furthermore, Doflamingo could create an unlimited number of puppets using the Shadow Rider technique, and they would not disappear. Controlling these puppets in battle was extremely energy-consuming, so Doflamingo had not previously developed this technique in more detail. However, with an increase in all attributes, Doflamingo could now easily control 3 clones in battle, and with more training this number would increase. Moreover, the puppets could transform into the appearance of others, and with the enhancement of Kenbunshiko Haki, Doflamingo could control them freely in battle within a radius of at least 5 kilometers. This range was also steadily expanding. Using the Shadow Rider technique to create clones drained his physical energy, but also improved his endurance. Although the effect was minimal, over time it would lead to a considerable enhancement. Pika followed Doflamingo's suggestion and settled alone on a nearby island filled with rocks to train his abilities. Pika's Stone fruit in some aspects was quite similar to the Gold fruit. One controlled gold, while the other controlled stone. Thus, some development concepts of the Gold fruit could also be applied to the Stone fruit. Doflamingo advised him to practice increasing the quality of controllable stones through continuous refinement, starting from this aspect. After all, Sea Prism Stone is still a type of stone. As long as the quality continues to improve, Pika might refine stones that surpass the hardness of Sea Prism Stone. Diamante's training was quite tedious. He followed Doflamingo's advice to focus on practicing swordsmanship. Although Doflamingo was not skilled in swordsmanship, he understood that all fancy sword techniques were built upon the fundamentals. Therefore, Diamante only needed to practice the most basic sword moves daily, while also taking time to train his body. With his talent in swordsmanship, he would certainly become stronger than in the original story. As for the fruit abilities, they were not to be considered for now. Only after Diamante's understanding of swordsmanship improved would he combine it with the fruit to develop his own sword techniques. Regarding others, Doflamingo merely informed them of the importance of physical strength in fruit development without further interference. Lao Ji, being older and having his own understanding of boxing, had always been the head coach training those children. Koramabais and Gladius were all devil fruit users. Their potential was neither particularly high nor low, and no matter how hard they tried, they could not improve significantly. Diamante and Pika, focused on training Toribol, was busy with business matters. The children were still young, and Doflamingo needed not to be mentioned. Thus the three of them worked hard outside with the newly recruited cadres. Boa Hancock, has she become a warlord of the sea? After reading the newspaper, Doflamingo frowned and lay on his bed. The new world is becoming increasingly chaotic. It is unclear whether it is a pirate faction or the world government that has leaked information, plunging the new world into a war for the so-called Sea Emperor. Aside from the Whitebeard pirates led by Edward Newgate, who is known as the world's strongest man, no one dares to challenge them. Other pirate crews are constantly challenging others or being challenged. Even Kaido has been frequently flying around the new world lately, appearing in the newspapers several times. Thus the demand for weapons has been increasing significantly among both the beast pirates and other forces in the new world. Currently, most of the bases of the Don Quixote family are located in the North Sea and the first half of the Grand Line, making transportation very troublesome and resulting in considerable losses for various reasons. If the Don Quixote family wants to seize the opportunity in the new world and reduce their losses, they urgently need to find a base in the new world. It seems that they must follow the old path, become a warlord of the sea, and take control of Dressrosa. Dressrosa is located in the first half of the new world, making both transportation and trade highly efficient. Moreover, Dressrosa is actually the ancestral home of the Don Quixote family. Before becoming celestial dragons, the royal family of Dressrosa had always been the Don Quixote family. Doflamingo had heard elders in his clan mention everything about Dressrosa during his childhood. In the kingdom of Dongdada, the small people are all plant experts capable of generating immense wealth. Therefore, after the new year, we must hijack the heavenly gold. This time I want more than just becoming a warlord of the sea. The rise of the Don Quixote family is about to begin. In the year 1511 of the Sea Garden, after the New Year's banquet, many stewards of the outposts began their gradual return as the weather warmed. Due to the death of Loxodon, although the crane was still targeting the Don Quixote family, the lack of intelligence support did not cause significant losses to the family. However, constantly hovering around the family like a fly had made Don Quixote Doflamingo somewhat irritable. Killing her was certainly not an option. If she were killed, the next ones to come might be Wano and Carp with hundreds of warships. Thus, Don Quixote Doflamingo decided to resolve this trouble at once. At this moment, he was aboard the Flamingo with the youth group, heading towards an unnamed island in the Grand Line. 13-year-old Luo was already close to 1.7 meters tall, while 17-year-old Bahafaro was nearly 7 meters tall. Bahafaro and Bellamy were the oldest apart from Drake, but their personalities were not suitable for becoming decision-makers. Bahafaro was somewhat lazy and had a strong liking for gambling, making him the child who was scolded the most by Lao Ji. Bellamy was a bit impulsive. Due to his age, he disliked being around younger kids. He only obeyed the strong, and after being defeated consecutively by the Hardy brothers and Luo and Drake, he had calmed down considerably. The slender Drake was already 19 years old this year, something that Don Quixote Doflamingo had not anticipated. After a year of recovery, he had become quite robust. His personality was very stable, with the potential to become a military commander. Having accompanied Don Quixote Doflamingo on several missions and witnessing the corruption of the Navy, he had let go of his childhood dream of becoming a naval officer. Moreover, during his time with the youth group, Drake gradually began to enjoy this atmosphere and accepted his current life. Drake was also very grateful to Don Quixote Doflamingo for rescuing him from the depths of despair, so there was no need to worry about his loyalty. The Hardy brothers Hardy and Bolton were the next oldest after the three, both already 17 this year. Both had extremely strong physiques, towering over Bahafaro unlike ordinary humans. Especially in terms of strength, each brother could easily overpower the equally tall Bahafaro, leading Don Quixote Doflamingo to doubt whether they belonged to the same race as the bear. Hardy's personality was calm and collected, making him more suited to be a decision-maker than Luo in certain aspects, while Bolton was naive and well protected by Hardy, with a simple mind and cheerful demeanor, serving as the joy of the youth group. The next in age would be Shachi and Peijin, the Boar brothers, one 15 and the other 14. As for their personalities, they were not much stronger than Bolton, always trailing behind him, laughing and joking. The potential of these two was somewhat beyond Don Quixote Doflamingo's expectations. He initially thought they were only slightly better than ordinary fish, but it turned out their talents were quite impressive. Although they were just ordinary humans, their physiques belonged to a rare kind. After all, how could humans with strength comparable to that of the fur tribe's Beepo have poor talent? The youngest Sugar and Beepo had just turned 10 this year. Under the leadership of 12-year-old Baby 5, they pretended to lecture the pirates all day long. Baby 5's psychological issues had been completely resolved. She was no longer blindly obedient to others. However, she was somewhat irritable now, speaking and acting like a bossy big sister, but this was much better than her previous personality. Beepo wanted to return to Zoso. In addition to training, he also studied navigation. He had quite a knack for this, though no one could understand the maps he drew. He was also Sugar's favorite playmate, always sleeping together with her. Don Quixote Doflamingo intended for Beepo and Baby 5 to become Sugar's personal bodyguards, so he was pleased to see the three of them together all the time. Beepo had unleashed his moon lion form in an uncontrolled rampage, which Luo had swiftly cut down. When Don Quixote Doflamingo explored Beepo's physical changes in the moon lion state, he provided some very useful training suggestions. Beepo could freely control the moon lion form, it was just a matter of time. As for Baby 5's weapon fruit, it was actually quite overpowered. Theoretically, it could transform into any weapon. The power and duration of the weapon, aside from being related to Baby 5's stamina, had a prerequisite. That is, Baby 5 must master the knowledge related to weapon crafting. Therefore, Don Quixote Doflamingo not only had Baby 5 personally involved in weapon crafting, but also sought out experts in robotics to teach her. After all, robots are also a type of weapon. A few other youths had also been following other family executives for a long time. Originally, Don Quixote Doflamingo wanted to find Kid and Killer, but the world was so vast, and he had thought too simply. He did not know their exact location, he only knew they were from the South Sea. After several fruitless attempts, he gave up. There were also some children with decent potential, but they were not so lucky. They would have to go through layers of selection to become executives of the Don Quixote family. Upon reaching the designated location, Hardy asked with some worry, "Young master, are we really going to hijack the Golden Sky? That's meant for the celestial dragons. If we hijack it, the Navy." Hardy hadn't finished speaking when Luo mockingly interjected, "Are you scared, Hardy? It's not fear, I just need to consider everything thoroughly." Luo, the family's current strength, cannot contend with the world government. This point the young master has his own judgment on. No need for you to worry. Because Don Quixote Doflamingo has always said he would cultivate Luo as the third generation of Corazon, this made Luo feel a bit proud. However, due to Hardy's stable personality and growth in strength, he had received many praises from Don Quixote Doflamingo, which made Luo feel a strong sense of crisis, hence his less than favorable attitude towards Hardy. Yet Hardy had an excellent temperament, he was unfazed by Luo's provocations. Over time, Luo felt a bit embarrassed and stopped targeting him. However, verbally opposing Hardy seemed to have become a habit. No matter what Hardy said, Luo would always mock him a few times. For this, Don Quixote Doflamingo did not intervene. Only through competition could one feel a sense of crisis. "Hardy, you are just too stable. I naturally have my reasons for making this move." However, Luo. Hardy was not wrong. As a member of the family, if there were doubts, they should be voiced. Obeying my orders is one thing, having doubts in your heart is another. After exchanging a few words, Don Quixote Doflamingo continued, "But you are still young, things you don't understand can be learned slowly. I have high expectations for you. Drake, Bellamy, Bolton, the same goes for you. Besides training, you should also learn more about other knowledge. To become executives of the family, it's not only strength that is required." "Yes, young master. We will strive to do our best." Seeing the group of youths stirred up by his few words, Don Quixote Doflamingo couldn't help but smile. Youth. 2 weeks later, the target had still not appeared. The long wait made the other youths aside from Hardy and Luo somewhat restless. Buzz! Buzz! Baja Faro descended slowly from the sky with Baby 5, who excitedly shouted, "Young master, I see that ship. With the world government's insignia hanging and several warships providing escort." Don Quixote Doflamingo put on his sunglasses, sitting up from the recliner. Foo, 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 foo. Finally arrived. Then let's set off. Future executives, this is your first time executing such an important mission. Let me see your strength. Yes. Although the world government controls this world, the issuance of berries and similar banking institutions are unifiedly controlled by personnel from the most powerful member states. Under the supervision of the world government, the quantity of berries printed each year must undergo detailed research to ensure fairness and justice. Moreover, the members of this institution change continuously every year. This is one of the rights of the member states, and one of the reasons the celestial dragons have ruled this world for so long. The celestial dragons hold a lofty position and no one dares to provoke them, but the royal members of the member states are not as lowly regarded before the celestial dragons as portrayed in the comics. In some powerful nations, their royal members may even become new celestial dragons. They just need to befriend the celestial dragons, and have a member of that lineage agree to accept them, granting them a surname. Additionally, those who make great contributions to the world government may also become celestial dragons. Over the past 800 years, countless celestial dragons have emerged in this manner. The very existence of the Void Throne, which symbolizes the absolute fairness of the 20 kings, indicates that member states also restrain the celestial dragons in certain aspects. At least on the surface, this represents a delicate balance. Before offending the celestial dragons, they cannot arbitrarily execute the royal members of these member states. As for non-member states, in the eyes of the world government, they are not considered human. Member states have their own taxation and laws which the world government has no authority to interfere with. Thus, the world government's only source of revenue comes from the heavenly gold. The heavenly gold represents the taxes the member states pay to the world government, but the amount is exceedingly vast. The flamingo, boldly flying the Jolly Roger of the Don Quixote family, heads straight towards the large ship escorted by warships. The lookout on the warship also spotted the flamingo, and after a moment of disbelief, shouted incredulously, "That's Don Quixote Doflamingo." "Repeat that." "Pirate sighted. The night demon Don Quixote Doflamingo." "What? Has that guy lost his mind?" The captain of the escort ship decisively ordered attack. Fire. Boom. Bang. Hundreds of cannonballs were fired from several warships, but all stopped midway. Fufufu. Doflamingo vigorously waved his hands, causing the cannonballs to collide and explode violently. Boom. Amid the blazing flames, Doflamingo turned and said, "Now, show me your spirit." As soon as Doflamingo finished speaking, Hardy and Borton leaped into the air, easily landing on the warship using the cannonballs still in flight. Law also jumped, opening a room and swapping places with a barrel on the warship. Bellamy was pulled up by Shachi and Pika, springing up like a rubber band, while Baby 5, riding on Buffalo's head, transformed her right arm into a sniper rifle to support everyone from the sky. Sugar sat atop Beepo's head, expressionless as she munched on grapes while watching the show. As the youngest two, they were also quite timid. To prevent Sugar from fainting easily, they had put her through a lot over the past 2 years. She had been sleeping soundly when a snake was thrown onto her bed. When she opened the door, there was a corpse hanging at the entrance, and in the middle of the night, while going to the bathroom, she saw a body controlled by Doflamingo, chasing her with a knife. All these trials and tribulations had turned Sugar into someone with a strong heart after fainting multiple times. Of course, the poor Beepo endured much alongside her. This little bear was no longer so easily shy. Even though they were still young, they had, like Law, personally executed many of the Don Quixote family's enemies. At this moment, facing their ruthless companions, their faces showed no signs of panic, and Sugar even had the mood to complain, "So annoying. Hardy and Borton are too violent. They've turned people into meat paste." The world government and the Navy never expected anyone would dare to actually rob the heavenly gold, so the escort personnel dispatched by the Navy were not that strong. The symbolic meaning outweighed the actual protective significance. It might be sufficient to deal with ordinary pirates, but against this group of young ones trained for years like wolves, it was somewhat lacking. The strongest among the vice admirals also fell to the combined assault of Law, Hardy, and others. By the time the Flamingo slowly docked nearby, the battle had already ended. Bellamy was interrogating the vice admiral, and from his words he was very interested in the technique used by the vice admiral known as Soro. Techniques like the Navy's 6 styles are also practiced by some pirates, and powerful masters of martial arts can create techniques similar to the Navy's 6 styles. However, they are not as detailed as the Navy's 6 styles, and this world values inheritance, so they generally do not easily teach their techniques to others. The Navy requires you to demonstrate your qualifications and prove your loyalty to the Navy before they will train you. As for pirates, most pirates are quite selfish. Pirates think, "I worked hard to learn this, why should I teach you?" The Don Quixote family, including Doflamingo, is not particularly specialized in martial arts except for Lao Ji, but Lao Ji's martial arts are not suitable for everyone. Doflamingo is still slowly exploring martial arts, and naturally has not passed on any profound techniques to them. Thus, Doflamingo could understand Bellamy's excitement, as the Soru technique is particularly suitable for his devil fruit ability. "Alright, Bellamy, subdue him. Even if he tells you won't learn it right away. Someone will teach us the complete Navy 6 styles." The vice admiral, covered in dirt and blood, looked at Doflamingo with rage and shouted, "Doflamingo, do you know what you're doing? You're seeking death. Do you know this heavenly gold is for the celestial dragons?" Fufufu. Doflamingo walked up to him and said each word clearly, "I certainly know. But seeking death. Fufufu. If I didn't have confidence, would I dare to rob the heavenly gold? You will regret your words." As the vice admiral was taken away, Hardy led over a pale-faced man dressed in a black suit. "Are you the official receiving the heavenly gold?" After the man nodded, Doflamingo pulled out a din mushy and grinned, "Very well. Now tell those 5 old geezers everything that happened here." Doflamingo finished speaking and directly dialed a series of numbers. Once the call connected, a stern voice came through. Doflamingo, what do you want to contact me for? Is it because of the Navy's pursuit or matters regarding returning to your family? I have made it very clear regarding these two matters, we cannot help you. Doflamingo remained silent, simply placing the din mushi next to the man's mouth, and the man cried out, Elder Stars. Doflamingo has gone mad. He has seized the heavenly gold. What? Doflamingo, do you know what you're doing? You're seeking death. Fufufu. Elder Stars, I think you need to calm down. Watch your attitude. Slap. Upon seeing Doflamingo decisively hang up the din mushi, the official from the world government turned pale, fearing that Doflamingo had truly gone mad and that he himself was about to face death. However, the anticipated death did not come. Doflamingo said to Law, take him down and calculate the amount of heavenly gold properly. Hawkins, looking confused, asked, young master, you just hung up like that. The other party is the Gorosei. Huh? Stay calm, Hawkins. Doflamingo said with a calm expression, it's merely a portion of the heavenly gold. It's not that significant to the world government. However, until it reaches Mary Geoise, this heavenly gold cannot truly be considered an offering to the celestial dragons. And those allied nations will certainly not bear this burden again. Therefore, they will be very anxious and will find ways to reclaim it. But they can never send troops to attack me, so I disagree. They cannot take it back. Why? Huh? You will understand this matter in the future. The din mushi in his hand rang, and Doflamingo jumped onto the observation deck, looking at the sea as he connected the call. This time the voice on the other end was not as agitated. It became incredibly calm. Doflamingo, do not forget your identity. Although you cannot return to the Holy Land, you are still a celestial dragon. We are aware of all your actions over the years. The rapid development of the Don Quixote family is also due to your identity. What are you trying to achieve by plundering the heavenly gold? Huh? Doflamingo's laughter was filled with mockery. My identity. A celestial dragon expelled from the Holy Land. A celestial dragon hunted by the Navy. Is that the kind of celestial dragon I am? After a moment of silence, an older voice came through the din mushi. Stop with the nonsense, Doflamingo. What do you want? Very well. I like being straightforward. Doflamingo said in a firm voice. Firstly, I want to become a warlord of the sea. Secondly, consider this batch of heavenly gold as already having reached Mary Geoise, and it is a gift for me. Thirdly, I want a complete training method for the 6 powers of the Navy, including the life return technique. Fourth, I will seize the ruling power of the allied nation Dressrosa and become its king. After all, that was formerly the territory of the Don Quixote family. Fifth, sometimes I need to use the exclusive sea lanes of the Navy to transport some goods. Lastly, I need 3 Zoan-type devil fruits. One of which must be a flying Zoan-type devil fruit. What? Hearing that it wasn't about returning to Mary Geoise, the Gorosei patiently listened to the conditions proposed by Doflamingo. When he mentioned the other conditions, their brows furrowed, and upon hearing the last one, they immediately shook their heads. The authoritative voice on the din mushi said, Doflamingo, it's just a portion of heavenly gold. Your demands are excessive. You'd better think clearly before making demands of us. Such things we cannot agree to. Huh? Don't be so impatient, Lord Topman watchfully. You haven't heard me finish speaking yet. Doflamingo's voice suddenly lowered, and he said softly, this conversation we are having, there is no CP0 listening in, right? Aren't you curious about what secrets I hold? Next, I will tell you the secrets I possess. With this secret, let's see if you can agree. The people on the other end of the din mushi exchanged glances. What secret do you hold, Doflamingo? Tell us now. Doflamingo replied playfully, this secret is not very important. It's just that the celestial dragon's treasure has defects. If certain people find out, what consequences might arise? Perhaps this treasure is merely a replica. Should I tell them that the defect of this treasure is? Shut up. Don't say any more. Before Doflamingo could finish, Watchily interrupted him, and then spoke in a tone filled with killing intent. Do you know what it means to reveal this secret? Do not forget your identity. Doflamingo, regardless, you still have the blood of a celestial dragon flowing through you. Huh? Doflamingo laughed loudly. Therefore, as a celestial dragon, it should be reasonable for me to demand some things that belong to me. Your demands are excessive. Do you really want to die? Upon hearing this threatening remark, Doflamingo disdainfully replied, so are you planning to secretly send someone to kill me? Is it because you fear the secrets I hold? Are you willing to violate the treaties regarding celestial dragons to send someone to kill me? But you have no right to make that decision, do you? Are you going to consult the Great One deep within Panga City? What? You? Doflamingo grinned at the bewildered din mushi. How would I know? Huh? I am not like those fools living in the Holy Land. Never forget. With my talent, I should have become a member of the Knights of God. So knowing some secrets is quite normal, right? For example, the Void Throne that symbolizes absolute peace. All right. Watchily once again interrupted Doflamingo, speaking in a deep voice. Do not say any more. Doflamingo, just be patient for now. We will contact you later. No hurry. Lord Topman Watchily, I am not just one to demand things. Doflamingo said in a calm tone. If you agree to my conditions, then I can trade Haki Stone with the world government and the Navy. And it will be every year. How about that? Haki Stone is such a scarce resource, I believe it would be better to have more of it, right? Tell that great one this is my sincerity. I am just a child who wants to go home, but has been rejected by my kin. Thus wanting to live while having some means of self-protection should be reasonable, right? Do not forget, after all, I am still a celestial dragon. At that time I was still a child, and a child cannot stop the choices made by their father. I understand, Doflamingo. Just be patient. After the Den Mushi was hung up, Doflamingo felt a bit uncertain about whether him would agree to his conditions. This is a gamble. If I win, I will reap a bountiful reward, but if I lose, I will have nothing. If him does not agree, then I will have to flip the table and leave, but there is a high chance him will agree. With this anxious feeling, Doflamingo waited until evening when the Den Mushi rang again. Boru. Doflamingo retracted his observation Haki, because he knew that as long as this call came through, the deal would be successful. Doflamingo, you are quite fortunate. All your conditions have been agreed upon by the world government. However, I hope the secrets you know remain buried in your heart forever. That esteemed figure holds you in high regard, and the devil fruit given to you is exceedingly powerful. Do not forget your identity. Even if you are expelled, you are still a celestial dragon. Doflamingo chuckled widely, saying, Fufufu, rest assured. My lips have always been sealed. Very well, tell me your location, and I will send someone over. After revealing his location, Doflamingo exited the cabin and smiled at everyone, saying, Take a good rest. We shall return tomorrow. Oh, before that, move these berries and treasures onto our ship. Burton was the first to react, pulling Shiachi and Pekin towards the cabin, exclaiming, The young master is truly impressive. With this much berries we have struck it rich. Seeing this, the others hurriedly rushed into the cabin to start moving things. The celestial gold loaded onto this ship was merely a part of it, yet even so the amount was astonishing. According to the records on the ship, along with the jewels, this batch of celestial gold amounted to 200 billion berries. 200 billion berries would significantly accelerate the development of the Don Quixote family. Moreover, they discovered a devil fruit among the treasures. Having seen the devil fruit illustrated guide, Doflamingo recognized it as the purification fruit. The person who consumes it will gain the ability to purify, capable of cleansing not only the body, but also the environment, making it a very practical devil fruit. For Doflamingo, this fruit was like a timely gift. With it, he could develop more factories in Dressrosa. As for whether him would go back on her word, Doflamingo was not worried about this. Before coming here, he had already informed Morgans. At this moment, he had already taken the photographs and left with satisfaction, trusting that the news of his heist of celestial gold would spread across the world by tomorrow. Moreover, him would not be foolish enough to send someone to assassinate him, as she could not guarantee whether she had disclosed this information to others. On the morning of the next day, a warship flying the world government's flag arrived at the small island. Several masked members of CP0, dressed in white, disembarked from the ship. As they approached, Doflamingo noticed that the short man at the forefront was not wearing a mask. His face resembled a white mask, creating the illusion that he was masked. His eyes were black and white, his right eye bearing a scar, and he wore robotic-like ear covers, sporting a light beard that seemed very familiar. Doflamingo thought for a moment, realizing that this was the person who had announced the false report of him resigning from the 7 warlords in the original story. Lord Doflamingo, here are the items you requested: training methods and insights for the 6 powers along with the devil fruit. Additionally, here are the documents regarding the 7 warlords. Please sign them. My name is Jernica. From now on, I will handle all transactions between you and the world government regarding sea prism stones. After Jernica finished speaking, he waved to his subordinates, who brought up 3 intricately carved wooden boxes. Drake and the others hurried forward to receive them. Oh, thank you. Doflamingo was accustomed to Jernica's politeness. Although he had been expelled from the Holy Land, he was still a celestial dragon, and CP0 naturally treated him differently from ordinary people. After signing, Doflamingo pointed at the boxes and asked, Could you tell me what these 3 fruits are? Jernica gestured to the boxes, saying, I'm not too sure either. However, the 5 elders mentioned that there are descriptions inside. Fufufu, how detailed. Doflamingo waved his hand, and Hadi approached with the naval major general and government officials. What is the meaning of this? Shouldn't you have captured him? He is an evil pirate. Unlike the trembling government officials, the major general was quite assertive. Doflamingo patted his face and said, I told you that you would regret your foolish words. An evil pirate. A righteous navy. This ideology is long outdated. After being returned to Jernica's side, the naval officer continued, shouting in anger, Pirates are pirates. Hey, what is wrong with you guys? Are you colluding with pirates? I will definitely attack. Puff. Watching Jernica kill the Navy officer, Doflamingo laughed loudly. Fufufu. If there are such naive fellows in the Navy, then it is indeed concerning. Lord Doflamingo, since the items have been delivered, we shall take our leave. By the way, here is my number for the phone, Snail. I hope the first batch of sea prism stones is ready, so please inform me. After Jernica wrote down the number and handed it to Doflamingo, Doflamingo accepted it, saying, "Rest assured, I will send someone to prepare it soon." After the transaction was completed, Jernica took all the warships away. At this moment, all the members of the young pirates finally felt relieved and cheered excitedly. Even the usually calm Haki jumped up in excitement, not to mention the others, especially Bellamy, who transformed into a spring soldier bouncing around the ship. Incredible! This is the world government. We actually robbed celestial gold and faced no consequences. And received so many things. Young master, how did you accomplish this? Looking at the excited young pirates, Doflamingo opened the boxes and said, "Fufufufu. Calm down. The excitement is just beginning. Let me see what devil fruits the world government has prepared for me." As the boxes were opened, everyone immediately gathered around. Doflamingo took out an individual illustrated guide from the boxes and read aloud, "Cat fruit, mythical Zoan, white tiger form, able to control wind elements, enhances attack, and can fly. Bear fruit, mythical Zoan, yeti form, able to control fire and earth elements. Bull fruit, mythical Zoan, Koei Nyo form, can summon wind and rain, control thunder and lightning, can gather water and walk on water." After reading, the crowd fell silent. Over the past 2 years, these youths had also studied knowledge about devil fruits, understanding how powerful these 3 mythical Zoan fruits were. Just one of them could attract countless covetous eyes in the world. The devil fruits have another name, the fruits that change fate, and these 3 devil fruits could undoubtedly transform an ordinary person into a dominant powerhouse. Fufufu. With 3 powerful mythical Zoan fruits along with the Paramecia purification fruit, Doflamingo laughed excitedly, while his vigilance towards the strength of the world government grew even more. Such powerful mythical Zoan fruits, if they are willing to give 3, then how many powerful devil fruits has the world government accumulated over these 800 years? The 3 devil fruits given by the world government this time have all appeared in the classic of mountains and seas in his past life. Although the descriptions in the Devil Fruit Illustrated Guide are brief, Doflamingo recalls the legends of these 3 animals from his past life and feels there are abilities that the world government is unaware of or has not disclosed to him. It is a pity that he has already consumed a devil fruit. Had he eaten any one of these 3 back, then he would have become a formidable figure like Kaido the Azure Dragon. However, he is now just a mudfish. Adjusting his slightly disappointed mood, Doflamingo once again focused his gaze on the 3 devil fruits. Even those who had already become users of abilities looked at the 3 devil fruits with longing, let alone the others. Doflamingo had already chosen the owners for these 3 mythical Zoan fruits, the 3 best performers in physical combat from the Youth Brigade. They are the brothers Haki and Bowden, along with the eldest Drake. Needless to say about Haki and Bowden, these 2 were saved by Doflamingo precisely because of their immense strength and taller stature compared to their peers. Over the past 2 years, they have led the way in physical combat, and with the enhancement of the mythical Zoan fruits, they are expected to reach at least the rank of Vice Admiral in the future. Drake's talent has already been demonstrated in the original story, and by consuming a more powerful mythical Zoan fruit now, he is sure to become even stronger than in the original tale. Moreover, Doflamingo is dedicated to training and guiding these youths. He believes that within 5 years they will be able to support the Don Quixote family. It is said that to develop the mythical Zoan devil fruits to their strongest stage, the character of the user is also related. Doflamingo thought for a moment and decided to give the white tiger fruit to the rational Haki. Haki will be the leader of the Eagle Squad in the future. The white tiger is associated with slaughter and can fly, and Doflamingo believes Haki can master this fruit. As for the Mera fruit, it will be given to Drake. Although he appears steady, he also possesses the impulsiveness of youth, making this fruit very compatible with him. The Koei Nyo fruit, of course, is for Bowden. The Koei Nyo with its 1 leg is a divine beast that stirs up trouble in the classic of mountains and seas, and Bowden's lively personality makes this fruit a perfect match for him. Doflamingo glanced at the 3 and then handed each of them their respective fruits. With disbelief in their eyes, Doflamingo said sternly, "I have said that as long as you prioritize the interests of the family will do its utmost to cultivate you. In the past 2 years you have all performed exceptionally well, and thus have earned my recognition. Eat them. This is the family's reward for you." "Young master." The 3 were incredulous that Doflamingo would gift them such precious devil fruits. Noticing their hesitation, Doflamingo laughed loudly. "Ho ho ho, no matter how precious a devil fruit is, it must be consumed to unleash its power. Do you remember what I said before? The strong are always humans. Therefore, being able to give you these devil fruits indicates that I believe your potential will not be wasted. So eat them. The future of the Don Quixote family relies on you. Yes, young master. I will always be loyal to you. Upon hearing this, Haki picked up the milky white fruit and consumed it, immediately furrowing his brows. Seeing this, Bowden and Drake no longer hesitated and opened their mouths to bite down. It tastes terrible. Water. I need water. After taking a bite, Bowden's features contorted and he excitedly ran around the ship. However, as he ran, a pool of flowing water appeared beneath his feet, and Bowden was surprised to find that he was actually running off the ship, thrilled to be racing across the water surface. Haha, look at me. Hey, bang, splash. This idiot. Luckily, Xiaoqi, Pekin, and Beppo were not users of abilities, otherwise Bowden would have drowned. Doflamingo recalled the water under Bowden's feet and pondered. That speed. Is this controlling water? While seawater only weakens the bodies of ability users, unlike Haki, which diminishes their powers, Bowden can possibly learn to control the seawater with careful practice. Although he was still unclear about the overall abilities of the other two fruits, just based on the Kuei Nyo fruit's performance, it is evident that the mythical Zoan fruits are extraordinary. Haki and Drake were not as reckless as Bowden. They jumped onto the island to begin experimenting with their fruit abilities. Drake transformed into a creature resembling a bear, but with a red mouth, red eyes, and a white tail, his body engulfed in flames. With a gentle clap, the earth cracked and began to close, gradually rising up, followed by an eruption of flames resembling a miniature volcano. Meanwhile, Haki transformed into an ethereal white giant tiger floating in midair. With a casual swipe of his paw, the small trees on the island were instantly snapped in half. Notably, both of them were extremely large in their beast forms. Haki's body stretched over 20 meters, while Drake was even larger, standing about 30 meters tall. This made the youngest, Beppo and Sugar, unable to contain their shouts. Recovering, Bowden saw the two so excited and smiled, saying, "Look at me." As Bowden jumped down, a hornless, comical-headed bull monster appeared before everyone. Its size was comparable to Drake's transformation, with tough azure skin and only one large hoof under its belly. Bowden was also glowing brightly when he transformed. Ha ha ha. Xiaoqi and Pekin laughed as they playfully patted each other. You don't look fierce at all, Bowden. You're even cuter than Beppo. Is this fruit a mythical Zoan? Ha ha, why do you look like a little calf? Hearing their teasing, Bowden slowly opened his mouth. Boom. A roar that sounded like thunder erupted from Bowden's mouth, and Sugar and the others quickly covered their ears in pain. After the thunderous roar, the sky suddenly darkened, wild winds howled, and raindrops quickly fell, accompanied by lightning that struck down dazzlingly. Boom. Gulp. Watching scores of fish floating with their bellies up in the sea, Xiaoqi and Pekin swallowed hard. How about that? Is it still cute? Huh. Do you want me to strike you? No? Help. All right, Bowden. Seeing Bowden getting playful again and wanting to tease the two, Haki swiped his tiger paw, and the wild wind immediately ceased, dispersing the dark clouds. Doflamingo observed this scene and noted that while the white tiger only controlled the wind element, its mastery certainly exceeded that of other fruits capable of manipulating the wind. However, he wondered how it compared to the natural wind element fruits. Moreover, the white tiger is not just about wind, it enhances attack power, likely increasing its own penetrative power as well, and since it specializes in slaughter, it must have other abilities too. The Mara fruit can control earth and fire, creating volcanoes, while the Kuei Nyo controls wind, rain, thunder, and lightning. Regardless, Doflamingo was extremely satisfied with these three fruits. With three powerful mythical Zoan ability users, Doflamingo eagerly anticipated how far the Don Quixote family would go in the future. The Zoan-type devil fruit enhances the physical condition of the user with effects that are immediate. Thus, on their way back, the three of them were getting accustomed to their strengthened bodies. Drake surprised Doflamingo as he discovered that Drake's strength could rival that of the Hardy and Bolton brothers. Hardy and Bolton already possessed extraordinary strength, and after consuming the fruit, their powers were further amplified. Yet Drake could stand shoulder to shoulder with them in terms of strength, indicating that the fruit's contribution to power was indeed remarkable. The news of Doflamingo hijacking the celestial gold and becoming a warlord of the sea quickly spread throughout the world. Unlike the panic felt by the lower-class civilians, some kings of allied nations and powerful figures began to pay attention to Doflamingo. After all, a pirate who could hijack celestial gold and is yet to be exterminated by the world government must possess extraordinary capabilities. The world government does not treat those who dare to offend them with kindness. Sugarcane Island, as the name suggests, is famous for its abundant sugarcane. However, despite the plentiful sugarcane, it cannot be exported and most of it rots on the island. The Grand Line is unlike the Four Seas. Not only is the weather unpredictable, but traveling to each destination requires navigational records, coupled with the rampant piracy resulting in very few merchant fleets on the Grand Line. There is a small town on the island with a population of about 10,000. Previously, it belonged to a non-allied nation, but now it does not belong to any country. The non-allied nation has been overrun by pirates, and this place has been occupied by pirates for years, with most of the island's inhabitants having been raided by them. Due to the island's abundant sugarcane, several rum distilleries have been built. The conditions: just surviving is enough. If anyone falls ill, they are thrown into the sea. As for complaints about hardship, they are non-existent. In this world, human life is the least valuable. Thus, in the past, aside from the pirates, the faces of the island's inhabitants were completely numb, unable to eat enough or stay warm, living in constant fear of being killed by pirates, facing a tomorrow that would never come. However, now the mental state of the island's residents is completely different from before. They wear neat work uniforms and work diligently. At quitting time, they rush to the cafeteria to enjoy free meals. Now they talk and laugh, no longer filled with despair as they were before, because 2 years ago the Don Quixote family took over this island. Furthermore, due to the island's climate being highly suitable for growing fruits and grains, they have also transported numerous slaves from destroyed nations, establishing many factories. However, in dealing with these slaves, Doflamingo generously allows them to marry and have children like ordinary people. The family builds them houses and buys furniture, but the price is that they must work for the Don Quixote family forever. The Don Quixote family provides all food and necessities, and those who work hard can exchange for desired items. For these lower-class civilians, having free meals, consistent work hours, free doctors when sick, and free medicine is simply a dream they never dared to imagine. Thus, many slaves with families still ask the Don Quixote family members to bring them over as well. Although freedom is limited here, for them survival is far more important than freedom. Not everyone possesses the resolve that it is better to die than to live in chains. For most, their dream in this distorted world is simply 3 words: to survive. Therefore, they not only accept the rule of the Don Quixote family, but also support it wholeheartedly. There is no oppression here, and if one works, while there might be a chance for advancement, it is the epitome of fairness. This is also an important stronghold for the Don Quixote family in the Grand Line. The profits from alcohol are even higher than those from human trafficking. Such strongholds that only engage in legitimate business will continue to expand in the future. Anyway, as long as the Don Quixote family banner is raised, it remains quite safe. At least the deterrent effect against pirates is greater than that of the Navy. After inspecting all the factories, Doflamingo gave a few directives to the officers stationed here and brought the gathered key personnel to the conference room. Doflamingo, I must congratulate you on becoming a warlord of the sea. Diamante's words were interrupted by Torpal. With the identity of a warlord of the sea, we no longer need to worry about the Navy. The family's business can also leverage the Navy's channels, which is quite convenient. This way, the family's development will expedite. Regarding Toripal's habit of interrupting others, everyone has already grown accustomed to it. Diamante did not take it to heart, resting his legs on the table. When Toripal finished, he continued, "Among the children we recruited, I have brought a few promising ones with me, and I believe they will help the family in the future. Some pirates we recruited have also selected a batch of middle-level officers after duels. As for personnel, we need not worry. After Doflamingo becomes a warlord, more and more pirates will seek to join us." After Diamante finished speaking, Pika continued, "According to your orders, except for some special factories, I have already commanded that all factories treat the slaves well and improve their living conditions. The conditions for recruited workers have also improved significantly. However, Doflamingo, doesn't this require a lot of money? Why are we being so generous to them? Can't we just catch more if they die?" Doflamingo stood up and said, "Pika and all of you, I suppose you may have some doubts regarding this issue. Why should I spend a high cost to raise the wages and welfare of those workers and improve the living conditions of those slaves? You must remember what I am about to say." Doflamingo walked to the window and pointed to a distant tall tower, saying, "Do you see that towering tower? When we initially took over here, I looked at it from this position. Back then, things would occasionally fall from the tower. I thought it was snowflakes, but after watching for a while, I realized it was people committing suicide. Because they were oppressed by pirates to the point of wishing for death, so they chose to end their own lives. What is the value of a slave? He has good physical strength and works diligently. Have you calculated the difference in benefits he can bring compared to someone who drags a sickly body to work?" Doflamingo turned his head and surveyed the room, saying, "You must remember, while violence and destruction can instill fear and make people tremble, only the binding of interests can truly make them stand with you. The lower-class slaves and civilians actually ask for very little. They merely wish to survive. Perhaps they want a better life for their families, the ability to afford some delicious food, beautiful clothing, and so on. These are all forms of survival. By improving their living conditions, raising their wages, and stimulating their work enthusiasm, we can bind their interests with ours. At that point, if someone opposes us, who do you think will be the first to disagree?" Seeing the contemplative expressions of everyone, Doflamingo laughed loudly. To win people's hearts, providing them with tangible benefits is the most important. Violence and oppression are already outdated. All right, everyone. After dismissing the meeting, take a break. We set off tomorrow to the New World. After becoming one of the 7 warlords, the Flamingo ship, flying the flag of Don Quixote, boldly arrived at the passage guarded by the Navy beneath the Red Soil continent. Upon seeing the Flamingo flag, the Navy did not hesitate and allowed them to pass without any inspection. Nearby boats and lines saw the flag, and many nobles quickly turned away. The young men were all excited. Becoming pirates to this extent only added to their pride in the Don Quixote family. Dressrosa is geographically located in the central part of the New World and is a very impoverished nation. Nearby, several other countries are in a constant state of war, even poorer than Dressrosa, while the king of Dressrosa, Nika-Nika Fruit, occasionally helps them, advocating benevolent governance, earning him great fame. Thus, the people of Dressrosa, despite their hardships, hold great affection for him. This is also why in the original story Doflamingo continually sought to extort money from him, eventually controlling him to slaughter his own citizens. If Doflamingo tarnished his reputation, he would not gain the support of the lower class, even if he became the king of this nation. Therefore, Doflamingo decided to continue with this method to seize control of the nation. In the deep of night, a group stealthily infiltrated the palace of Dressrosa. Doflamingo sat on a rather shabby throne, eyes closed, silently waiting. Bang! Boom! It seemed someone was resisting, but soon calm returned, and shortly after, a dozen people were brought in. Doflam, this guy is quite formidable. He almost escaped. Bang! Diamante threw a man with a resolute face and long hair to the ground. Despite his injuries, the man shouted loudly, "Who are you guys? Quickly release Lord Liku." Cyrus. A woman holding a child was also escorted in. With pink hair, upon seeing the man, she rushed over, but accidentally fell to the ground. Wow! Mom! Boo-hoo! Rebecca! The child's cries filled the small palace. After carefully examining the people brought in, Doflamingo nodded and said, "Very well, everyone is here, so let's begin." Doflamingo, what do you want? The Liku king, firmly pressed to the ground by Drake, roared angrily. Doflamingo stood up and walked in front of him, smiling as he said, "Fufufu. That's a good question. We are pirates, of course. We are here to rob. Now I give you 4 hours. No matter what method you use, gather 100 billion berries. Otherwise I will not only kill the people here, but also invade this place." Drake let him go. "I believe he won't be foolish enough to attack me." After standing up, the Liku king loudly declared, "We don't have that much berries. This country is very poor. I can give you all the treasures from the royal family. There might be around 20 million berries. Please just leave." Bang! Doflamingo pulled out a pistol and shot a guard dead, speaking to the Liku king. "No more nonsense, Liku king. Time is very limited. The royal family has no money, but your subjects do. Do not let them know of our existence. Go ask them. If they find out about us, I will completely destroy this country." Fufufu. Upon hearing this, the Liku king no longer hesitated and ran out alone. On the way, he met guards rushing over, but did not explain, just urged them to follow him. After the Liku king left, Doflamingo glanced at the royal family members and then focused on the furious Cyrus, lightly moving his fingers. Cyrus, held by Borton, had no power to resist as Doflamingo easily pierced his throat with a thread. Cyrus. Haha. Cyrus stared wide-eyed at Doflamingo, stretching out his hands to do something, but ultimately futilely let them drop. "Take these people down. Keep an eye on them. Do not let them escape." Yes. Perhaps because the time of becoming one of the 7 warlords was earlier than in the original story, they encountered the Cyrus family returning home. This also spared Doflamingo a lot of trouble. Regarding this man who could escape Sugar's control even when turned into a toy, Doflamingo feared any unexpected incidents and directly killed him. In many movies or novels from his past life, villains faced certain protagonists or side characters, either underestimating them or due to a twisted desire to see their suffering, they did not kill them, leading to their defeat many years later. Doflamingo naturally had no such malicious hobby. Thus, Doflamingo had already privately decided to become the new king of this nation, having killed all who needed to be killed. Even Violet, who might have a connection with Doflamingo in the future, would not be spared. It was merely a mere gaze fruit. Haki had long since learned Kinbunshika Haki and Busashoka Haki. After consuming the white tiger fruit, his dual-color Haki had advanced significantly, and he could use Kinbunshika Haki to create an invisible monitoring circle through the gentle flow of the breeze. Although the controllable range was currently limited to a small town, with further development, he would certainly be able to monitor the entire Dressrosa in the future. This was also a suggestion Doflamingo had made to Haki based on Enel's heart network, and he never expected it to actually work. Therefore, there was really no need to spare the lives of the people in the Liku royal family. As for Rebecca, he hoped she would be reborn into a better life in the next life. This world is inherently unfair. Things are either done or completely done. Doflamingo went outside the castle lightly moving his fingers. Having already wrapped several threads around the Liku King and a group of guards, the moonlight fell upon Doflamingo as a melody symbolizing death and despair slowly emerged from his hands. Then please enjoy the country's helpless wails slowly. Fufufu. The Liku King and the group of guards, unable to control themselves, helplessly watched as the weapons in their hands struck the civilians, their hearts filled with despair. Everyone, run. I'm sorry. We can't control ourselves. No, don't. Boom. The Liku King has gone mad. They are destroying this country. Child. My child. They set fire. Help. Help. Fufufu. Did you see that? When the strong require the weak to pay with their lives, the weak have no right to refuse. This is the essence of this world. King Liku returned to the castle, his face a mask of despair as he was controlled by Don Quixote Doflamingo. After being forced to kill over 100 innocent residents, Doflamingo suddenly appeared before his subjects, having defeated him. The unfortunate guards were also slain on the spot by the officers of the Don Quixote family. They presented a stack of so-called evidence accusing him of inciting wars between several neighboring countries and claimed to have discovered over 100 billion berries from the royal family. His reputation was utterly ruined and Dressrosa had fallen into Doflamingo's hands. Upon seeing the corpses of all his family members, King Liku finally broke down in despair. Doflamingo, why? Why are you treating us this way? We have no grievances against you. Why? Why? Because you are too weak. Doflamingo said coldly. And you are not a qualified king. You may be a good person, a benevolent monarch, but you are not a competent ruler. Under your leadership, the citizens live in abject poverty, and even with the entire nation's effort, they cannot gather 100 billion berries. How the sadder truth is that the people's poverty is not due to royal oppression. I have never seen a royal family in any country with only 20 million berries, and it is still a vassal state. This has always been the territory of the Don Quixote family, and your Liku clan is merely acting as our steward. Doflamingo continued, patting King like a shoulder. Now that I am reclaiming your rights, it is quite reasonable. So just go in peace. I will generously bury you all together. Bang! Putting away his revolver, Doflamingo said to Law, bury them together. We must honor our word. The reason Dressrosa is so impoverished is largely due to the soil quality. The soil here can support flowers and grass, but the harvest for crops is extremely poor. Beneath Dressrosa's land lies mostly rock. For Pika, who consumed the stone fruit, this place is simply the most suitable country for him. Having accepted Doflamingo's advice, Pika abandoned swordsmanship and focused on the development of his fruit powers. Now his strength is at least much greater than before. His understanding of the stone fruit is no longer so one-sided. He has developed many powerful techniques. However, at this moment, he has transformed into a construction worker. In addition to building the castle, he also needs to construct new homes for those whose houses were burned and who are now homeless. These past few days have kept him extraordinarily busy. After distributing hundreds of billions of berries evenly among the residents of Dressrosa, Doflamingo held a national assembly stating that he would fully develop Dressrosa and drive poverty away from it, gaining the support of countless people. Many fleeing guards, loyalists of King Liku, and those who questioned Doflamingo were reported one by one. The pirates who had been trained like soldiers over the past few years became the new guard of Dressrosa. After being busy for more than half a month, Dressrosa finally stabilized. Doflamingo then took Drake to Greenbit Island. Dressrosa is connected to Greenbit Island by an iron bridge, which was once passable, but 200 years ago countless ferocious fighting fish appeared, and the bridge has long been abandoned. Greenbit Island has gradually become an uninhabited wasteland filled with towering plants, transforming into a primitive forest. Doflamingo utilized his observation haki to project his voice far and wide. People of Don Quixote Kingdom, come out. However, after waiting for a long time with no response, Doflamingo said to Drake, start the cleanup. Oh, and don't touch that area. Seeing the direction Doflamingo pointed, Drake nodded and walked in the opposite direction. He transformed into his hybrid form, placing his hands on the ground, causing the earth to crack, trees to topple, and then be swallowed by the closing earth. In just a few seconds, a clearing had already been made. A few minutes later, Doflamingo smirked and called out to the still clearing Drake. Stop, Drake, it seems someone is unhappy. Swish. Swish. Stop. Human. Huh. What's going on? Fufufu. Doflamingo used his strings to lift over 100 tiny people no larger than a palm into the air and said softly, attacking me is not a wise choice. What do you want, human? Let them go. Doflamingo crouched down and looked at the chief of the Don Quixote clan, who was wearing a crown and was being protected by several tiny people, saying, I apologize for inviting you out to meet in this manner. I am Don Quixote Doflamingo, the new king of Dressrosa. To improve the lives of my subjects, I intend to build a factory here on Greenbit Island. I mean you no harm, and I hope you won't misunderstand. What? You are the new king of Dressrosa. My name is Gancho, and it is a pleasure to meet you. To Doflamingo's surprise, Gancho's attitude was especially friendly, which delighted him, but he still calmly replied, Chief Gancho, it is also an honor to see you. I apologize for the disturbance. It's no trouble. No trouble. Gancho waved his hands and said, I was actually just planning to visit you. I've heard about King Lika's situation. I didn't expect him to be so hypocritical and insane. I've heard many times about your benevolence towards Dressrosa during this time. However, building a factory here is. The tiny people are indeed a naive race. Doflamingo felt a moment of reflection, deciding to use the original lie he had conceived to deceive them. After all, with their naivety, they would surely not suspect anything. Chief Gancho, we can discuss the factory later. Actually, I came to you this time to apologize. Apologize? Yes. Doflamingo said sincerely, my full name is Don Quixote Doflamingo, perhaps you do not know. But I was once a celestial dragon, and my ancestors were part of the royal family of Dressrosa before becoming celestial dragons. However, at that time he deceived you and enslaved the Don Quixote clan for a long time. What? Is he telling the truth? Is there any truth to this? Chief, quiet. Quiet down. As soon as Doflamingo finished speaking, the tiny people began chattering excitedly. Gancho raised his cane forcefully to silence them. Before Gancho could speak, Doflamingo continued, but now I am no longer a celestial dragon. Hearing this, Gancho cooperatively asked, oh, why is that? Doflamingo silently praised him in his heart and continued, for 100 years ago, one of my female ancestors met a man named Roland, and they had a child together. The lineage continues only with us. Because I inherited Roland's while my father led us to break away from the celestial dragon family. Unfortunately, my father, mother, and brother were all killed by those who misunderstood us. I was forced to become a pirate, but I never forgot my original intention and ultimately became the king of Dressrosa. Remembering my ancestors' records about you, I specifically came to apologize. What? Lord Roland. He is actually a descendant of Lord Roland. Woo-woo. How tragic. Woo-woo. After hearing Doflamingo's contradictory words, even the oldest Gancho was crying uncontrollably, let alone the other tiny people. With Doflamingo's consolation, the tiny people finally stopped crying. Gancho immediately stated, let's not speak of the past. We, the Don Quixote clan, are willing to follow your command. Someone prepare a feast to welcome our benefactor's descendant, His Majesty King Doflamingo. These little people are experts in agriculture, and the reason Don Quixote Doflamingo sought to gather them is of course due to this expertise. Since Dressrosa is unsuitable for cultivating crops and fruits, the fertile and resource-rich Greenbit Island has been designated by Doflamingo as the agricultural base for Dressrosa. Although sugar has turned some people into toys, the number is not as exaggerated as in the original story. Doflamingo still hopes to rule this country through the binding of interests. While Dressrosa is constructing underground weapon factories, Greenbit is growing fruits and crops, establishing breweries and food factories. With a dual approach, their lives are naturally improving. Kaido is also continuously recruiting personnel aiming to develop artificial devil fruits. Caesar has already established early contact with Doflamingo and has made some suggestions. Furthermore, Doflamingo is filled with curiosity regarding artificial devil fruits, and their future development will require the assistance of the little people. Therefore, the dwarf clan must be under the control of Doflamingo. He pondered for a long time, but did not expect the dwarf clan to be so naive. But this is also good, and naivety can be a kind of blessing. If the dwarf clan does not believe, Doflamingo will naturally not hold back. Violence is the last and most effective means. The place where the dwarf clan lives is surprisingly high. Although they cannot stand up straight, it is no problem to walk in bent over and sit down. Various fruits and brewed drinks were served. Looking at the two peculiar fruits before him, Doflamingo uncertainly said, what are these? Devil fruits. What kind of fruits? Recalling the fruits that appeared in the Devil Fruit Encyclopedia, Doflamingo was overjoyed. Chief Gancho, can I buy these two fruits? Buy? They were originally meant for you to eat. To say buy is truly too rude. Haha, Chief Gancho is right, it was my mistake. At the banquet, Doflamingo and Gancho reached an agreement on all matters regarding the development of Greenbit Island. The area where the dwarf clan lives will not be disturbed and will be designated a forbidden zone. Moreover, the dwarf clan will cultivate excellent plant seeds for the Don Quixote family. And for Doflamingo, he does not need to pay anything, he just needs to ensure that the people of Dressrosa do not disturb them as before. What a good person. Doflamingo returned to the newly built palace and threw the two fruits in his hand to Hardy. These two are extremely rare bug fruits. One is in the form of a hoof-foam, and the other is in the form of a rhinoceros beetle. You can decide who will eat these two fruits. Now, there are already 4 members in the family who have the ability to fly. These 2 devil fruits can create 2 more squad leaders. From now on, you will be the captain of the Eagle team, and soon a batch of approximately 200 elites will arrive here. Your ability allows you to carry people while flying. These individuals will be members of the Eagle team, and besides you, they will only obey my orders. Train them well. Yes, young master. The moment Doflamingo fed the white tiger fruit to Hardy, he had already decided to put the Eagle team, which would handle various emergencies, under Hardy's command. As for the snake team, it would naturally be entrusted to Drake. Drake's moving fruit allows him to burrow underground, and he is reliable. After recognizing the Don Quixote family, he executes every task perfectly. There is no one else more suitable. Moreover, Law and Borton have already been dispatched by Doflamingo to the South Sea to expand the business of the Don Quixote family, while also honing their own abilities. Compared to the Grand Line, the area of the Four Seas is much broader with more countries, thus more opportunities to earn money. The East Sea is too barren, and the West Sea's underground world is quite exclusive, making business expansion in the South Sea much easier. Doflamingo aims to turn Dressrosa into a tourist destination. He plans to build an amusement park larger than that of the Sabaody archipelago and to establish shopping stores and gourmet streets. After all, Dressrosa is also famous for its delicious food. Moreover, the flower sea of Dressrosa is enchanting, and with the joint efforts of Pika and Drake to create some artificial wonders, it is sure to attract women and children. As for men, the bullfighting arena in Dressrosa is renowned far and wide, and this will naturally not be cancelled. The casino and bar are places that men love, and by adding some bathhouses and similar buildings, the nobles will certainly come here in droves. For a country or city to develop, certain industries must be present. A city without nightlife lacks a soul. Moreover, the family has cultivated numerous attractive slaves over the years. Under Doflamingo's guidance, they have also established a star-making industry. In this world, the image-transmitting snail has replaced the television, computer, and mobile phone of the previous life in some respects. Among the image-transmitting snails, besides the fixed channels of the world government and navy, there are also many private channels of various countries and even individuals. However, since the image-transmitting snails are not widespread in every household, this world clearly does not emphasize this industry. But Doflamingo does not think so. The telephone snail is a naturally grown creature, and there are many people who farm them, so they are not actually expensive. What is expensive is the cost of installing the equipment. Whether it is the dial, the transmitter, or the projector, all are installed on the telephone snail later. Moreover, the world government has stipulated that every town in the affiliated countries must be equipped with at least one image-transmitting snail to receive broadcasts similar to news programs. There are also regular entertainment programs, and if they encounter better rulers, they will set aside fixed times for the public to watch. Therefore, the star-making plan is indeed feasible. At least in recent years, over a dozen slaves have become somewhat famous stars in the world. There are even 2 female slaves who have caught the attention of the celestial dragons from Mary Geoise and have been traded away. In any case, this industry has immense potential. Torbol has also noticed the profits in this line of work and has been actively purchasing some attractive slaves for training in recent years. Even if they are not very successful, slaves with decent appearances who can dance and sing are still expensive. Doflamingo plans to have the most famous stars reside in Dressrosa after the transformation is complete to attract popularity, believing that Dressrosa will surely develop rapidly. Furthermore, Doflamingo has decided to apply to the world government for Dressrosa to become a sanctuary that, like the future Golden City, cannot be touched. He believes there is still a good chance of approval. At that time, he will secretly manufacture weapons while maintaining the appearance of a tourist destination, a major producer of various crops. The prospects are promising. After entrusting the development plan of Dressrosa to Torbol, Doflamingo could finally focus on his training. After thoroughly reviewing the advanced technique of the 6 forms, Doflamingo gained much inspiration and insight. With his enhanced physique, not only did his strength and reflexes improve, but his innate talent for martial arts also far surpassed his previous self. Coupled with Doflamingo's current creativity, he developed many unique techniques that stimulated his body and enhanced training efficacy. Using threads to alleviate physical fatigue and stimulate bodily organs to recover from post-training exhaustion, thereby extending training time and enhancing training effects. The 6 forms are highly dependent on talent. Those with strong talent can quickly master them, while those with poor talent may take a decade to learn even a single technique. Doflamingo naturally possessed considerable talent, easily mastering the 6 forms, and in some respects, he had already developed similar techniques to the life return maneuver. Life return is difficult due to the need for precise control over consciousness, requiring one to channel awareness throughout every part of the body, even down to the hair and cells, essentially achieving multitasking. In this regard, Doflamingo's talent is unmatched, allowing him to stimulate cells with threads for training. Thus, he had naturally mastered the life return technique long ago. Unlike the 6 forms which directly impact combat, the application of life return is primarily reflected in the ability to swiftly reposition internal organs during battles to evade enemy attacks, or to utilize the energy from consumed food for storage and bodily recovery. It can also be used to develop the 6 forms, generating even more powerful offensive capabilities. However, Doflamingo did not delve deeply into this aspect. Mastery of the 6 forms is merely a reference. For experts, everyone has their unique fighting style, and every martial arts master possesses techniques akin to the 6 forms. Doflamingo often sparred with his subordinates on deserted islands. Previously, it was just Pika and Diamante, but now he had included several members of the youth team. During sparring, Doflamingo would directly activate his Devil Fruit Awakening. Activating this awakening consumes a considerable amount of stamina, but the more one awakens it, the more accustomed they become. Exhausting oneself from the awakened state is also one of the fastest ways to fatigue, and it is extremely effective for stamina growth. Becoming stronger is not an overnight process. Although his body has been enhanced, Doflamingo persists in rigorous training every day. Under his guidance, the officers of the Don Quixote family have also become fervent training enthusiasts. Virgo entered the training camp as expected, and later last year, he sent some documents to Doflamingo. These contained information on the activation and training methods of the 3-color Haki, as well as more powerful techniques. This included the external and internal destruction of the armament Haki. Both techniques are referred to as flowing Sakura in Wano country, and the internal destruction is the method of Haki that Luffy comprehended when defeating Kaido in the future. To be precise, what Borsalino taught was external destruction, while Rayleigh's teachings pertained to the more advanced internal destruction. The difference lies in the fact that one penetrates only the surface to affect the muscles, while the other affects the internal organs of the enemy's body. For a master like Kaido who possesses a special physique, those who do not master these techniques are basically fodder. Relying solely on his powerful physique, he can ignore some ordinary Haki attacks, making it difficult for anyone to inflict harm on him. At this level, both sides' combat experience and physical strength are generally on par, so it is not unusual for battles to last several days and nights. However, if caught off guard and struck in a vital organ by flowing Sakura, victory could be decided swiftly. Thus, there are times when even with ample stamina, if the internal organs have suffered severe damage, one may not be able to persist. After all, while the people in this world possess great martial prowess, they still fall within the realm of humanity. However, the operation of flowing Sakura is quite evident, and masters will always take evasive actions in advance or defend. The reason Kaido lost, aside from overconfidence, also involved factors like intoxication and the multifaceted effects of the Nika fruit. The strength of the armament Haki is closely related to its quantity. The more there are, the greater the strength and the wider the range of attacks. Few people can freely utilize their entire body in this manner, as armament Haki is consumable. Although it can be restored, most people do not easily use the full body state in combat. Individuals like Virgo are truly exceptional. Currently, Doflamingo is similar, at least he can maintain the hardened state of his armament Haki for an hour without issue. Most importantly, armament Haki can actually temper one's bones, producing a strength akin to that of a black blade. The nicknames of figures like Iron Fist Garp and Black Arm Zephyr are related to this. However, this enhancement must be approached with utmost caution, and it also depends on one's talent. Moreover, armament Haki can be fused with devil fruit abilities to generate extremely potent attacks, an area where Doflamingo excels. In this regard, Doflamingo in the original work could at least rank in the top 10 in this world, not to mention his now enhanced physique. The advanced training method for observation Haki involves diligent practice, detailed practice, where one should be able to observe an ant transporting food within the range covered by their observation Haki. Additionally, depending on each individual's strengths in observation Haki, the focus of training varies. For instance, some may excel in sensing human emotions, while others are more sensitive to movements, and so on. Doflamingo's observation Haki is particularly adept at sensing movements, allowing him to evade attacks from family subordinates in advance. This aspect somewhat resembles the development of foresight. As for Conqueror's Haki, there are mentions, but they are quite limited. The principle of Conqueror's Haki is somewhat similar to that of armament Haki. The difference lies in the strength of the body versus the strength of the will. Conqueror's Haki increases with the owner's vitality and spirit related to a person's charisma. If the possessor of Conqueror's Haki has absolute confidence in themselves and achieves victory after victory, then their Conqueror's Haki will undoubtedly be extraordinarily powerful. Conversely, if the possessor experiences several failures and loses confidence, their Conqueror's Haki may even vanish. Regarding this, Doflamingo believes that regardless of victory or defeat, one must have absolute confidence in oneself. As the saying goes, failure is not to be feared, but the inability to overcome failure and the resulting self-doubt is truly frightening. If a conqueror begins to doubt themselves, one can imagine how weak their haki will become. Most people's conqueror's haki can only reach a level sufficient to eliminate fodder looking impressive, yet being utterly useless. Doflamingo's previous conqueror's haki was at this level, with the difference being a more refined ability to distinguish friend from foe and apply it to enemies. A small portion of individuals can use conqueror's haki to attack enemies, much like armament haki. In some respects, conqueror's haki is an enhanced version of armament haki. Armament haki requires physical contact through weapons or fists to inflict damage, building up gradually to create destruction. In contrast, conqueror's haki acts like a bomb, violently breaking through an enemy's defenses without needing to make contact. While lacking the precision of internal destruction, it boasts a wide range and tremendous destructive power. All techniques utilizing conqueror's haki are filled with imposing presence and extreme destructive capability. For a small number of people, every action is imbued with overwhelming authority. Their conqueror's haki can block the perception of observation haki, consolidating all their force to instill fear in individual enemies. This might be what is referred to as the aura of a king. Currently, Doflamingo has become proficient in attacking enemies with his conqueror's haki significantly stronger than in the original work. Regarding armament haki, he has reached the level of external destruction, but still requires further practice to master internal destruction. After all, not everyone possesses the protagonist's halo like Luffy, and the rapid growth of Luffy's power is also due to the uniqueness of his fruit, which comes at the cost of his lifespan. Perhaps Luffy may have a shorter life than Roger. Ultimately, true strength requires gradual effort. Those with poor talent must train doubly hard, while those with great talent should do the same. Laziness is the primary reason a person stagnates. The climate of the countries in the Grand Line varies significantly. Some experience spring all year round, while others endure winter throughout the seasons, and some are not much different from the countries across the seas. Dressrosa only has 3 seasons: spring, summer, and autumn, with no winter at all. As the new year approaches, the weather merely turns a bit cooler, and many robust men and women on the streets still wear short sleeves and long skirts. Dancing women can be seen everywhere, accompanied by men either beating drums or strumming guitars, attracting many tourists to watch. With the fortune he acquired, Don Quixote Doflamingo used a significant portion to transform Dressrosa, while the remaining funds were allocated for research into the little people. With the help of Pika and Drake, the transformation progressed rapidly, completing most of it within half a year, with only a small part still under construction at a fast pace. Many factories have already been completed, with workers present in nearly every one. Naturally, during the transformation, some uncooperative individuals appeared, who, for such people, the weapon factory merely gained an additional puppet worker. As for families without strong laborers, consisting only of the elderly women and children, the Don Quixote family provides them with some light work and distributes a small amount of berries to those in dire need. Dressrosa has also established orphanages and nursing homes where some lonely elderly and orphan children are cared for by the state. After paying a price, the world government agreed to designate Dressrosa as an absolute peace zone where no one could act recklessly. All the houses of the citizens have been renovated, and they all have jobs. The days of barely having enough to eat have vanished, and the threat of war is no more, so the people naturally live happily and leisurely. The citizens hold the Don Quixote family in high regard, and they show the utmost respect for the new king of Dressrosa, Doflamingo. To them, Doflamingo, a Shichibukai, is more just than the navy. Have you ever seen a pirate treat their citizens like this after becoming a king? As a result, many people encourage their children to join the Don Quixote family. In addition to their recognition of the Don Quixote family, it's because the family treats its members' families with special care. Among the shop owners and those in more lucrative jobs, it's certain that someone in their family is a member of the Don Quixote family. Moreover, the Don Quixote family spares no expense in nurturing the youth, providing them with all sorts of delicacies and rare foods. As long as they can endure the training, they can become the Don Quixote family's defenders. Anyone from Dressrosa will join the defense troops under the Spade Corps led by Pika, and will not join other armies. Due to the power of the Shichibukai and the uniqueness of Dressrosa, there is practically no possibility of war, so they are naturally willing. However, if someone dares to attack Dressrosa, these people will surely fight to the death to protect it. Taking a step back means putting their own families at risk, who would not fight with all their might. On New Year's Day, several popular star teams performed in Dressrosa until midnight. Many Navy and pirates celebrated the night here. In no more than 6 months, all transformations will be completed, and Dressrosa will be even more prosperous than it is now. After the new year, it will already be the year 1512 of the sea calendar. Pirates continue to vie for the position of the Emperor of the Sea, and the New World is becoming increasingly chaotic with more and more weapon orders. Unlike the original story, the weapon factory was set up behind the palace by Doflamingo. With the joint efforts of Pika and Drake, it is incredibly secretive and located at the highest point of Dressrosa, and no one can come here freely. The workers here are either toys or slaves brought in from various places. Once the weapons are manufactured, they are directly transported to a dedicated port behind the palace for storage. The port was constructed from the mountains and contains countless warehouses. This port is exclusively for the Don Quixote family and is not open to the public. A long passage has been set up outside the port, and every ship arriving must confirm their identity before passing through. At this moment, a ship resembling a pterosaur docked at the port through the long passage. A tall man wearing a mask and dressed in black heavy metal slowly stepped off the ship. He is none other than the Beast Pirate's prominent figure, Fire Disaster Ash. Following him is a man of similar height with a metal jaw and adorned with ivory decorations on his head and shoulders. The man curiously surveyed the port and asked Ash, "Brother Ash, was this built by hollowing out a mountain? How long did it take? Didn't this joker just become the king of this country less than a year ago?" Ash glanced at him and replied solemnly, "Jack, do not underestimate this joker. Kaido has said that while his strength may be average, his mind is incredibly sharp, and he has connections with many factions. Becoming an agent of the underground world's trade, becoming a Shichibukai, and seizing Dressrosa. These are all his schemes. The weapons and other items we need can be traded with him. This year you have also become a prominent figure. From now on, the dealings with Joker will be entrusted to you, Jack." At this point, Ash's tone turned serious. "Kaido has high hopes for you and has promoted you to a prominent figure. From now on, do not act recklessly. The trade with Joker is extremely important for us. Joker is an equal partner, so do not do anything disrespectful." Jack scratched his head and said, "Don't worry, Brother Ash, I understand." As the two were talking, a man dressed in a pink coat and wearing sunglasses walked over from the port. He is none other than the head of the Don Quixote family, Don Quixote Doflamingo. Doflamingo wore a red suit paired with a black shirt, and his towering hair made him appear imposing. Beside him was Treble, followed by Hardy and Drake. The attire of the two was very similar to that of Doflamingo, but the difference was that Hardy wore a white feather coat, while Drake's feather coat was brown. "Pho, Ash, welcome to Dressrosa. Oh, this is..." Ash's height exceeds 6 meters, making him twice as tall as Doflamingo. The man beside him is slightly taller, almost reaching the 7-meter mark. Hardy. Upon seeing his unique attire, Doflamingo recognized him as Jack the Ship King, who was defeated by a blind man, an old man, and an old woman later on. Now he should be only 16 years old. He has grown this tall. He must have been as tall as Doflamingo at 8 years old. According to the original story, Jack should have had a decent relationship with Doflamingo. "Joker, this is Jack. He is our new prominent figure of the Beast Pirates. Fuhu, truly a promising young man. Just by looking at his aura, one can tell he must be a secret talent cultivated by Kaido. I'm glad to meet you. I hope we can cooperate happily in the future." Doflamingo extended his hand to Jack, and after they shook hands, Jack smiled and said, We're where? Compared to Brother Ash and Brother Queen, I still have a long way to go. This is Treble. He generally handles matters of the weapon factory. This is Drake, and this is Hardy." After both sides introduced themselves, Ash spoke up, "Joker, I came not only to introduce Jack to you, but also to bring Kaido's invitation. Kaido hopes you can attend the Flame Festival that will start in 2 months. There are some matters that Kaido needs to discuss with you." "The Flame Festival? Matters to discuss? Could it be regarding the cultivation of artificial devil fruits?" Doflamingo nodded and said, "That would be an honor. I will definitely attend on time. However, for now, let us go participate in the banquet, which is being held specifically to welcome you. Then I would trouble you." "Fuhu, you are too polite, Ash." Jack's personality is not as reckless as one might imagine. He is quite polite. He is simply a bit naive. After all, he is still a youth. Jean crossed his arms, not removing his mask to attend the banquet, simply standing by with his eyes closed, waiting. After a hearty meal, several tall women entered the room, 2 of whom approached Jack, their hands beginning to wander. Jack's face turned red instantly, and Doflamingo chuckled softly. "A true man should go through some experiences, shouldn't he? Don't you agree?" "Oomph." Jean glanced at Jack and said in a deep voice, "You are of age, go ahead and do what you want." With Jean's permission, Jack was half-heartedly taken away by the 2 women, while Jean followed behind them into the room. Once Jean left, Doflamingo softly said, "Send the prepared food and drinks into the room. Later, handle the bodies as usual, and don't let those women know. Just say these 2 women were bought away." "Understood." Jean, perhaps due to his racial background, wore a mask even when with women. He had a somewhat twisted personality. He never attended banquets. Each time he came, the food would be sent to his room separately, and 2 women would serve him. As for the women's fate, their bodies were covered in scars, their faces expressing despair and terror. This was quite normal for most pirates. To them, women were merely disposable items for releasing desires. Some powerful female pirates treated men in the same manner. This is the essence of this world. The weak have no choices. In the face of death, they could only beg for the mercy of the strong. Standing by the window looking at the prosperous Dressrosa, Doflamingo spoke to Treble. Has the auction house in Sabati Archipelago opened? Has the Yuki Nomi been delivered? Treble nodded and replied, it has been delivered, and as you said, I had Bellamy stay at the auction house, and he won't return until the auction is over. With him there, the auction's safety should be assured. That's good. Pika. In a few days, Treble will accompany me to Wano country for the Flame Festival. Dressrosa will be left to you. Pika nodded and replied with her sharp, thin voice, don't worry, Doflamingo. Although he was already accustomed to Pika's voice, which was completely inconsistent with her appearance, the strong sense of incongruity still made Doflamingo sigh. This voice and her physique. It's like a 5-year-old child pulling a willow. That night, Jean casually walked out of the room, wearing his mask, while several pirates entered a while later. 2 corpses of women covered in scars, and with faces full of despair were sent into the furnace of the factory. When Jean arrived, Jack was embracing 2 flushed women being fed food by them, looking quite content. He even removed the ornaments from his mouth, though it was better not to, as a young man, who looked to be in his 30s, was quite rare. Hey, Jean, are you done? You took so long as expected of you, Jean. Noticing Jean was alone, Jack asked in confusion, huh? Jean, what about those 2 women? Oh, those 2 women are too exhausted from being with Jean and need to rest. Jack, why not stay here tonight? Doflamingo smiled, changing the topic. Upon hearing this, Jack glanced at Jean, who said in a deep voice, since the goods are ready, let's head back. Don't forget to attend the Flame Festival on time. By the way, remember to bring them along. Kaido was very eager to see them. Looking in the direction Jean pointed, Doflamingo's heart sank. Hawkins and Drake looked at Doflamingo in shock. Doflamingo nodded and said softly, all right, I got it. Tell Kaido that we will attend on time. Jean also nodded and then shouted to Jack, all right. Jack, let's go. Jack stood up, reluctantly releasing the 2 women, and said to Doflamingo, goodbye, Joker. When you come to the Flame Festival, I'll treat you. I've heard from Brother Quinn that the courtesans in Wano country are exceptional. Doflamingo smiled and said I am indeed looking forward to meeting the 2 of them soon. After arriving at the port and sending the 2 away, Doflamingo said ominously, I wonder why that guy Kaido suddenly invited me to the Flame Festival. So he was waiting for me here. Does he covet my family? Treble, who was beside him, said worriedly, Kaido has always wanted us to acquire Zoan-type devil fruits, and now that he knows about Hardy and the others' abilities, he definitely won't let it go easily. Moreover, those from the Eagle team recently completed a mission and should have been exposed as well. Now the struggle for the title of Emperor of the Sea has solidified Kaido's position. Doflamingo, should we take a batch of weapons with us? Doflamingo interrupted Treble's words with a wave of his hand, saying, apologize. Treble, you must remember we are partners with Kaido. I am not his subordinate. No matter whether he is the Emperor of the Sea or not, our status is equal. I can do without those Seastone weapons, but he cannot cut off my connections. Compared to these devil fruits, the beast pirates need this underground trading platform even more, and only I can facilitate the circulation of their goods. Without me, this trading platform would cease to exist. Even if someone could still organize them, it would take a long time, because those people are not easily trusting of others. Moreover, this candidate cannot possibly be Kaido. It is highly likely to be Charlotte Lin from the Big Mom Pirates. Kaido's relationship with her is not so amicable. I've heard that they haven't had any interactions for many years. Kaido is not that foolish, so he wouldn't dare to do anything to me. At this point, Doflamingo adjusted his sunglasses and said with some anticipation, at most he will showcase his absolute power to make me maintain my fear of him. If that's the case, I am quite looking forward to it. Let me see the gap between myself and the Emperor of the Sea now. Upon realizing that Kaido had ulterior motives, Toripole decided to remain in Dressrosa, as his strength was indeed somewhat lacking. Currently, whether it is Law and Borton who are expanding into the South Sea market or Drake and Hardy who have stayed in Dressrosa, their strength far surpasses his. With extraordinary talent and relentless training, the young team has begun to grow and can stand on their own. The Flamingo slowly departed from the port. Doflamingo turned to Hardy and Drake beside him and said, we are heading to the territory of the soon-to maritime Emperor Kaido of the 100 Beasts. You 2 little brats better not embarrass our Don Quixote family. Kaido specifically called for you, so you should understand what he means, right? Hardy replied disdainfully, what if he is a maritime emperor? You will surpass them, it is just a matter of time. Besides, I have long wanted to witness the strength of a so-called top pirate crew. Drake tightened his brown coat and said firmly, no matter who the opponent is, I will not tarnish the reputation of the Don Quixote family. Fufufu. There is no need to be so serious. After all, Kaido won't really do anything to us. That guy may seem reckless, but a reckless man cannot become a maritime emperor. I suspect that he will send out 2 big shots to test you. However, given your strength, even if you cannot win, you should be able to hold on for a while, since you are both mythical Zoan users. Seeing the unconvinced expressions of the two Doflamingo continued, do not overestimate yourselves. Jin and the others have been famous for many years, and their strength is not something you can compare with. Moreover, Jack's ability to become a prominent figure in the 100 Beast crew at the age of 16 is definitely not solely because of Kaido's favor. After all, the 100 Beast crew is a pirate crew that respects strength. But you may not be their match now, yet you will definitely surpass them in the future. Just like me and Kaido. One day I will step on him. In the family I have high hopes for you few, so do not rush. Always remain calm and accept reality. Confidence is good, but excessive confidence turns into arrogance. The difference between confidence and arrogance is something only a fool who cannot see the situation would fail to discern. Hearing Doflamingo's slightly scolding words, the two replied in unison, "Yes. Young master, we understand." Doflamingo nodded, and then asked the man fishing on the deck, "Hey, Gata, how long do you estimate it will take to reach Onigashima? When we arrive, it shouldn't be too late or too early. Can we make it a few days before the Flame Festival?" Gata, a tall and muscular man with dark skin, quickly replied after hearing Doflamingo's question, "No problem, young master. I can definitely do it." Gata is the navigator on the Flamingo and has been a member of the family for many years. Gata is a long-legged tribe member, but not a combatant. His village was attacked by pirates, and he and his family were sold to slave traders. Years ago, in an auction house of a certain country, Doflamingo bought him and his family upon seeing the long-legged tribe for the first time, and from then on Gata became an informal member of the Don Quixote family. Originally, Doflamingo wanted to train him as a reserve cadre, but although Gata had a robust physique, he lacked any combat talent. However, although Gata's combat ability is not very strong, he is an excellent navigator. His father was a navigator on a pirate ship and taught him about the sea from a young age, so after he mentioned his role as a navigator to Doflamingo, he has been the navigator on the Flamingo. Gata has a high talent in this area, regardless of the complexity of the sea. He can accurately draw navigation charts after just one visit. Beepo often follows him to learn navigation, and his daughter Marianne is also a member of the young team. Last year, she successfully defeated more than a dozen rivals to become a purification fruit user. It is worth mentioning that Marianne, who has a solid long leg, is undoubtedly the most beautiful girl in the young team and is pursued by many young men, but she is proud and never gives them the slightest glance, earning her the nickname Ice Beauty among the young team. The distance from Wano country to Dressrosa is about 2 months, so the timeline is somewhat tight. However, the reputation of the Don Quixote family made a name for itself in the New World last year. Many pirates who provoked the Don Quixote family were wiped out, so there is no need to worry about any accidents on the way. Having traded with the 100 Beasts crew multiple times, there is naturally a fixed route between Dressrosa and Wano country. Although the environment at New World is harsher, as long as the right sea area is found and a route is set, it is not that dangerous. There are more islands here, and supply locations are plentiful. This is why Gata is confident in his ability to control the timing of reaching Onigashima. Indeed, as Gata said, 3 days before the Flame Festival began, the Flamingo accurately arrived at Onigashima. Onigashima, as the base of the 100 Beasts crew, has only one port, which is easy to defend but hard to attack. Now, because of the upcoming Flame Festival, many pirate ships are docked there. After 2 years of cooperation with Doflamingo, the 100 Beasts crew has truly begun to grow stronger. With Wano country stabilized, Kaido frequently roams the seas, attracting many pirates with his immense strength. At this time, in certain aspects aside from the 3 disasters, the mid-tier combat power of the 100 Beasts crew is not significantly stronger than that of the Don Quixote family. Currently, the Flying Six are indeed complete, but according to the original narrative, since these individuals can be replaced, their strength is actually quite average. Now Diamante and Pika could probably defeat them. After lingering for a while, Jin descended from the sky with flapping wings. "Joker, I am glad you could arrive on time at Onigashima. Kaido has prepared a special welcoming ceremony for you. Please follow me." Doflamingo walked to Jin's side with Hardy and Drake and said softly, "Oh, then I am truly honored. But could you tell me what kind of welcoming ceremony it is?" "Sure." Jin waved his hand, and a pirate nodded and stepped back. Then Jin whispered, "It is a challenge from our 100 Beast crew's Flying Six. The victor becomes the new Flying Six while the loser dies. You came at just the right time. A couple of months ago, Kaido recruited a decent Zoan user. It seems our 100 Beast crew's Flying Six will have to change again." Jin emphasized the word Zoan user, but Doflamingo seemed not to notice, chuckling softly. "Fufufu. The winner takes everything from the loser, while the loser has nothing, right? I can hardly wait, so please lead the way. Let on." Jin cast a deep glance at Don Quixote Doflamingo before turning and slowly moving forward. For a while no one spoke, until after walking for more than 10 minutes Doflamingo sensed a tremor. Thud, thud. It felt as if some enormous creature was rushing towards them from a distance. In his confusion, Doflamingo saw several giants, each towering tens of meters high, running past them. The leading giant was carrying a massive wine barrel, while the others were relentlessly pursuing him. Only then did Doflamingo realize, so that's it, it's them. It seems they are living quite well here. Is Mr. Kaido satisfied with this deal? Jean glanced back at Doflamingo and replied, "It's a very good deal, Mr. Kaido is extremely satisfied. However, Mr. Kaido also has some complaints." "Oh really? That's quite unfortunate." After finishing his words, Doflamingo did not linger and continued walking forward. Seeing his attitude, Jean clenched his fists, but ultimately let go, leading the way ahead of Doflamingo. These giants would later become the Beast Pirates, brutish dominators acquired through a large transaction of Sea Prism Stone between Kaido and the world government last year. Of course, Doflamingo played a crucial role in facilitating this. It is said that these brutish dominators are failed creations of Dr. Vegapunk's research on ancient giants. Though they possess immense strength, their intelligence is severely lacking and their tempers are exceptionally foul. Moreover, after drinking, they turn into merciless monsters. For the world government, these failures are akin to a double-edged sword. They are reluctant to dispose of them, yet consider it a waste to throw them away. Doflamingo, upon learning of this, proposed to find them a good buyer. The buyer, of course, is Kaido. The world government knows that these failed products can be exchanged for a substantial amount of Sea Prism Stone, so they would naturally not object. Upon learning of these beings, Kaido became very interested and quickly completed the transaction through Doflamingo. After all, he had fewer concerns. The Beast Pirates are a very traditional pirate crew. If one were to be killed by these monsters, they could only blame themselves. Besides, he wasn't any tougher when drunk than these brutish dominators. Under Jean's guidance, a massive arena soon appeared before Doflamingo. Compared to the bullfighting arena of Dressrosa, this arena looked quite rough, constructed from crude giant stones. Once inside, Doflamingo noticed that a significant number of pirates were already waiting. Seeing the thousands of fierce-looking pirates, Doflamingo knew that these individuals might be the elite combatants of the Beast Pirates. Moreover, judging by their appearance, they must have been waiting here for quite some time, having prepared in advance upon receiving news of his arrival. Was Kaido going to give him a warning here? Or did he have other intentions? Quinn, standing high on the podium, immediately grabbed the microphone and shouted as soon as he saw Jean bringing Doflamingo and the others in. Oh, our guests have arrived. Next, let us welcome our challenger Fuzz Fuzz to face the formidable flying six-member Hank. Fuzz Fuzz. So it's him, the unfortunate soul imprisoned after red-haired Shanks stole his fruit. But has he escaped so soon? As Jean led the three of them to the front row, Fuzz Fuzz, with hair similar to Doflamingo's coat, and a tall, muscular man, stepped onto the arena. Fuzz Fuzz's current attire was flamboyant. Both his height and style were quite similar to Doflamingo. However, now Doflamingo was more reserved, having to rely on Fuzz Fuzz to lead the fashion trend. Once the two stood firm, Quinn wasted no time and loudly announced, "Let us witness who will emerge victorious today." It seemed that the long wait had drained Doflamingo's patience. The man named Hank was not holding any weapons, appearing to be a master of martial arts or a superhuman. As soon as Quinn announced the start of the battle, Hank instantly transformed into a massive wild boar and charged at Fuzz Fuzz. Doflamingo had no doubt that Hank's sharp tusks would pierce through Fuzz Fuzz's body. Soru. In the face of Hank's aggressive charge, Fuzz Fuzz instantly appeared to the side before transforming into a beastman hybrid, seemingly feeling the pressure and not daring to underestimate Hank. Shurgon. Impact. From Doflamingo's perspective, Fuzz Fuzz's prowess clearly surpassed that of Hank. Hank was clearly a power-type fighter, and typically if such individuals do not train rigorously, their speed tends to be their weak point. In contrast, Fuzz Fuzz had the advantage of speed and decent strength, so the outcome of their battle was predictable. Even though Hank's armament Haki was very proficient, after about half an hour of fighting, one of his eyes was already blinded. In contrast, Fuzz Fuzz had not even torn a single piece of clothing. Seeing this, Doflamingo anticipated that Hank would not last much longer. Fuzz Fuzz's fighting style combined the six powers with his fruit abilities, especially excelling at Shurgon. While maintaining agility, his attack power was also quite formidable. Hank, aware of his weaknesses, likely relied on his decent physical attributes and the fruit's defensive enhancements to withstand Fuzz Fuzz attacks and find opportunities to counter. However, facing Fuzz Fuzz, who was practically his nemesis, Hank found it difficult to inflict damage. After realizing that his thick pigskin was resistant to ordinary attacks, Fuzz Fuzz utilized an enhanced version of Shurgon, directly blinding one of Hank's eyes, then continued to attack Hank's vulnerable areas like his armpits and neck. Boom. Ultimately, the tall Hank collapsed lifelessly to the ground. Upon witnessing this, the assembled pirates erupted in excitement, shouting, "Ha! Lord Fuzz Fuzz has won. Congratulations to our victor today. He is the new Flying Six member." Quinn shouted into the microphone, "Tell me his name." "Fuzz Fuzz. Fuzz Fuzz." The crowd shouted his name, much to Fuzz Fuzz's delight. He then walked up to the podium, took Quinn's microphone, and looked in Doflamingo's direction, proclaiming loudly, "When I first arrived in the New World, I heard of the great name of Don Quixote Doflamingo, the recognized warlord of the sea by the world government, possessing legal plunder rights, and even a ruler of a nation. How enviable. But I'm curious, how does my power compare to that of the warlords? So can you satisfy my curiosity?" After Fuzz finished speaking, all the pirates turned their attention to Doflamingo. The arena fell into an instant silence, the oppressive atmosphere bearing down on Doflamingo. "What? You scoundrel! Young master, I, Hardy Drake." Doflamingo called out to the two who were about to rush forward, stood up, and surveyed the arena, bursting into a wild laugh. "Fufufufu. Who do you think you are? Just a mere flying six. What qualifications do you have to challenge me?" Ignoring the pale expressions of those around him, Doflamingo continued, "A person who doesn't even understand their own identity won't live long. You want to challenge me? Fufufu. Have you prepared for death?" Seeing that Don Quixote Doflamingo looked down on him with such arrogance, Fuzzfu was filled with rage. "You scoundrel. How dare you underestimate me? I truly want to know who will die today." "Fuzzfu, sit down. Mr. Kaido." Seeing Kaido appear at the entrance of the arena, Fuzzfu had no choice but to reluctantly sit down in the chair arranged at the host's table. "Arolo." Kaido smiled as he approached Don Quixote Doflamingo and said, "Joker, welcome to the Flame Festival. Since Mr. Kaido has invited me, I naturally would not decline. Besides, I am curious about. You must be Hardy and Drake." Before Don Quixote Doflamingo could finish, Kaido directly addressed Hardy and Drake behind him, which infuriated them. The two glared at Kaido, neither responding to him. "Fufu. Hardy Drake, don't be so rude, mister. Kaido is asking you a question." Upon hearing Doflamingo's words, Hardy and Drake snorted softly in response. Their impolite attitude also angered Jin and Jack behind Kaido, with Jin coldly stating, "You two ignorant little brats dare to be rude to Mr. Kaido. It seems you need a good lesson. Are you scared? Just because you're older doesn't mean you're stronger." Hardy said sharply, "Come on, you can fly too. Let's compete from the sky." After saying this, Hardy transformed into a white tiger and flew into the sky, while Jin also transformed into a wyvern and pursued. Drake beckoned to Jack, and without saying a word jumped onto the arena. "Bastard." Jack's eyes turned red as he drew his sickle-like weapon and jumped up. "Fufu. Mr. Kaido's welcome ceremony is indeed unforgettable. Thank you for your effort." Kaido glanced at Doflamingo and said softly, "But you are prepared, aren't you?" The two exchanged glances and laughed simultaneously. Arolo. Fufu, knowing that he might not be a match for Jin, Hardy smartly chose to fight in the sky. The white tiger, being a phantom beast capable of controlling the wind element, had a significant advantage in the air. As for Drake, he was confident he would not lose to the younger Jack, so the two merely exchanged a glance and chose their opponents. In fact, their choices proved correct. Jin was stronger than Hardy in combat experience, physique, and the use of domineering. If they were to fight on solid ground, Hardy might last a while before being injured by Jin. However, in the air, Hardy's flying speed was evidently superior to Jin's, and Hardy's mastery of long-range attacks surpassed Jin's. While deftly dodging Jin's attacks, he could also retaliate fiercely. Hardy's wind blades were incredibly powerful and wide-ranging. Even Jin dared not take them heed in having to reluctantly dodge and maneuver, and for a moment Hardy managed to suppress Jin with his abilities. Due to the large size after transformation, Drake and Jack did not choose to fight in beast form. Drake, standing at just over 2 meters tall, appeared quite slender compared to the towering Jack. However, when the two began to fight, Drake surprisingly overpowered Jack in strength, and with his agility, he made Jack's attacks completely miss. Jack had no choice but to transform into his human beast form. Seeing the long nose on his face, Doflamingo finally understood why Jack's human beast form rarely appeared in the anime. After all, having a long nose on a human beast form is somewhat hard to bear. Drake also chose to transform into his human beast form, and in this form, he more easily suppressed Jack. After all, the ability to control fire and earth elements is simply not something an ancient species like a mammoth can compare to. However, Jack's defense was quite strong, so it wasn't a big problem. Kaido was amazed by their performance and excitedly said, "Indeed, they are phantom beasts, and very powerful ones at that. Joker, why didn't you tell me? I heard that in your family, besides those two, there's another phantom beast user. Besides, I heard you formed a whole eagle squad with flying capabilities. I think I told you to gather animal-type devil fruits for me. But why didn't you tell me? Why did you secretly let your family eat the fruits?" Before Doflamingo could respond, Kaido spoke for himself. "I can understand your desire for your family to be strong, but you cannot deceive me. Joker, have you forgotten how terrifying I am? Or has becoming a warlord made you think you have the strength to resist me?" Boom. At that moment, Drake unleashed a small volcanic eruption beneath Jack's feet, catching the unprepared Jack off guard and sending him flying. Upon seeing this, Kaido looked at Drake and Hardy with even more desire. The white tiger that can control the wind element must be the white tiger. And the one who can control earth and fire elements I can't quite identify, but it seems related to bears. Able to temporarily withstand Jin and suppress Jack or Rolo. These two have quite impressive talents. Your vision is still sharp. At this point, Kaido turned to Doflamingo and said, Joker, I give you a chance. I can overlook your deception toward me, but you must let these two brats join the Beast Pirates. Rest assured, with their strength, they will undoubtedly become core members of the Beast Pirates. What do you say, Joker? Is this your explanation to me, eh? Doflamingo fell silent for a moment, looking puzzled as he said, Mr. Kaido, did you misunderstand something? Regarding the animal-type devil fruits, you only told me your needs. Why should I provide you with an explanation? Deception. You told me to look for animal-type devil fruits, and when I found them, do I have to give them to you? Don't get it wrong. Kaido. At this point, Doflamingo also turned to Kaido. We are in a cooperative relationship. I am not your subordinate. Even if I'm not a warlord, you are not the emperor of the sea. Our statuses are equal. Fufu. As for an explanation, I don't have one, but I do have a factory that produces tape. Would you like that? Kaido looked at Doflamingo in disbelief, never expecting him to dare speak to him this way. After a moment of silence, Kaido said to Doflamingo in a deep voice, Joker, it seems you have forgotten your fear of me. I will help you remember. I look forward to it. Fufu. A powerful conqueror's haki surged from both Doflamingo and Kaido, creating a violent shockwave. The pirates seated in the front rows were directly blasted away, and the clouds in the sky vanished in an instant. At this moment, Jean, who was accustomed to Hardy's fighting style and had just suppressed him, was astonished by the impact of the two intense conquerors' haki, never expecting Doflamingo's haki to be so powerful, capable of standing toe-to-toe with Kaido. Noticing Kaido's expression, Jean quickly flew down and shouted loudly at Quinn, immediately informed them to run out. I feel like Mr. Kaido is truly angry this time. Quinn nodded and hurriedly shouted into the microphone, Hey, Mr. Kaido must teach our impolite guest a lesson. If you don't want to get hurt, hurry and leave. Stay here if you want to die. After shouting, Quinn jumped down and ran towards the door. Other pirates also fled in terror, as Kaido's notorious temper was well known to all. Meanwhile, Drake and Jack stopped their fight and approached Kaido and Doflamingo, while Jean and Hardy flew over simultaneously. The four glared at each other, as if whoever blinked first would lose. Ororo. Joker. It seems you've grown quite a bit since the last time. Doflamingo adjusted his sunglasses and said softly, Mr. Kaido, people always grow, don't they? Those who do not grow before reaching the peak will always be eliminated by this world. Kaido nodded, then waved his hand at Jean and Jack, who walked towards the back of Kaido, while Hardy and Drake followed behind Doflamingo. Once the four had moved far away, Kaido said in a deep voice, I will make you realize the true gap between us. It's a pity, Joker, that what I admire more than your strength is your intelligence. But you are so foolish now, it is a waste that I once invited you to be a member of the Beast Pirates. It seems that being rejected by you back then was a stroke of luck. Ororo. I agree. After finishing his words, Doflamingo took the initiative to attack. Facing Kaido, he activated his devil fruit, awakening instantly, turning the area into a world of threads. Kaido swung his haki-enhanced weapon down at Doflamingo Thunderbagua. It's just Conqueror's haki entanglement. I can do that too. Doflamingo's fist was wrapped in layers of tough threads resembling boxing gloves as he met Kaido's Thunderbagua Hiden. Boom. Doflamingo's figure appeared almost like a child compared to Kaido, yet he managed to withstand Kaido's powerful blow, causing Jean and Jack to widen their eyes in disbelief. How is this possible? I see. Joker, is this your confidence? Kaido retracted his Thunderbagua, grinning as he said, it seems I underestimated your talent. You also possess the spirit of a king, but this world does not need so many kings. Roar. As he spoke, Kaido transformed into a massive azure dragon, opening his mouth wide towards Doflamingo. Upon seeing this, Doflamingo quickly waved his hand's multi-layered thread shield. Hot breath. Just as the multi-layered thread shield completely protected Doflamingo, Kaido's hot breath shot forth. Boom. Crack. The seemingly destructive hot breath ultimately did not shatter Doflamingo's thread shield. Although the tremendous impact forced Doflamingo to retreat continuously, the hot breath gradually dissipated, leaving Doflamingo unharmed. Ororo. Mr. Kaido's strike truly surprised me. If it were me from a few years ago, I might have already died. This guy actually blocked it. This is a technique with the power to pierce through islands. Jack's expression grew grim. Although he had a favorable impression of Doflamingo due to his previous hospitality, Doflamingo had offended the Kaido he respected since childhood, making him want to beat Doflamingo up. Yet not only had he failed to defeat Doflamingo's subordinate, but even when Kaido personally made a move, Doflamingo managed to block it. This filled Jack with inexplicable anger towards his own weakness and helplessness. However, his anger soon vanished, replaced by astonishment. This was because Doflamingo was riding on a white dragon that looked just like the azure dragon Kaido had transformed into. Countless threads formed a giant dragon over 100 meters long. Doflamingo stood atop the giant dragon, his sunglasses obscuring his eyes, but Kaido knew that the look in his eyes was undoubtedly one of excitement. Kaido first looked up at the sky, and then down at the giant dragon beneath him, laughing loudly. Ororo. Joker, that's quite a creative idea. Even without clouds for support, you can use countless threads as a grounding point to let this thread dragon fly. But what's the use of transforming like this? Ororo. That will require Mr. Kaido to experiment personally. Thread tongue. As Doflamingo manipulated it, the giant dragon opened its mouth wide, spewing countless threads towards the unflinching Kaido, who was soon covered in threads. Thread chains. With a grasp of his hands, Doflamingo caused the threads on Kaido to slowly constrict. Initially indifferent, Kaido's expression quickly changed as he realized that the threads wrapped around him were extremely sharp. Although they couldn't pierce his dragon scales, they still caused him pain, and sheer brute force alone was insufficient to break free from these highly resilient threads. Fire Dragon's Great Torch. Countless flames erupted from Kaido, and in the blink of an eye, the azure dragon transformed into a fire dragon. After a while, the threads melted away, prompting Doflamingo to lament. As expected, the characteristics of the birdcage cannot be applied offensively, can they? It seems I have many steps left to reach the pinnacle. Rising Dragon Flame Bagua. Boom. The thread dragon, hundreds of meters long, was directly burned and destroyed by Kaido's impact. Observing this, Doflamingo chose not to use threads to repair it, but instead jumped back, waving at Kaido as the remnants of the dragon's body and the threads on the ground surged towards Kaido like a colossal wave. Cloud Sea Trap Dragon. Bang. Boom. Mr. Kaido. After numerous impacts, the giant wave completely submerged Kaido's body, causing Jean to worry uncontrollably. Boom. Flames soared into the sky as Kaido emerged in human form, addressing Doflamingo. Joker. You have indeed grown significantly, but if it's just like this, it's still far from enough. However, I can offer you a chance to forgive your rudeness. Join the Beast Pirates, and I would be willing to make you my subordinate. Ororo. Doflamingo laughed wildly. Sorry, Mr. Kaido. I have no intention of being anyone's subordinate. Have you ever seen a king bow to another? After saying this, Doflamingo gripped with both hands and pulled forcefully. Thread severing. Ugh. Looking at the wounds appearing on his body, Kaido's gaze towards Doflamingo was filled with murderous intent. Flowing Cherry Blossom. Fuzzfu stood at the edge of the arena watching as Don Quixote Doflamingo managed to wound Kaido, his expression one of great embarrassment. Beside him, Quinn exclaimed in shock, I never expected this guy to be so powerful. And his talent in Haki is truly astonishing. In the New World, users of armament Haki are as common as fish crossing a river. Even a minor captain of the Beast's pirates can use it roughly. However, those who possess Conqueror's Haki are extremely rare elsewhere, yet quite prevalent in the New World. While mastering it is relatively easy, using it proficiently requires exceptional talent. The varying mastery of armament Haki significantly affects its power. Most people can only use it as an emergency weapon or armor, while a select few can harness it to unleash destructive force that surpasses bullets, using it for defense to make their bodies tougher than steel. Among those who can master Flowing Sakura, they are truly one in a million. Even within the Beast's pirates, only Kaido, Jin, and Quinn have managed to do so, with even Jack lacking this ability. As for Conqueror's Haki, some can only blow out a candle with its burst, while the clash of Conqueror's Haki between Doflamingo and Kaido can cause cracks in walls made of stone. This kind of momentum turning into tangible damage is undoubtedly something only a seasoned warrior can achieve. Initially, Quinn had only run far away out of fear that Kaido might lose control, but now he felt grateful for his foresight. Quinn is strong, but his lazy and playful nature makes him somewhat cowardly in the face of danger or powerful enemies. If he is not provoked, he generally prefers to avoid combat, focusing instead on scientific research. He prefers rap and beautiful women over fighting, and of course his favorite red bean soup. At this moment, realizing that Doflamingo was not as weak as he had imagined, Quinn silently took a few steps back, eyeing the crumbling wall. Rumble 8 trigrams. See Origin White Wave. Boom. As the two continuously moved, Doflamingo's awakened control expanded, and the onlookers saw the arena transform into a world of threads, their perception of Doflamingo's strength being renewed. Countless threads swirled, prompting Quinn and the others to leap far out of the arena to observe. From the momentum alone, it seemed that Doflamingo was the one in the dominant position. However, both Jin and Quinn could see that despite Doflamingo's wide-ranging attacks appearing impressive other than the initial injuries caused by Kaido's underestimation, he had not inflicted any substantial damage on Kaido. Whether it was the large-scale attacks mixed with flowing Sakura's haki or the penetrating attacks using multiple threads covered in armament, Haki Doflamingo had no means to deal with Kaido's full defense. Facing Kaido's attacks, Doflamingo could block or dodge using his threads, appearing to exchange blows with Kaido. However, the awakening of the fruit required immense stamina, and Doflamingo was not a Zoan type capable of enhancing his physical condition. If this continued, the moment Doflamingo could no longer maintain his fruit's awakening would be the moment of his defeat. Given Doflamingo's current strength, Jin and Quinn confidently believed they were at least his equal. Thunder 8 trigrams. Boom. Perhaps due to concerns that transforming into a dragon would cause too much destruction to Onigashima, a sober and not drunk Kaido did not turn into a more destructive beast form, opting instead for a more comprehensive human beast form. Although Kaido's physique was much larger than that of an ordinary person, his speed was equally impressive, completely lacking the weaknesses of Jack, which posed a great pressure on Doflamingo. After battling for some time, Doflamingo had come to understand the gap between himself and Kaido. His strength was still slightly inferior to Kaido's, but in terms of agility, he was somewhat superior. However, he was far behind in terms of durability. Kaido relied purely on his physicality, while Doflamingo relied on the abilities of his fruit. Moreover, a sober Kaido was extremely terrifying. Doflamingo's flowing Sakura had not found another opportunity to strike. Kaido could disperse flowing Sakura, demonstrating a mastery of haki that was clearly beyond his own. In terms of observation haki, this was Kaido's weakest aspect, yet it was still on par with Doflamingo. However, due to Kaido's overwhelmingly strong physical defense, he generally only used it for offense. As for Conqueror's haki, although their auras were similar, Doflamingo knew he was still inferior to Kaido. At the very least, Kaido's experiences in battles were something Doflamingo could never compare to, and Kaido was not the type of man who could not accept defeat. He had lost many times, which made his Conqueror's haki exceptionally resilient. However, Doflamingo did not feel disheartened at all. Well, let's not forget that just a few years ago he had held his ground against a human form Kaido for less than 2.5 minutes. And Kaido had sent him flying with just 2 Thunder 8 trigrams. Yet now he not only endured the attacks from Kaido in his beast form, but had also fought for over an hour against Kaido in his hybrid form without showing signs of defeat. At this rate of growth, why couldn't he defeat Kaido in the future? Fufufufu. Doflamingo grew more excited with every strike. Though he had not caused any substantial damage to Kaido, he fought with all his might as if Kaido were a target, testing his developed techniques for any shortcomings. Boom. After fighting for a while longer, Kaido hoisted the 8 trigrams onto his shoulder and smiled at Doflamingo. Oro. Joker, it seems your stamina is nearing its limit. Except for the area around Doflamingo, which remained a world of white threads, most of the arena had returned to its original state, indicating that Doflamingo's stamina could no longer support a wide-ranging influence on the surroundings. Seeing this, Kaido became more aggressive, as if the 8 trigrams were constantly smashing down towards Doflamingo. Boom. Thunder 8 trigrams. Thread shield. The attacks mixed with Conqueror's haki made Doflamingo's defense increasingly difficult. Once the nearby ground returned to its original state, Kaido coldly remarked, "It seems your strength is not as formidable as your mouth claims. Joker, accept your punishment. Rumble 8 trigrams. Threads protection." Bang. Kaido gripped the 8 trigrams with both hands, striking down at Doflamingo with incredible speed. However, Doflamingo, who was expected to be sent flying, once again blocked the attack with his white thread shield, astonishing Kaido. Your stamina. Fufufu. Mr. Kaido. Doflamingo adjusted his sunglasses, and the thread shield slowly transformed back into a pink coat draping over him. My fruit's awakening still exists. I just don't want to waste too much stamina on flashy moves. After all, I'm facing you. Kaido carefully examined the area beneath Doflamingo's feet and around his body, noticing that a few centimeters around Doflamingo were still composed of white threads. He couldn't help but praise Joker. I must say, you've surprised me again. Among those I've encountered, no one can compare to you in mastering the awakening of the fruit. However, no matter how powerful the fruit's development is, just like Roger, who was not a user of abilities yet carved out his own path in this world, only Haki can transcend everything. Great power. Thunder 8 trigrams. Before Kaido's strike descended, Doflamingo already felt immense pressure and swiftly raised both hands. Countless threads instantly wove a layered shield around him. Threaded sanctuary. Boom. Crack. Roar. Young master. Kaido's attack carried overwhelming force. Hardy and Drake watched in stunned silence as Kaido's Mary Geoise shattered layer after layer of thread barrier before crashing directly onto Doflamingo's head. Instantly, the earth collapsed inward. Thick smoke billowed skyward like a colossal mushroom cloud. Long moments passed before the haze dispersed. All present stared wide-eyed at the scene. He actually blocked it. Doflamingo held his arms rigidly across his brow. A modest, unassuming white cloth woven from dozens of translucent threads had deflected the full impact of Beijijia. Kaido pressed down relentlessly, even the dragon whiskers framing his face trembled with exertion. Veins bulged fiercely across Doflamingo's forehead and beads of sweat cascaded from his body like rain. Boom! After a tense standoff, Doflamingo finally yielded. With a desperate thrust of his arms and a violent shudder, he staggered backward, sliding over 100 meters before collapsing onto the ground, barely absorbing the devastating force. Joker, today you've truly astonished me. You've stirred the shadow of an old acquaintance. Oh, an old acquaintance. Then I'm genuinely curious. Kaido gazed at Doflamingo and murmured softly, "It's Moonlight Moria, the very man who now stands beside you as one of the 7 warlords of the sea." Doflamingo had expected Kaido to name Kazuki Oden, but was utterly unprepared to hear the name of Moria, later dubbed the weakest of the 7 warlords. Recalling Moria carefully, Doflamingo realized he knew little about him. Moria had entered the New World long before him, while Doflamingo still roamed the North. Blue Moria had already sailed through the Grand Line into the New World, earning formidable renown there. Legends claimed he'd clashed repeatedly with Kaido, each time ending in stalemate. Still, compared to him, you've developed your devil fruit ability far more impressively. Yet his haki surpasses yours by a measure. But Joker, surely you know how that man met his end. His entire crew perished, his spirit shattered beneath my might. From a sovereign who once dared to rule the seas, he fell to the status of a cornered rat clinging to obscurity. Oro. So tell me, what fate awaits you today? Hearing Kaido's veiled threat, Doflamingo adjusted his sunglasses and chuckled softly. Fufufufu. A man who cannot accept defeat is by definition weak. Mr. Kaido, I do not foresee my own end, but there is one truth I hold certain. A true sovereign rises again, even when stripped of all. Would you agree? Oro. Then I shall watch closely. Joker. Thunderbolt 8 trigrams. Clang. Kaido kicked hard against Beijijia, using the recoil to step back several paces. Though Doflamingo's expression remained effortlessly serene inwardly, he marveled at Kaido's monstrous constitution and indomitable will. Throughout the battle, Kaido wielded Conqueror's Haki-infused armament Haki with casual, relentless ease, its power showing no sign of waning. Compared to the Kaido defeated by Luffy in canon, this Kaido proved infinitely more formidable. Meanwhile, Doflamingo's stamina was nearing its limit. His earlier wide-area assaults had failed to land decisive blows, and Kaido's counterstrikes, though non-lethal, had sapped his reserves significantly. To earn Kaido's genuine respect, only one path remained: wound him gravely. It was perilous, but Doflamingo possessed unwavering confidence in his body's current defensive resilience. With that resolve, Doflamingo unleashed his awakened power once more and charged toward Kaido. Ocean Plain, white. Countless white threads surged forward like a churning tidal wave. Kaido ignited roaring flames across his body, effortlessly halting the onslaught. Beijijia, bristling with jagged spikes, rose high above him. Ignoring the encircling deluge, Kaido leapt skyward and brought the mace down upon Doflamingo with crushing force. Descending 3 worlds, Naraka summoning. At that instant, every thread retracted violently. Doflamingo's right arm transformed into a resorthin needle-sharp blade, stabbing upward toward Kaido. Oro. So, you seek to trade blows with me, Joker? Then I shall grant your wish. Kaido spun Beijijia, furiously aiming for Doflamingo's skull as he plummeted toward Earth. Yet Doflamingo neither flinched nor evaded, driving his slender blade upward with explosive speed. Boom. Schlick. Mr. Kaido, young master. This time Jinbe, Hardy, and Drake witnessed it all clearly. Beijijia struck Doflamingo's head squarely, while Doflamingo's needleblade pierced deep into Kaido's shoulder. A thunderous shockwave erupted, cloaking the battlefield in blinding smoke. Yet through their kin, Bunchaku, Haki, Hardy, and Drake sensed Doflamingo's aura rapidly fading and rushed to his side without hesitation. Jinbe and Jack likewise hurried toward Kaido, faces etched with concern. Drip, drip. Doflamingo's thread blade should have left a narrow, elongated wound, if it pierced Kaido at all. Yet now a crater wider than a clenched fist gaped in Kaido's shoulder, blood streaming steadily down his massive frame. Mr. Kaido, he sustained a grievous injury. Kaido turned his gaze toward Doflamingo, now lying prone on the ground, breathing raggedly, supported only by Hardy's and Drake's steadying hands. Haha, young master. Fufufufu. Mr. Kaido, how did that strike fare? Impressive. Truly impressive. Glug, glug, glug. Kaido drained his hip flask in one long draft, then addressed Doflamingo. Conqueror's Haki armament Haki and your devil fruit, all fused seamlessly. Your needle threads' piercing precision, amplified by Ryusen's destructive resonance, pierced my flesh. Then your conqueror's Haki detonated the threads, and the armament Haki, within magnifying the trauma exponentially. A stroke of genius. Joker, I find myself increasingly eager to witness what lies ahead for you. Stay here, for now. Jack, you'll host Joker these coming days. Yes. Mr. Kaido. Jack barely registered the order before Kaido turned and strode away, leaving him slow to reply. Fufufufu. Hardy. Drake. Doflamingo gestured lightly with his hand. As they gently withdrew their support, he spoke with grave intensity. Did you see it? Your standing is forged solely by your strength. How far the Don Quixote family ascends depends entirely on our shared resolve. I hope that should war ever erupt between us and the beast's pirates, one day it is not I who lies broken upon the earth. Yes, young master. Nearby Jack heard Doflamingo's words, and said nothing. Drake's sobering presence had sharpened his awareness, and if Doflamingo could wound Kaido so severely, he was certainly beyond reproach. Strength commands reverence, wherever it manifests. Following Kaido, Jean hesitated for a moment before softly saying, Mr. Kaido, are we really just letting him go like this? Jean. Kaido slowed his pace and replied softly, Joker controls a vast number of trading channels, and we can only acquire what we need by utilizing seafloor stone. Do not forget everything we witnessed at the world government. To truly grasp one's destiny, personal strength can never compare to the strength of a faction. We need to slowly amass power, and Joker is indispensable to us at this moment. He desires an equal standing, and today he has achieved it through his strength. In fact, I take back what I said about him reminding me of Gecko Moria. Humph. Kaido snorted lightly, shaking his head as he continued, Gecko Moria cannot be compared to him. A failure who remains stagnant after one setback will never have the opportunity to stand at the pinnacle of this world again. Remember a few years ago he trembled in front of me, knocked unconscious by a few strikes, but now he has overcome his fear of me and grown to such an extent. Given time, he might indeed stand at the top of the world. Currently the seas are in chaos due to the competition among the emperors of the sea. But the new world is only so vast. How many emperors of the sea can there be? Whitebeard goes without saying, and that old hag is not to be provoked. Our beast's pirates are one, but how many more emperors can emerge from the remaining territories? One or two. Since Joker has become a warlord of the sea, he can no longer compete for the title of Emperor of the Sea. Do not forget the struggle for the title of Emperor of the Sea is instigated by the world government. They want us victors to control the situation in the new world. Warlords of the sea, the Navy, Emperors of the Sea. Different factions each control a portion of territory, and the world government wants Roger's dying words to gradually dissipate the chaos at sea. But this is impossible. Roger's dying words ushered in the era of great pirates, and to end this era, a new pirate king must emerge. And since Joker has become a warlord of the sea affiliated with the world government, cooperating with us brings nothing but benefits. Moreover, we need him even more now, and he is indeed a talent. As he spoke, Kaido opened his wine gourd, shook it, squeezed out a couple of drops of liquor, and threw it to the ground. If one day he truly grows to the point of threatening me, it may not necessarily be a bad thing. When strong individuals join forces, it always surpasses the combination of a strong and a weak. Orolo. Jean nodded and softly said, I understand, Mr. Kaido. But with your injuries, it would be best to avoid drinking today. Stop being so chatty. Jack took action, directly arranging for Doflamingo and the others to enter the brothel. At this moment, the owner of the brothel was none other than Black Maria, one of the future Flying Six. Maria was exceptionally tall, towering over Jack, who had not yet fully matured, standing at least 8 meters tall. Considering her age, she shouldn't be much older than Jack, but her elegance and every smile seemed capable of tugging at one's heartstrings. Along with her exaggerated weaponry and sensual figure, Doflamingo couldn't help but wonder if the number 7 battery could indeed be activated by the number 5 battery of Ultraman. However, it was just a thought. Judging by Jack's serious expression and Black Mariah's disregard for him, it was clear that there was someone behind this woman. As for who that person was, just think about her physique, and one could guess aside from Kaido there likely wasn't anyone else. Black Maria showed great curiosity towards Doflamingo, blinking her eyes and incessantly urging him to drink. Her slightly seductive tone combined with the innocent expression she displayed could have tempted Doflamingo to flirt back had he not known that this woman was a black widow with a heart like a snake. However, knowing her true nature, Doflamingo responded hypocritically, showing little interest. As for Drake and Hardy, they were like 2 blocks of ice, showing no reaction to Black Mariah's teasing. For the two of them, women were nothing new. If Doflamingo had been uninjured, perhaps they would have been interested in engaging with Black Maria, but now that Doflamingo was hurt, the two stood like sentinels beside him, causing Black Maria to leave in frustration after finding the interaction dull. Once Black Maria left, Jack relaxed considerably and whispered a few words to a courtesan. Before long, several tall courtesans walked in. Seeing Hardy and Drake still standing like pillars next to him, Doflamingo stood up and said, "Hey, you two do not let Jack's kindness go to waste. Did I not say that life should be enjoyed? I am not as weak as you think. Relax, we are in the territory of our ally, the Beast's pirates. Why are you two so tense? Young master, go on. Are you going to watch from outside while I enjoy myself later? Remember, the reason we strive to become powerful is to enjoy life." Seeing that Doflamingo seemed genuinely angry, the two finally embraced the women and sat down. Having just experienced such events, Jack looked a bit gluttonous. After a few drinks with Doflamingo, he exchanged a few words leeringly, pulling two courtesans dressed in kimonos down with him. Doflamingo waved goodbye to Hardy and Drake, who also lowered their guards and followed after the women. Though he still felt a bit of pain in his body, Doflamingo was confident that dealing with the two women wouldn't take much effort. He beckoned to the courtesans serving him, and the two courtesans stood up, bending slightly, to lead Doflamingo to a room filled with strong Japanese style. It must be said that any woman dressed in such clothing, whether on television in reality or even in another world, displays an obedience that is both professional and reminiscent of slavery. The courtesans chosen to serve Doflamingo and his companions were certainly not of the kind that just anyone could see. Mature yet somewhat juvenile, their familiar postures contrasted with their slightly awkward movements, providing a small thrill. Thus, during these days in the brothel, Doflamingo lived quite comfortably. It wasn't until the third morning, when a weary-eyed Jack found Doflamingo and the others, that this somewhat absurd lifestyle came to an end. The fire festival has begun. Most of the elite members of the Beast Pirates, including Jean and Quinn, gathered at the port to wait. This was because Kaido and the General of Wano, the massive black charcoal Orochi, were to arrive together. Doflamingo and his companions did not go together due to their guest status. Jack, standing aside, said with some delight, "Finally, I don't have to act like a fool and go to the port to welcome that black charcoal Orochi every year at this time." Doflamingo glanced at Jack and feigned confusion as he asked, "Oh, it seems you really dislike him. If possible, could you tell me in detail what's going on? That black charcoal Orochi seems to hold a high position. I want to avoid any disrespectful behavior when we meet later." Jack, who still had a somewhat naive personality, immediately spilled all his grievances about Kaido's attitude towards black charcoal Orochi as soon as Doflamingo inquired. After a while, Doflamingo finally understood the situation through Jack's introduction. Although Kaido was far more powerful than black charcoal Orochi, he was in a sense the support that allowed black charcoal Orochi to challenge Oden. However, as the General of Wano, black charcoal Orochi was at least on the surface equal in status to Kaido. Thus, Orochi's position in the Beast Pirates was on par with Kaido. Nonetheless, Kaido's status in Wano was second only to that of black charcoal Orochi, being referred to as the Guardian King of Wano. Black charcoal Orochi also had a group of competent subordinates, including many of the common samurai and ninjas from Wano. The Flame Festival, aside from showcasing the close relationship between Kaido and black charcoal Orochi, was essentially a banquet to help both sides' subordinates become more familiar with each other. From the original work, one can see that Kaido usually tolerated Orochi's behavior. On one hand, it might be because he needed Orochi's identity to indirectly control Wano. On the other hand, Kaido might also be coveting Orochi's capable subordinates. Wano not only produces Seastone, but the craftsmanship here is also quite impressive, as Kaido frequently manages to procure quality swords for sale. Most importantly, Wano is easy to defend but hard to attack. This country is something Kaido must acquire. However, a blatant takeover would not do. Even if the Beast Pirates were to win, acquiring a severely damaged Wano was not Kaido's desire. Thus, Kaido devised the plan of the Flame Festival. Over the years, the relationship between the two sides became incredibly close, and perhaps one day, when black charcoal Orochi is dead, those people will naturally belong to Kaido. In fact, Kaido has been doing this. Even before killing black charcoal Orochi, he began infiltrating his subordinates. In the anime, the Beast Pirates often featured some samurai wielding long swords, with even some of black charcoal Orochi's subordinates possessing artificial devil fruit abilities. As for their true loyalties, they have likely gradually shifted over time through daily encounters with Kaido. After all, compared to black charcoal Orochi, a general with only a name, Kaido is a genuine emperor of the seas, a top-tier powerhouse in the world. In terms of appearance, temperament, reputation, and strength, the difference between black charcoal Orochi and Kaido is as vast as that between a snake and a dragon, even if he is an 8-headed serpent. As long as a person is not a fool, they will know how to choose. Hence, after Kaido kills black charcoal Orochi, he easily took over his subordinates. However, these matters were not apparent to the young Jack, which is why he felt some resentment towards the fact that such a powerful Kaido shared status with a seemingly clown-like black charcoal Orochi. This also gave Doflamingo a new understanding of Kaido's schemes and patience. Whether in cunning, strength, patience, or ambition, Kaido is indeed a formidable character. However, he is overly trusting of fate, Upon realizing he was not the so-called Joy Boy, Kaido's heart began to waver. His defeat to Luffy was not only due to Luffy's protagonist Halo, but also because he subconsciously hoped for someone to defeat him, believing that only Joy Boy could do so. After defeating Kid, he did not kill him, even though Kid possessed Conqueror's Haki. After defeating Luffy, he proclaimed that the new era does not need so many kings, yet he still did not kill Luffy, instead sending them to the factory under the guise of labor. In reality, it was an exercise to strengthen resistance against Seastone for those with abilities. Luffy was merely one of many choices, but Kaido finally awaited the so-called Joy Boy. This also reflects the fatalism prevalent in many Japanese anime, and compared to Whitebeard, who centered on family Big Mom, who aimed to unite all races and establish a true nation, and Shanks, who consumed the mythical Zoan-type human fruit, Kaido is the most traditional pirate among the four emperors and the one with the greatest chance of becoming the Pirate King. However, under the influence of fate, he has become merely a tool to awaken Joy Boy. Doflamingo certainly does not believe in this nonsense of fatalism, even though he himself is an experience-based anomaly of Joy Boy in the original work. Nevertheless, Doflamingo believes that if years later that so-called Luffy dares to provoke him in Dressrosa, he will certainly meet a grim fate. Because as long as one has enough strength, even fate can be overcome. While Doflamingo was still pondering, a commotion arose below. Before long, Kaido entered the room with the prematurely aged black charcoal, Orochi. Oro. Joker, let me introduce you. This is the General of Wano, Black Charcoal, Orochi. Orochi, this is Joker. He is a very important partner of mine, just like you. Upon hearing Kaido's introduction, both sides understood each other. Doflamingo quickly raised his glass and smiled. Fufufu, so it's the esteemed General of Wano. No wonder he possesses such an imposing aura. Goha, where Joker, I have also heard many mentions of you from Kaido. Black Charcoal, Orochi also picked up a wine glass from the table, and the three lightly clinked their glasses before downing the drinks. Kaido then turned to Jean behind him and said, "Notify everyone the banquet is starting." "Yes, Mr. Kaido." As Quinn, the host and main performer of the banquet, was naturally not present, this room only had Jean and Jack accompanying him, while beside Black Charcoal, Orochi stood a figure who looked even more like Quinn than Lao Ji, alongside a stout ninja who was only a head shorter than Hardy. Not long after Jean left, Quinn's excited voice began to ring out, followed by an incredibly passionate rap. Kaido waved to Jack, who nodded and opened the side door to enter. Drake and Hardy followed suit at Doflamingo's gesture, and then Black Charcoal, Orochi chuckled and said to Kaido, "Gwaha. If Kaido has something to say, just say it. Why make it so mysterious?" Seeing Kaido's expressionless face, Doflamingo once again witnessed his restraint. To Kaido, Black Charcoal, Orochi was like a pest that could be easily crushed, yet he tolerated such a weakling's attitude towards him. To achieve great things, one must endure what others cannot, be able to contain what others cannot contain, and accomplish what others cannot accomplish. This I have learned. Seeing that the Black Carbon Great Snake did not send his subordinates away, Kaido showed no signs of dissatisfaction. At this moment, he raised his wine glass, and after clinking it with the two, said, "Joker, starting this year, I will increase the output of Seastone, and the demand for weapon materials will also rise, so I'll have to trouble you." Doflamingo nodded and replied, "Mr. Kaido, please rest assured I will definitely do my utmost to meet the needs of the Beast's pirates." After gesturing with his wine glass, Kaido spoke to the Black Carbon Great Snake, who was drooling while watching a few sexy women on stage through the window. "Great Snake, we need to intensify our pursuit of those samurai and increase our searches among the civilians. If we are to increase the production of Seastone, then we will need more manpower in the Rabbit Dawn prison." The Black Carbon Great Snake wiped his drool and said nonchalantly, "If we lack manpower, just capture more of those lowly folks are not worth pitying. Anyone who dares to oppose us can simply be killed." While speaking, the Black Carbon Great Snake didn't even turn his head, his attention entirely focused on those women. Since the Black Carbon Great Snake had already agreed, Kaido stopped talking and began to drink heavily. Doflamingo watched through the window as the women finished their performance and were taken away by Jean. Shortly after, Jean returned with a few women, and the Black Carbon Great Snake eagerly went up to embrace two of them. The sight of him looking like a lustful fiend left Doflamingo speechless. After all, he is the current general of Wano, yet he behaves as if he has never seen a woman before. A dignified general acting like a teddy bear shows a complete lack of authority. Seeing the ridiculous behavior of the Black Carbon Great Snake, Doflamingo couldn't help but recall an idiom, a monkey wearing a crown. However, Kaido seemed accustomed to the Black Carbon Great Snake style, not even raising an eyebrow. The other women approached Kaido and Doflamingo diligently, serving food and pouring drinks. No one spoke until the Black Carbon Great Snake drunkenly stood up, led away by two women. After Fukurokuju and Izo nodded and left, Kaido finally spoke. Joker, the struggles among the Emperors of the Sea have reached a more chaotic stage over the past 2 years. Because of Roger's last words, the number of pirates has surged rapidly. Whether in the Four Seas or the Grand Line, more and more people are choosing to set sail and become pirates. And compared to the Four Seas, the world government's control over the Grand Line, especially the New World, is becoming weaker. Do you know what this means? Can you share your thoughts? I'm testing me. Doflamingo set down his wine glass, took out a cigar, lit it, and then spoke. It means the world government wants to push those troublesome figures all into the New World. Since the trend is uncontrollable, we should minimize losses. After all, compared to the Four Seas, the Grand Line is still too small. No matter where the upper echelons only desire balance and stability. Thus they released the words of the Emperors of the Sea, allowing those ambitious pirates to come to the New World for conflict and slaughter. After exhaling a puff of smoke, Doflamingo continued. In the end, how many Emperors of the Sea can arise in the New World? The area with harsh weather is limited. Aside from you few, who else are those so-called great pirates? Wang Ji counts as one, but since he took over Hive Island, he has been indifferent to the conflicts outside, and now he seems more like he's retired at Hive Island. So even if those young pirates can produce 1 or 2 Emperors of the Sea, what impact can they have on this world? They will merely bring a bit of order to this new world. That's just what the world government hopes for. They are not the Navy, so their goals are different. The population of the Four Seas can create far more wealth than the Grand Line. Compared to the Grand Line, the number of allied nations in the Four Seas is also the highest. As long as those allied nations pay enough heavenly gold, they can do whatever they want. As long as they don't cross the line, the world government won't interfere with them. For example, colluding with pirates or starting aggressive wars. As for non-allied nations, from the perspective of the world government, the people of those countries are no different from livestock, waiting to be slaughtered, not even considered human. But people are still people, they have emotions, and can feel anger. Over time, this kind of contradiction will definitely lead to some bad outcomes. However, Roger's last words have caused a surge in the number of pirates. Most of these pirates come from non-allied nations, which conveniently prevents this contradiction from being triggered for now. At this point, Doflamingo stared at Kaido and said, "It's hard to say whether the puppet master behind this chaotic and frenzied era is the world government. Who knows if Roger struck any agreements with the world government? After all, stopping a seriously ill Roger from speaking should be quite simple, right? Mr. Kaido, what do you think?" Ororo. Kaido raised his wine glass, looking at Doflamingo, and said, "Joker, you truly are a clever man. Then let us toast to our future cooperation. Cheers. Tun 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 tun." At this moment, Black Maria also walked in, giggling as she nestled against Kaido, and said, "Mr. Kaido, it's so lively outside, why not go out? Our sisters have prepared for a long time to perform for you." Ororo. Is that so? Kaido wiped the wine stains off his beard and said to Doflamingo, "Joker, let's go out and join the fun." "All right, Mr. Kaido." As Doflamingo followed Kaido outside, the noisy roars entered their ears. On stage, a dozen women, partially opening their kimonos, waved fans and performed movements to showcase their bodies. This excited the pirates immensely, causing them to shout loudly. However, Doflamingo found this somewhat uninteresting. Not to mention the makeup on their faces resembling flour, the movements lacked excitement without the addition of a few poles. The Flame Festival of the Beasts Pirates was nothing special. Besides food and drink, there were only these monotonous performances. However, compared to most pirate crews, it was already quite decent. At least it wasn't like those pathetic pirate crews where the high-ranking members enjoyed women while the underlings feasted on black goats during the festivities. After the Flame Festival concluded, the Flamingo slowly departed from the port. Jada rubbed his waist, slowly, feeling a bit reluctant as he said, "To be honest, the women of this nation are indeed different. Serving people is truly comfortable. A master, why don't we buy a few back? If we buy a few back, you won't be able to enjoy them." Hati looked at Jada with a playful expression and said, "Aren't you afraid that Marion will break your legs when she finds out?" "She dares. How can I say? I am still her father." She. Seeing the expression on Doflamingo's face, Jada grew increasingly uneasy and finally said with a mournful face, "Master, why don't you assign me to another ship, or let me return to the North Sea, or go to the South Sea? At my age, how many more years can I play? When I was young, my wife controlled me. Now that she's gone, my daughter watches me all the time. That's fine. Really. Thank you so much, Master." Looking at the excited Jada, Doflamingo said very seriously, "I remember Marion had a ship last year. She still needs a navigator on board, and I think you'd be a good fit there." Jada's excitement vanished as he wailed, "No, Master. What can Marion do besides purifying the environment in other places? I'd rather stay honestly on this ship. Sailing on the sea is actually a very monotonous thing. Besides fishing, most people's entertainment activities on the ship are just gambling. Occasionally finding a deserted island to replenish food and hold a banquet is a small comfort during the long journey. Doflamingo enjoys fishing. After all, he doesn't even need to buy fishing lines. Using his abilities to pierce small fish, throwing them into the sea, and observing with observation haki not only trains his fruit abilities, but also enhances his observation haki. It's a decent training method. Splash. A heavy, fierce-looking sea fish weighing over 100 pounds was pulled up by Doflamingo, and then several pirates waiting nearby cleaned it up and moved it to the kitchen. Blub blub. The urgent sound of the snail rang out, and Doflamingo took out the snail from his pocket. As soon as he connected, the snail turned into a snotty-looking figure, and a panicked voice from Toropuru came through. Not good, Doflamingo. Our auction has gone wrong. The snow fruit has been stolen. What? Doflamingo said coldly. Where's Bellamy? Didn't I arrange for him to stand guard? Bellamy caught a few people, but was defeated by a capable guy. That guy escaped with the snow fruit. After interrogating those few people, we only found out that his name is Tesalo. Besides that, we did not obtain any useful information. Doflamingo was silent for a moment and said softly, All right, I understand. What about Bellamy? Is he all right? Bellamy. The snail transformed into a bandaged figure with golden short hair, and Bellamy said with a face full of shame, Master, I am sorry. I underestimated him, causing such a great loss to the family. Oh, please punish me. It's nothing. Bellamy, it's just a devil fruit. The auction house's reputation can also be built through other methods. Doflamingo adjusted his sunglasses and said, Take care of your injuries. Everyone makes mistakes, but you must remember this failure. Remember this feeling of weakness. Master. The snail shed 2 lines of tears, and after a while Bellamy's voice came through. Master. I understand. I will definitely train harder. Next time I see him, I will not lose. Ha ha ha. Then you must work hard, Bellamy. Let Toropuru come over to take the call. Yes. Hey Doflamingo, our auction was a total failure. What should we do next? Doflamingo pondered for a moment and said, Then let those slaves take the stage along with those stars who can't tell the difference in form. I will invite the celestial dragons to attend. Oh, I see, Doflamingo, but those people, we have cultivated them for so long and created a buzz. It's a pity to auction them off like this. Educate them well if they can earn us a lot of berries. Ha ha ha. Toropuru, we can cultivate as many of these so-called stars as we want. These fools who don't understand their true identities think they have some so-called fans and dare to negotiate with us. They even think of threatening us by refusing to perform. This kind of atmosphere is absolutely unacceptable. Otherwise, if it goes on like this, why do we bother to cultivate these stars? Inform those stars of the fate of these individuals. I hope there won't be any more foolish people among them. All right, I understand, Doflamingo. After hanging up the snail, Doflamingo took off his sunglasses and rubbed his eyes. Drake beside him said softly, Master, should I send someone to notify them to thoroughly investigate that guy? Doflamingo waved his hand and said, No need. The sea is so vast. Since he has the strength to steal, he must have prepared an escape route for himself. However, we will definitely meet again in the future. By then he will naturally know the price of angering the Don Quixote family. And those stars from Dressrosa, inform them to be transported to Sabaody Archipelago. Yes, Master. Some slaves, after becoming stars, have become a bit arrogant, leveraging their slight fame to start negotiating conditions with the family. And there are quite a few such people. A Doflamingo certainly will not indulge such fools. Indeed, turning famous stars into slaves is also a great gimmick. Who knows which gullible fan might be willing to pay? Slave auctions are currently a decent source of income, and dealing with disobedient fools while maintaining relationships with the celestial dragons cannot be separated from the slave auction industry, so Doflamingo will certainly not give up this industry. However, he did not expect that despite having precautions in place, the natural type snow fruit still caused the auction house's plan to gain fame to fail. That Tesalo actually stole the fruit just like in the original story. But now that the gold fruit has turned into the snow fruit, can this Tesalo still become a character like in the original story? It's also blame on my negligence underestimating him. I thought Bellamy would be enough to deal with him, but it seems now that Tesalo's talent is even higher than I imagined. He isn't even a devil fruit user, yet he could defeat Bellamy. Oh, such strength has surpassed most people. After all, with Bellamy's current strength, a bounty of over 100 million is not a problem. But having talent without experience, was he attracted by the reputation of the snow fruit? A fruit full of weaknesses. Even if awakened, what can it do? After the Flamingo docked at the port, Doflamingo stepped off the ship and happened to see a man wearing a duckbill cap coming down from another vessel. He enthusiastically said, Wank, it's rare for you to come in person. The man named Wank, of similar height to Doflamingo, had a scar over his left eye. Oh Joker, what a coincidence that I arrived here just in time. Recently the demand for Seastone has been quite high. I heard that you have a large shipment this time, so I came over. It just so happens that we haven't seen each other for a long time, so let me treat you. The goods won't arrive for another couple of days, but don't worry, there will be enough this time. Upon hearing Doflamingo's words, Wank breathed a sigh of relief and said, "Then I won't disturb you." Wank was also a dark intermediary in the underworld. However, unlike Doflamingo, who maintained good relations with various major forces, he was solely an intermediary for the big MOM pirates. Since Doflamingo united various forces and established this underground trading platform, more and more intermediaries had joined in. Most of these were veteran intermediaries who had been active in the black market, and most of them served various major forces. For instance, tycoons who monopolized certain industries, kings of allied nations, or powerful pirate crews, even the navy or the world government. Some of them couldn't show their identities while others faced dangers. After all, engaging in this kind of industry is quite perilous. Black and black incidents frequently occurred before Doflamingo established the underground world. Nowadays, any transactions were generally conducted through them. In the case of the Beast Pirates, it could be said that they only had this one option. After all, in some respects, Kaido regarded Doflamingo as his intermediary, and aside from the route through Doflamingo, they had not cultivated any intermediaries themselves. Therefore, a few years ago, when Kaido wanted to intervene in black market trading but had no avenues, he could only use brute force to intimidate Doflamingo. However, considering the hard currency of Seastone, all forces agreed to Kaido's inclusion. Otherwise, the so-called absolutely neutral Doflamingo would not have personally traded with Kaido. Doflamingo was the absolute neutral party among these intermediaries. Almost all transactions had to be coordinated through him, and aside from Doflamingo, no one knew who these intermediaries served. Of course, this did not include those old acquaintances who were familiar with each other, though their relationships were not particularly harmonious. Organizing transactions between parties, assisting in the movement of goods, checking the quality of products, and so on. Even without direct transactions with the Don Quixote family, certain matters still required personnel to oversee and monitor. This is because aside from Doflamingo, these intermediaries found it hard to trust other intermediaries. In the original work, Doflamingo's strength did not grow much due to his brutal treatment by Kaido, and these complex matters also prevented him from training and growing. Now Doflamingo had handed over most of these matters to Torble, with only a few individuals still receiving him personally, Wank being one of them. As the representative of Charlotte Lean, he had this qualification. However, Doflamingo somewhat underestimated the external demand for Seastone. Last year, Seastone, due to the interference of the world government, led to the majority of Seastone being traded to the world government and the navy. Thus, the Seastone these individuals received was not only of low purity, but also in scant quantities. Before Doflamingo returned from Onigashima, he had notified Torble to inform them of Kaido's increased Seastone production. The first batch of Seastone would arrive here in about a week. According to past practices, all that was needed was to hold a video conference to decide the distribution of the goods. But just as Doflamingo finished greeting Wank, he saw Torble walking out with several people. The leading man was named Andy, an intermediary for the storage empire Kyberson, and the others were also intermediaries for a few kings. Though Kyberson was not as famous as Kaido or Charlotte Lean, he owned countless warehouses worldwide and possessed financial and political power not much inferior to the two, the only difference being that he did not stand at the pinnacle of strength. Joker. Andy dressed like an old nobleman with a black top hat and a short cane, removed his hat and slightly bowed upon seeing Doflamingo showing respect. Andy. Hee. I thought Wank arrived early, but you got here even earlier. Doflamingo looked at the two with a hint of amusement and said, "It seems that you all are quite eager for Seastone recently. I believe Kaido will be very pleased to hear this news. However, I want to tell you something first." Doflamingo adjusted his sunglasses and said sincerely, "Although this batch of Seastone has high purity, Seastone will be traded every year in the future, so there is no need to rush. To avoid hurting our relationship, this time the quantity of Seastone should be enough for your needs. My personal suggestion is not to raise the prices and to distribute fairly according to each person's needs." Andy and Wank exchanged glances and simultaneously gave Doflamingo a thumbs up, saying, "Indeed, the absolutely neutral Joker. In terms of Seastone, we can say the Beast's pirates have completely entrusted it to you. But you didn't take advantage of the situation to raise the prices. This professional integrity is truly admirable." Hee. Doflamingo said to the few, "That's how I do things. Only 3 points. Fairness, still fairness. Torble, give the orders to prepare the banquet well. Today we shall indulge ourselves." In fact, many of the traded goods were often first purchased by the Don Quixote family for convenience and then traded. However, this was only for items with fixed profits. For goods like Seastone, prices were not fixed, and Doflamingo did not want to let other intermediaries have any ideas over a small profit, so most of the time such goods were auctioned. Of course, privately, the demands of the Don Quixote family would definitely be prioritized. Kaido's needs were for weapons and materials for making weapons, and such matters Doflamingo would naturally inform them in advance. From the draft depths of those ships, their preparations should satisfy Kaido. Soon a few days later, when Jack arrived on the mammoth, the previously arranged individuals quickly divided this batch of Seastone. Jack, who was encountering such a transaction for the first time, didn't say a word throughout. After checking that the quantity of goods reached Kaido's requirements, he said happily, "Joker, this time, mister. Kaido specially prepared a box of high-purity Seastone chains for you. Especially for you, mister. Kaido said he would be relying on you in the future. There's no need to be so polite, just thank Mr. Kaido for me when you return." After the transaction was completed and supplies were replenished and other intermediaries left one after another, Jack hurriedly returned. Only then did Doflamingo have time to come to the Dongtada Kingdom again. The little people here were conducting a crucial experiment for Doflamingo. Greenbit Island is currently under the safe control of Mary, who has consumed the purification fruit. At present, most of the island has been planted with various fruits and grains. There are also 2 food processing factories where many people from Dressrosa work. The westernmost part of Greenbit Island belongs to the Dongtada Kingdom, which is a forbidden zone on the island guarded by Marion and her people. When Don Quixote Doflamingo arrived, he saw Sugar, who was eating grapes, playing games with a group of little people, including Beepo. Beepo was engaged in a tug-of war with a group of little people, while a little person with golden long hair and a pointed nose sat on Marion's shoulder, shouting, "Beepo, keep it up. Pull that idiot Leo over." The little person shouted with great effort, making the blood vessels on her face more pronounced, but when she saw Doflamingo, she froze for a moment, quickly stood up, lifted her skirt, and bent slightly, saying, "King Doflamingo, hello." "Princess Mancherry, you are too polite." Looking at Mancherry, who resembled a little adult, Doflamingo took out a custom-made diamond necklace from his pocket and handed it to her. "Princess Mancherry, this is a gift for you. I hope you like it." "Thank you. Wow, so beautiful. Leo, look, this is the necklace Lord Doflamingo gave me. Does it look good?" As soon as Mancherry came over to cause trouble, Leo and the others who were struggling instantly lost their energy, allowing Beepo to pull them over. "What are you doing? Princess Mancherry, what are you doing?" Seeing Leo's complaining face, Mancherry angrily stepped on him. "Idiot Leo. Ouch. That hurts. That hurts." The interactions between Mancherry and Leo, still in their youth, seemed to always be like this. Mancherry was particularly gentle and polite to others, but extremely spoiled towards Leo, perhaps due to his straightforward nature. Currently, both of them are already capable beings, and under Doflamingo's suggestion, Marion and Mancherry have developed a very good relationship. As for Beepo and his group, their presence was purely coincidental. He was of similar age to Sugar and the little people, and with Greenbit Island producing an abundance of fruit, Sugar, after her first visit, fell in love with it and requested to stay here permanently. After some consideration, Doflamingo agreed as well. Very few toys in Dressrosa are local residents, most are pirates, and even if Sugar were to faint, the impact wouldn't be significant. Marion's strength is considerable, and with Baby and Baharo ensuring Sugar's safety is more than sufficient. Moreover, Sugar's personality fits well with these naive little people, and they often play together, ensuring that she doesn't feel bored. The better their relationship with these little people, the deeper the bond between the Dongtada Kingdom and the Don Quixote family will become, which Doflamingo naturally does not oppose. "Young master, this is it." Under Marion's guidance, Doflamingo and his group arrived at a lush farm where the leader of the Dongtada clan, Gancho, was observing the rice fields from a high platform with a dozen little people. The plump and sturdy rice grains bent the stalks as if they were elderly, but even so, the height of the rice ears was nearly matching that of Doflamingo. Upon seeing Doflamingo, Gancho quickly said, "Lord Doflamingo, you have come at the right time. The hybridization and grafting concepts you provided are indeed feasible. The third batch of experimental products has already succeeded with yields nearly 3 times that of ordinary rice. I believe that if we continue researching, this yield will further increase. It's truly unbelievable. This is a concept that surpasses all our planting techniques. It can even be applied to all plants. You are definitely a genius." Gancho and his group of plant experts looked extremely excited. For the Dongtada clan, they are the top experts in the world regarding plants. Initially, Gancho was somewhat dismissive of the 2 concepts proposed by Doflamingo, but after experimenting, he realized they completely overturned his understanding. This new research direction has captivated the entire Dongtada clan. True to their reputation as plant experts, they achieved results in just a year. Compared to rice, Doflamingo had already tasted banana-flavored watermelon last year, though he wasn't particularly fond of that flavor. Looking at the excited Gancho, Doflamingo softly said, "I am not a genius. I merely read a book when I was young. These are things that some great people have achieved. Great people. Some extraordinary individuals. Let's not talk about that anymore, Chief Gancho." Doflamingo stopped reminiscing and said seriously, "If we continue researching, as per your speculation, how much can the yield of this rice increase at its peak? When do you think it can be completed?" Hearing Doflamingo's inquiry, Gancho turned back to discuss with others. After a while, he stroked his beard and said, "The current yield is not its limit. We can guarantee completion by next year." The yield is expected to reach 5 times that of ordinary rice. Moreover, regarding fruits, we have grafted different fruits, and I believe we will create tastier and more nutritious fruits. Listening to Gancho's introduction, Doflamingo kept nodding. When Gancho finished, Doflamingo smiled and said, "Foo, foo, foo, then I will leave it to you all. If you have any requests, be sure to tell Marion. We will definitely do our utmost to satisfy everyone." "Not at all, you are too polite." "Then I won't disturb you all." After leaving the rice field, Marion asked with confusion, "Young master, what is the use of researching these worthless foods? Moreover, the growth environment for rice is somewhat complicated, and Greenbit Island cannot plant it on a large scale. This kind of worthless grain, even 100 tons, might not be worth a single slave. Those fruits have some value, though." Doflamingo looked at Marion's impressive figure and gently shook his head. "Marion, for us humans, or animals, and even any other living beings, the first thing needed to survive in this world is food and water. These grains may be worthless, but only from our perspective. Do not underestimate them. If utilized properly, they can even overturn this world. Some things should not be judged solely by their surface value. You still have much to learn about this. As for the planting locations..." "Foo, foo, foo, foo." Doflamingo looked out at the sea, mumbling, "Aren't these 3 countries near us just perfect?" At the port of Dressrosa, a merchant ship docked and a group of ragged men and women emitting a foul odor disembarked. This made the tourists who came to play pinch their noses and leave with disdain. Though these people looked haggard, their eyes were still filled with hope, searching for something. When they saw the sign for the worker registration office at the port, they immediately shouted with excitement, "It's true. It's really true. Dressrosa has really accepted us. We are saved. We are saved." The captain, with a cigar in his mouth, stepped off the ship and said disdainfully, "Of course I won't lie to you. Since I took your money, I will definitely keep my word. You can doubt my character, but you cannot doubt my credit. But speaking of which, you are quite lucky. Dressrosa is in urgent need of workers, and if you perform well, you might even become residents here. Now hurry over, but remember to queue up." "Thank you, sir. Thank you, Captain. We are so grateful." Thousands of civilians resembling beggars rushed towards the registration office, while the guards holding weapons were used to it, and shouted, "Form a line. One at a time. After registration, someone will take you to eat and bathe. No loud noise." After these people were slowly led away, a bearded guard said with disgust, "These guys smell like they just came out of a garbage dump. I wonder how many people the family intends to take in. About 20,000 by now, right?" "Shut up." The squad leader beside him said expressionlessly, "Family matters are not for you to gossip about. Just do your job." "Hey, I'm just worried, aren't I? With so many people coming to Dressrosa, what if there are no jobs left for our families? Then let's see how they perform. Now stand guard properly." "Yes." Inside the palace, Hardy, after reading the documents brought by his subordinates, said to Don Quixote Doflamingo, "Young master, we have now accepted over 23,000 people from 3 countries. Moreover, there are countless others trying everything to come to Dressrosa. But I estimate that all the factories in Dressrosa combined can only accommodate 50,000 people, no more." Doflamingo pondered for a moment and said, "Then notify them to intensify their conflicts, making the gap between the royal aristocrats and the lower class even larger. It's time for those heroes who dare to resist the royal family to make their appearance. Hardy, Drake, Bellamy, you 3 will each be responsible for 1 country. By the way, starting today, stop the arms trade with these 3 countries. Fufufu. You must see clearly how fragile so-called power is when faced with these desperate, defenseless civilians." "Yes, young master. Near Dressrosa, there is a very large island called Ilris Island. The island enjoys a spring-like climate year-round, making it very suitable for human habitation. However, due to the presence of 3 countries constantly at war, the people of Ilris Island live in extreme poverty. On Ilris Island in the Horus Kingdom, in the port city of Plot, within a row of dark, low-hanging houses in the civilian area, a frail young boy lay on a bed with only a thin blanket. The boy had a horrific gunshot wound on his chest and had fallen into a coma. A masked doctor was using a scalpel, desperately trying to save his life. A dozen serious-looking middle-aged men were watching, their eyes twitching slightly with each cut made by the doctor. Sigh. But with a long sigh from the doctor, a middle-aged woman, suppressing her emotions, could no longer hold back and cried out, "Woo-woo. My son. My son. Knock, knock." A series of noisy sounds came from the door, and then a tall man with a resolute face walked in. Upon seeing the boy's corpse on the bed, the man opened his mouth to say something, but ultimately gave up. But looking at the boy's tragic death, a man in the room finally couldn't help but shout, "Brother Lon Kyle is dead, just like this." He was General Wadi's only son, the only heir of General Wadi. General Wadi made so many contributions to the Horus Kingdom, yet because he was not of noble birth, he was always rejected by the royal family. Now General Wadi has sacrificed himself for the country, dying on the battlefield. What have those nobles done? They sealed General Wadi's assets and hunted down his family. We brothers have seen clearly. No matter how hard we work, as long as we are not nobles, we will never amount to anything. The nobles control wealth and food constantly, sending us commoners to fight against the enemy. No matter how many of us die, we are no different from ants in their eyes. Look at the past King Liku. How is his reputation? Wasn't he just a hypocritical scoundrel? The nobles are not to be trusted. They are worse than the pirate Don Quixote Doflamingo. At least after he became king, life in Dressrosa changed dramatically. Brother Lon, I have made up my mind. I want to gather the brothers in the army to avenge General Wadi and overthrow the royal family's rule. What do you all think? Lon frowned and looked at him, saying, Carl, with our strength, even if you can gather the past brothers, we will not be a match for the royal family and the nobles. Their strength is not something we can resist. Moreover, even if you can defeat them, Horus is a member of the world government, and such a significant change in the royal family's regime will surely attract their intervention. At that time, one can only imagine the fate that awaits us. The man named Carl, after hearing Lon's concerns, showed a strange smile. Oh, really? The member states of the world government, 3 countries on one island, are all member states. I remember that the world government does not intervene in wars between member states. So even if the Horus Kingdom is attacked by other member states, as long as the amount of gold in the sky is not reduced, who rules or not is actually not that important to the world government, right? Hearing Carl's words, a group of men suddenly exploded. What do you mean by this, Carl? Are you suggesting that we collude with those 2 countries? Don't forget, the hundreds of years of war have filled us with hatred. It's either you die or I live. Among us here, who hasn't had family killed by people from those 2 countries in the past generations? Compared to the oppression of the royal family, we find it even harder to accept siding with them. If we side with them, our end will surely be tragic. We do not trust them, just as they do not trust us. Calm down. Everyone, let me finish. Don't be so agitated. After trying to calm everyone's emotions, Carl pointed to the sky and spoke softly. Why are we always limited to this continent? Is there no other member state nearby besides Ilris Island? Are you saying? Dressrosa seems to be a member state as well, and recently many of our compatriots have illegally crossed over there. I heard them say that the living conditions there are simply like heaven. We have no enmity with Dressrosa, right? Moreover, I can connect with the Don Quixote family through our compatriots. After all, Don Quixote Doflamingo is a pirate and must be very interested in the expansion of the country. If the royal family of Horus were to become the Don Quixote family. Carl stopped here, and Lon and the others fell silent for a while, not knowing what to say. Seeing the hesitation of the crowd, Carl continued, Tell me, can our lives get any worse? What harm is there in trying? Hearing this, Lon's hesitation disappeared, and he gritted his teeth and said, Let's do it. Doflamingo felt no concern over how Hardy and his companions would overthrow the royal families of those 3 nations. Everyone yearned for a better life for themselves and their families, and the transformation of Dressrosa was evident to the neighboring countries. Whether it was someone coming to seek refuge or bribing certain individuals from those nations with money, the Don Quixote family had far more influence in those 3 countries than one might imagine. After all, money paves the way for success. However, it would be impossible to accomplish this year. Although the world government would not intervene in the wars of allied nations, the outcomes of invasion and rescue would be contrary. Though relying on their formidable strength, they could easily conquer those 3 nations in a short time. The blood debt would be attributed to Doflamingo. Doflamingo would rather consume more time than accept an island that would be filled with rebels in the future. Mihawk Defeated was playing with a few sexy-looking women, while Lao Ji was seriously instructing a group of young boys and girls. A waiter hurriedly set down plates of food, and Doflamingo and Diamante lounged in their swimsuits on deck chairs. Every so often, Doflamingo would gather his family for a meeting, partly to summarize the recent developments in the family's various businesses, and partly because he enjoyed these warm moments. After all, humans are social creatures. While it's said that the strong are always lonely, a mentally healthy person cannot truly enjoy solitude, except for those immature youths who think they are mature. Seeing Sugar chase after Beepo while holding an especially ugly toy, Doflamingo couldn't help but laugh. Fufufu. Just then, Doflamingo's vision went dark, and he quickly shut his mouth. After slightly shifting his body, Doflamingo finally spoke. Hey Treble, you're too close to me. Back off a bit, your snot is about to drop on me. Slurp. Treble, still looking as bulky as ever, held a document, and upon hearing Doflamingo's words, sniffled and replied, Hey Doflamingo, it seems the world government has sent you an invitation. They want you to attend the world conference. Fufufu. Doflamingo scoffed. Treble, do you believe that if I were to go, the world government wouldn't find ways to stop me? This invitation is merely for show. Otherwise, the Navy's ships would have come to fetch me by now. As for how I became this king, both the world government and I are well aware. They wouldn't let me attend the world conference openly. For those decisions, all I need to do is obediently cast my vote. In the end, the proposals passed will still protect the interests of the allied nations, in other words, protect the interests of the world government. Well, that's quite a shame. I'm very curious about Mary Geoise. There will come a day, Treble. Doflamingo said with determination. There will come a day when we can go there openly, become the new rulers there. Just then a news bird flapped its wings and slowly landed. Treble asked curiously, a news bird? Why would it come by at this time? Is there something big going on? Oh no, I don't have any coins on me. Hey, does anyone have a coin? Hearing Treble's words, Sugar turned around and scolded. You idiot, dressed so thickly and still didn't bring any coins. How could these guys possibly have any? I do. Just as he finished speaking, Buffalo pulled a coin out from his underwear, leaving everyone in the room speechless. Hee. Buffalo scratched his head, feeling a bit embarrassed, and said, I went to the casino yesterday and kept a little in case I lost all my money. You really are disgusting. Buffalo. After the news bird took the coin with a distressed expression, it vigorously wiped its wings and then flew up into the sky after handing the newspaper to Treble. A lump of bird droppings fell on Buffalo's head, indicating that the news bird was quite upset. Treble opened the newspaper, took a closer look, and exclaimed in surprise, Hey, yet another incredible event has occurred. The hero of Fishman Island, the hero who rescued slaves Fisher Tiger, has actually died. Upon hearing Treble's words, Doflamingo's heart stirred. Not long after Fisher Tiger's death, Jinbei accepted the world government's proposal to save Arlong and became a warlord of the sea. This meant that among the warlords that would appear in the future, including himself, 5 have already emerged. Currently, there are still 2 warlords who have not appeared. One is Bartholomew Kuma, and the other is the current so-called Navy hunter Mihawk, who wanders around. Mihawk's whereabouts are somewhat clearer, while Bartholomew Kuma's location is still unknown. Doflamingo has never heard of his name as a tyrant, and has yet to see his bounty, as it seems he is not yet a pirate. As for Mihawk, it is believed that he will become a warlord within these 2 years, and his friend Shanks, who would later be known as the user of the Face Fruit, should also have gathered his companions by now and be on his way to make a name for himself in the new world. What impact will red-haired Shanks bring to this chaotic new world? While Doflamingo was still pondering, Treble continued, Fishman Island has been banned from attending this year's World Conference. Also, the red-haired pirates who destroyed the island of Music Elegia have now returned to the Grand Line. This guy has caused quite a few big events recently. Oh really? That guy is no simple character. After casually saying that, Doflamingo suddenly thought of something and quickly asked, Treble, I remember Elegia is not far from the entrance of the Grand Line, right? Yes, Doflamingo, what about it? Fufufu. Doflamingo suddenly laughed and after a moment said, It seems we are going to gain a new family member. A family member to manage those stars, but she needs to be educated properly. That little girl harbors quite a bit of hatred. Recalling Yuta's peculiar abilities in the original work, Doflamingo felt a surge of anticipation. Elegia had just been destroyed this year, and Shanks' bounty had skyrocketed to 1 billion due to this incident. So Yuta must have just been left on that island filled with resentment towards Shanks. It is indeed a cruel thing for a little girl to be left with an old man on a ruined island. If the future red-haired diva becomes the most loyal officer of the Don Quixote family, it will surely be interesting. As for loyalty, long-term companionship can be more meaningful to a love-starved girl than any relationship. Don Quixote Yuta. That's quite a nice name. Thinking about it, Doflamingo called Hardy back shortly after the gathering, bringing Buffalo along as they flew towards the Grand Line. After all, the affairs of those countries were not urgent. Hardy was going for Yuta, while Buffalo was heading to the South Sea to support Luo and Buten. As the market in the South Sea opened up, more manpower was needed. Although Luo had recruited many subordinates, it was still insufficient, and Buffalo's ability to fly would be extremely helpful. Hardy always obeyed Doflamingo's orders unconditionally. Although he did not know what was special about a discarded little girl on the destroyed Elegia, Hardy planned to act out a play as taught by Doflamingo, pretending to be gravely ill and landing on Elegia only to be saved by that little girl. Then naturally, to repay her kindness, he would rescue her from that deserted island. Nearly 19 years old, Hardy's height was already close to 7 meters. His somewhat mature face, combined with years of rigorous training, made Hardy's skin darker and stripped him of youthful vigor, giving him the appearance of a composed middle-aged man. Doflamingo's education of these children was very comprehensive. After turning 18, he also arranged comingafage ceremonies for them, with gifts being a few mature beauties. Regardless of their needs, the family would go all out to satisfy them. This environment led most members of the youth group to be adept at controlling their desires. Of course, there were exceptions, such as the gambling-addicted Buffalo, which was a matter of personality, as Hardy's assistant Buffalo's height was comparable to Hardy's. Unlike the original, Buffalo had become significantly stronger through Doflamingo's strict education. Otherwise, he wouldn't have stood out in the elite Eagle team and become Hardy's deputy. While Buffalo's strength was not as great as Hardy's, he exceeded ordinary people in stature, and he also had considerable talent for observation haki and armament haki. In the original work, Buffalo appeared so inadequate because he had a gambling habit since childhood, and Doflamingo only valued his fruit scouting ability, not giving him much discipline. However, now that he was part of the youth group, and under the leadership of Hardy, he underwent rigorous training, and Hardy would occasionally spar with him. Additionally, other members of the Eagle team would challenge him every year. Aside from him, all the elites of the Eagle team were Zoan-type users with decent talents, and their strength was continuously growing, which motivated him to train hard. As the second-in-command of the Eagle team, Buffalo had access to a special casino, a benefit specially provided by Doflamingo, which Buffalo would never consider giving up. Although other casinos were always profitable, his casino. Hardy and Buffalo slowly descended onto a deserted island. After taking out a permanent pointer, Hardy said to Buffalo, "I am almost at my destination. When you see Buden, tell him not to forget about training. Also tell him to stop being so childish and refrain from calling me late at night without saying anything. Doesn't he know that the snail can transform into his likeness?" Buffalo nodded and scratched his head, saying, "Hey, Captain Hardy, can you lend me some money? I'm out of cash. I'm heading to the South Sea, and the casino business will surely improve. I can pay you back then." Hardy glanced at Buffalo and said expressionlessly, "You are quite self-aware, but I don't have any money. I didn't bring any money this time. But you have a card. I saw it when you took out the pointer." Buffalo said in a slightly pleading tone, "Captain Hardy, if I go to the South Sea, Luo, with his nasty temper, will definitely not give me any money. Buden is poorer than I am, and without money I would be very miserable. As your subordinate, you wouldn't want me to live such a wretched life, would you? Besides, if I borrow money from Luo, it would be a loss of your face. It seems that Luo has always looked down on you." Hardy took out a golden bank card from his pocket, looking pained, as he said, "There is still 100 million berries inside, don't spend it all." Buffalo's eyes lit up as he snatched it and grinned at Hardy, saying, "Thank you. He'll save it for later. Hardy, let's eat." Seeing that Buffalo's address changed after borrowing money, Hardy shook his head, helplessly taking out some canned food and a few bags of instant noodles from his backpack, preparing to start a fire to cook. These foods came from the Don Quixote family and received widespread acclaim after being launched 2 years ago, becoming the most popular food for sailing on the sea. Now, this legitimate business accounted for a large portion of the family's annual revenue, and this share was continuously increasing. Many factories seemingly had no connection to the Don Quixote family, but in reality were firmly controlled by the family. Doflamingo secretly established many different business associations, and aside from the main management personnel inside, others had no idea that these were Don Quixote family enterprises. Of course, there was no shortage of collusion and bribery, slaughter and destruction. This time coming to the Grand Line, in addition to bringing back Yuta, Hardy also needed to resolve some small troubles. The Grand Line does not have as many business associations as the Four Seas, and aside from the magnetic issues, the various pirates constantly emerging on the trade routes were also a reason why few associations could grow large. There were also the underworld forces of some countries, the greed of the nobility, and a series of complex matters. As for bribing the nobles, Tory Poles people would handle it, but matters concerning pirates needed to be left to the combat troops. Especially pirates who were good at concealing their tracks. This required Hardy's Eagle team to take action. After becoming a warlord of the sea, aside from his family's industries, many countries' associations in the Grand Line chose to pay tribute fees to seek the Don Quixote family's pirate flag. This is what is commonly referred to as protection fees. Since they collected protection fees, the Don Quixote family naturally would not tarnish their reputation. However, some fledgling pirates, or those wanting to become famous, quickly always ignored the title of warlord of the sea, even deliberately provoking and attacking merchant ships flying the Don Quixote family pirate flag. Doflamingo would naturally not indulge such pirates. These pirates were the experiences that helped the youth group grow. After eating their fill, the two parted ways. According to the exact location provided by the intel, Hardy easily found the pirate group that had robbed several merchant ships 2 months ago. With their highest bounty of 20 million, they actually did not need Hardy to take action, but he happened to be passing by and resolved the issue. After the slaughter, he deliberately left a few pirate minions to spread the word about the consequences of offending the Don Quixote family, while Hardy transformed into a white tiger and flew towards Elegia. The enormous white tiger swept across the sea surface, soaring into the sky, just as a pirate ship with a red dragon figurehead approached. A man with red hair and one arm, upon seeing the gradually flying white tiger, excitedly shouted, "Hey, it seems like we've spotted an incredible guy. That must be a devil fruit user, right? He should have come earlier. Perhaps we could even invite him to join us. Come on, Captain Shanks. A guy like that wouldn't want to join us. Ha, who knows, he might be a partner of some big shot." A big shot. Shanks looked out at the sea and said confidently, "We will also become big shots. Elegia, the best preserved harbor on the island." Yuta, dressed in a linen shirt, was staring intently at the sea. The howling wind scattered her hair, and her frail body occasionally took a few steps back, unable to withstand the force. Yet Yuta seemed oblivious to the cold, maintaining an expressionless gaze at the ocean. "Yuta?" Gordon, who had rushed over, called out anxiously upon seeing her. "Come back, Yuta. It's going to rain soon and Shanks and the others won't be coming. Just give up." Yuta glanced back at Gordon, her youthful face bearing an expression of wisdom beyond her years. "I've long given up. Oh, I know he has abandoned me." Yuta's voice was somewhat subdued as she continued to gaze at the sea. "I just came out to clear my mind, but it's too boring on the island. I don't like it there. I always feel like those people are still alive. When I close my eyes, I can see those uncles and aunts." Upon hearing Yuta's words, Gordon was at a loss for words. After a long pause, he sighed, took Yuta's hand, and prepared to leave. "Wait." Yuta suddenly broke free from Gordon's grasp, pointing in astonishment at the distance. "Gordon, what is that? It looks like something is flying over. Is it a tiger? It looks like a person. He flew past. He fell down. Gordon, did you see that? Let's hurry and save him." Having detected the two with his Kinbunchika Haki, Hardy initially planned to land right in front of them, but reconsidered due to his size. To avoid spending the night outside, he flew a short distance forward and pretended to fall unconscious into a ruined palace. When Yuta and Gordon rushed over, they found Hardy lying on the ground, pale and unconscious. Raising his body temperature slightly was a trivial matter for Hardy. As soon as Gordon placed his hand on Hardy's forehead, he almost yelped from the heat. "This person is sick. He has a serious fever. Yuta, keep an eye on him. Oh, I'll go get some medicine." After Gordon hurried away, Yuta curiously examined Hardy and muttered to herself, "Wow, why is this person so tall? He can even fly? Is he also a power user?" When Gordon returned with the medicine and administered it to the unconscious Hardy, the two were perplexed by how to handle Hardy on the ground. Hardy's body was far too heavy. After using all their strength to get him inside, they found it impossible to lift him onto the bed, leaving the elderly and the young with no solution but to cover him with a blanket. When the heavy rain began, Hardy was grateful for his foresight. In the following days, Hardy pretended to be weak, continuously receiving care from the two. Yuta, who had stayed on this deserted island with Gordon for nearly a year, eagerly took on the task of caring for Hardy. It was at this moment that Yuta began to display her innocent curiosity as a child. She incessantly asked about the outside world, as if the years spent here had felt like an eternity, fearing that the world outside had undergone changes she was unaware of. This chattiness reminded Hardy of his younger brother Bolton. His childhood personality was just like Yuta's, constantly chattering away. This also stirred a sense of affection in Hardy towards Yuta, making him more friendly. He answered every question Yuta posed with thoroughness. Seeing Yuta cheer up because of Hardy's arrival brought great joy to Gordon. Soon half a month passed and Hardy's health improved. During this time, Yuta had come to trust Hardy immensely. This was partly because Hardy had intentionally approached her, and partly due to Yuta's longing for companionship. After all, Yuta was still just a little girl under 10, and being with the often silent and withdrawn Gordon, who was burdened by the destruction of the kingdom and the loss of its people, had only been bearable because there were still plenty of books to learn from. As Hardy had taken care of his troublesome little brother since childhood and had been meticulously trained by Don Quixote Doflamingo, he naturally had the ability to endear himself to the newly joined children. Now Yuta had already begun to call Hardy brother, quite naturally. Hardy also understood why Yuta lived on this destroyed and dilapidated island. Hardy could easily perceive the longing in Yuta's eyes for the outside world. After all, she was merely a little girl under 10, and remaining on this deserted island, which even pirates were reluctant to visit, was surely not her desire. Since Doflamingo had declared he wanted Yuta to become one of their family, Hardy naturally treated her with the attitude reserved for family. Through their brief interactions, Hardy also developed a fondness for Yuta, whose personality resembled that of young Bolton. He felt it was extremely cruel to let her live here. Describing his family, Hardy told Yuta about the many non-blood-related family members who lived happily together. Thus, Hardy proposed taking Yuta home to live as family, and she agreed after a moment's hesitation. However, this was met with Gordon's strong opposition. Gordon shouted at the stubborn Yuta, "Yuta? Absolutely not. Your father entrusted you to my care. There's no way I would agree to let you go with this unknown person. Hardy, just by looking at you I can tell you're a pirate. I will never let Yuta leave with you. Who exactly are you?" In response to Gordon's questioning, Hardy replied without hesitation, "I am from the Don Quixote family, and my master is the warlord known as Doflamingo." "What? It's him? Yuta?" Gordon exclaimed in shock. "Do you know who Doflamingo is?" The Don Quixote family is an evil pirate family from the North Sea. They are not like Shanks. These guys have blood on their hands, and none who oppose them have a good end. Even I have heard of his infamous reputation. Hearing Gordon's explanation, Yuta's expression wavered, prompting Hardy to quickly laugh and say, "Ha ha, what a joke. An evil pirate family. Are pirates not evil? Are they supposed to be just bloodstained hands? Which pirate doesn't have blood on their hands?" Shanks, are you talking about the one with the red hair? Do you dare claim he has no blood on his hands? Gordon wanted to say something, but ultimately fell silent. Seeing Gordon's speechless, Haki crouched down and said to Yuta, I know our family's reputation may not be very good, but our master truly cares for us as family. Even to others he may seem like a complete villain, but to us he is a father, an older brother, an irreplaceable family member. All of us share similar experiences to yours, or perhaps even more tragic. Either abandoned by others or left orphaned, we fight daily for our survival against the odds. It was our master who saved us, allowing us to live and become who we are. No matter what difficulties we face, he never abandons us or blames us. We are all children abandoned by the world, and he gave us a second chance at life. So, Haki looked at Gordon and said seriously, is it too one-sided to define a person by good and bad? At least for us, he is the best, most respectable person in the world. You? Ignoring Gordon, Haki continued, addressing Yuta. Yuta, didn't you say you love music? Our Don Quixote family possesses an extensive collection of musical texts, no less refined than Aralige's private archives. Moreover, our family shelters numerous renowned vocalists. If you're interested, I can speak to the young master and appoint you as their overseer. Watching Yuta hesitate, still Haki spoke with solemn gravity. I swear, neither I nor the young master will ever abandon you. The Don Quixote family never forsakes its own. Hearing these words, Yuta's gaze hardened with resolve. She turned toward Gordon and declared each word deliberate. Gordon, I've made my decision. I'm leaving this place. Gordon cried out in frantic distress. Yuta, Shanks is your family. He has already abandoned me, so. Yuta locked eyes with Gordon and shouted. He is no longer my family. And now I seek a new family. You have no right to stop me. Yuta, Gordon. Haki rose to his feet and, gazing at the agitated Gordon, said firmly. Yuta speaks the truth. You are not Yuta's father. You hold no authority to restrain her. And Haki gestured toward the crumbling ruins surrounding them and addressed Gordon. You force a child under 10 to live in a nation suffocated by deathly silence. Isn't that cruel? Isn't it selfish? Yuta deserves a brighter future. Her life must not be confined to a ruined land spent beside an elder who has lost all hope. No toys, no clothing, no delicacies, no companions, nothing at all. Only endless solitude and desolation. What kind of person will she become raised in such conditions? She is a child, not a demon, and should not be imprisoned like a convict in this wretched cage. You? Faced with Haki's towering presence and fierce conviction, Gordon opened his mouth, but his lips trembled, then fell silent as his eyes closed, defeated. After a long silence, Gordon sighed helplessly. If Yuta leaves, you may face complications. Complications? The Don Quixote family fears no complication. Haki lifted Yuta into his arms and said to Gordon, what complication do you mean? The wretched father who cast Yuta aside, or something else entirely. But whatever the magnitude of the trouble, we, her family, shall shoulder it for her. That lies beyond your concern. Gordon, if you wish, you two may depart with us and join the Don Quixote family. Gordon shook his head gently and murmured, no matter how this land crumbles, it remains my nation. I cannot leave it. Perhaps you're right. Yuta's future ought not to be this. Take her away. But see that you keep your word, otherwise. Haki raised a hand, halting Gordon mid-sentence, and affirmed with unwavering conviction. I would never forgive myself. In time I'll bring Yuta back to visit you, Gordon. Gordon smiled faintly at Haki's earnest expression. Go on, Yuta, gather your things. Those books serve no purpose here. Given Haki's transformed size, carrying them poses no difficulty. Gordon. Tears glistened in Yuta's eyes as she gazed at Gordon, her look heavy with sorrow, yet she nodded at last. Haki shifted into his white tiger form and bore her skyward. Watching Yuta wave fervently from above, Gordon whispered to himself, though I cannot yet judge whether this choice is right or wrong. Shanks, keeping Yuta beside me in this fallen nation, was indeed cruel, for a child who knew nothing. After a quiet moment of grief, Yuta's heart swelled with anticipation for a new life, and together with Haki, she faded slowly into the crimson glow of the setting sun. Haki moved swiftly, his massive frame ensured that even as Yuta slept and rolled upon his back, she never slipped. Traveling without rest, Haki reached Dressrosa in just half a month. At the sight of the city below, radiant and bustling, Yuta's weariness dissolved into pure exhilaration. Only when Haki landed before the castle did Yuta realize a group had been waiting for them. Young master, this is Yuta, the one who saved me when I fell gravely ill and lapsed into unconsciousness. So, you are Yuta. Doflamingo extended his hand, his expression grave. Haki has told me everything about you, since you saved Haki, and since he vouches for you. From this day forth, the Don Quixote family is your family, and we are your kin. I pledge to you, so long as your loyalty to the family endures, the family shall stand unshaken at your side. As you see, to outsiders we may not be deemed good, but among ourselves we are kin bound by absolute trust. So, do you truly wish to become a member of the Don Quixote family? Then call me young master. Yuta faltered, overwhelmed by Doflamingo's words, until Hardy knelt beside her, his voice warm and gentle. There's no need to be nervous. If you wish to become our family, simply call him young master. This is the patriarch of the Don Quixote family, my young master, Don Quixote Doflamingo. Hardy gently squeezed Yuta's hand. Seeing his expectant, encouraging gaze, she nodded, then stepped timidly before Doflamingo and whispered softly, "Young master." Fufufu. Doflamingo crouched down, lifted Yuta into his arms, and turned to address the gathering. Family, rejoice with us. We welcome another trusted kin. From this day, Yuta is an official reserve cadre of the Don Quixote family. Treat this little sister well. Roar. Welcome to the Don Quixote family, Yuta. 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 Overwhelmed by such fervent warmth, the likes of which she hadn't felt in years, Yuta's eyes brimmed with tears. Doflamingo set her down and gestured toward Treble and the others. Fufufu. This is Treble Diamante Pica. You'll come to know them all in time. This is Jorah. She will guide and care for you henceforth. And these others. You really are tedious. Yuta, let's go inside. Baby 5. Don't speak so casually to the young master. And you're just as tedious. Beepo. Come on, Yuta, let's go eat. Afterward, I'll take you to the amusement park. I'll tell you, it's absolutely wonderful there. Watching Baby 5 tug a bewildered Yuta away, Doflamingo shook his head and chuckled. Fufu. It seems they've gained a new playmate. Still, Jorah Law, it falls to you both to train her well. I'd rather not see a naive, gentle girl emerge from the Don Quixote family. Yes, young master. Yuta's age is similar to that of Babwa and the others. With companions and the bustling atmosphere of Dressrosa, Yuta quickly fell in love with this place. Greenbit Island is now a paradise for nurturing these children. Jorah and Lao Ji are responsible for training those who have already been identified as family cadres, yet are still young. Although their strength is not considered particularly formidable within the family, they are more than adequate to lay the foundation for these children. With the company of the innocent Dongdada tribe, Yuta and the other children are enjoying a happy life. Time always passes quickly. In the blink of an eye, it is already the year 1513 of the Sea Circle calendar. Fufufu. Has the sea hero Jinbei become one of the 7 warlords? The Grand Sun Pirates seem to be disbanding. Doflamingo put down the newspaper and said to the nearby Treble, Treble, I remember there was a group of human traffickers from the Fishman clan who were quite famous for selling their own kind. They were called the Marcos gang, right? Treble nodded and said, Yes, Doflam, that guy provided quite a few mermaids to the family back then. Later they joined the Sun Pirates, which caused our channels for obtaining those mermaids to dwindle. Fufufu. Treble, since the Sun Pirates have disbanded, those guys will definitely return to their old ways. Doflamingo walked to the window and looked out at the distant sea, saying, Those guys are very pure. They will do anything for money. They will definitely contact you again. When they do, tell them we want not only mermaids, but also those young fishmen. The combat power of fishmen cannot be underestimated. I want to form a fishman squad so that our family has an army ready to support us at any time, whether in the sky or underwater. Understood, Doflam. I will keep an eye on it. But Doflam. Treble handed over another newspaper, looking somewhat worried. The red-haired pirates seemed to be causing quite a stir. Once in the New World, they defeated the madman Laurel, who had a bounty of over 1.2 billion. I don't know who destroyed the family's weapon factory on Traqualan Island, but the red-haired pirates had been in the area during that time, making them very suspicious. Currently, they have gone to the most chaotic waters of the New World, and our manpower cannot probe there. So should we give up on the investigation? The red-haired pirates. Doflamingo gently tapped his fingers and closed his eyes, pondering for a moment before saying, I remember Yuta has started live streaming her singing, right? Her voice is truly beautiful and has garnered a lot of popularity. If that's the case, let's continue to promote Yuta. I believe that guy will contact us on his own after seeing it. Understood, Doflam, I will arrange it. After Treble left, Doflamingo slowly walked to a piano, sat down, and lightly touched the keys, producing beautiful melodies. Doflamingo actually doesn't care whether the weapon factory was destroyed by the red-haired pirates. He just wants an opportunity to have a good fight with the current red-haired. Whether it is in the development of his powers, enhancement of physical strength, or the utilization of Haki, Doflamingo feels he has reached a bottleneck. Simply practicing hard will not yield much improvement. To resolve the current predicament, battling against a strong opponent of similar strength would be the best method. The gap with Kaido is very obvious. Seeking a fight with him would be asking for trouble. If he gets seriously injured, it would not be a joke. His strength could significantly decline, and he wouldn't willingly be Doflamingo's sparring partner. As for other pirates, with Doflamingo's current strength, finding a worthy opponent is quite difficult. He cannot defeat the top-tier pirates, but he cannot find anyone slightly weaker. The best opponent at present is the very active red-haired Shanks in the New World. Although Shanks is currently powerful, he has not yet reached the level of becoming a future Emperor of the Sea. Given his ease in defeating the madman Laurel, his strength can't be too shabby. Moreover, that guy's first battle after arriving in the New World was a clash with the Whitebeard pirates. Although he seemed to suffer a bit, he escaped completely. According to rumors, Shanks' Haki is extremely powerful, which fills Doflamingo with anticipation. Devil's Sea Ulan Island. After defeating the madman Laurel and occupying this island, the red-haired pirates are joyfully holding a banquet. To welcome our new comrades, we must all get drunk today. Since defeating Laurel, and after several battles, Shanks' fame has also risen in the New World. Many pirates who had grievances with Laurel or had been defeated by Shanks willingly submit to him, becoming part of the red-haired pirates' large fleet. After mixing in the New World for a few years, these individuals are well aware of their own strength. They do not qualify for the competition for the title of Emperor of the Sea. Therefore, since they cannot become an Emperor of the Sea, being a subordinate to one is also a good choice. With Shanks, who possesses unparalleled Haki, charging into the New World, these pirates hold great expectations for him. After all, not every pirate can escape unscathed after a battle with the Whitebeard pirates. Moreover, Shanks' Conqueror's Haki is simply that of a born king. As the so-called aura of dominance is released, the subordinates will flock to him, and it is nothing more than that. Hey, your singing is really terrible. I should find a better channel through the transponder snail. A pirate brought an image transponder snail from the ship and said to everyone, the Don Quixote family has nurtured many stars. Their singing and dancing are indeed quite impressive. Dean, hurry up then. The pirate named Dean adjusted the transponder snail for a while, and a clear voice soon came through. Why is it a little girl? But her singing is indeed not bad. Shanks, who was drinking from a barrel and competing in drinking games, turned his head in disbelief when he heard the familiar voice. The river of life? The world is at my feet. This is... Beckman and the others also rushed to the image transponder snail, exclaiming in shock, Yuta? Why is Yuta here? Where is this place? Dean looked at Shanks, who had a serious expression, swallowed hard, and said softly, I don't know, but it should be the Don Quixote family's territory. Because this channel belongs to the Don Quixote family and is very popular worldwide. Many singers have been trained by them. Is that so? Shanks looked at Yuta on the screen, who was smiling brightly and singing loudly, and said word by word, the 7 warlords, the Night Demon Doflamingo. No matter what your plans are, I will tell you. You made the wrong choice. Tricolian Island, a small island occupied by the Don Quixote family in the New World, hosts only a weapons warehouse for transit and a not-so-large weapons factory. This place is used for recycling old weapons and refurbishing them. Due to its remote location, only a few hundred people usually reside here. However, years ago the factory on the island was destroyed by unknown assailants, leading to the death of all station personnel and the rescue of slaves. After failing to trace the culprits, the family had no choice but to send more manpower, including a manager named Strully, to oversee the island. Strully is a pirate who defected to the Don Quixote family last year with a bounty of 150 million. Having been in the New World for many years, he is quite clever. Among his contemporaries, some are dead, while others are captured. Only Strully has survived as a pirate for over 20 years, living rather well in the New World. However, as the New World became increasingly chaotic, the survival space for small pirate crews shrank. After much consideration, Strully disbanded his crew and joined the Don Quixote family as a cadre. This was also Strully's choice after lengthy deliberation. Having drifted at sea for many years and no longer young, he had long abandoned his ambitions. Although Strully's strength is still decent, he is merely fodder easily dispatched by the real monsters. In recent years, due to the title of the Sea Emperor, the situation in the New World has become increasingly tense. Many pirates now face either death or survival, especially those targeting the Sea Emperor. Several of Strully's old acquaintances have been killed by them. This has instilled a great sense of crisis in Strully. Coincidentally, after Doflamingo became the new king of Dressrosa, the Don Quixote family began to recruit extensively. Learning of this, Strully discussed it with his companions and chose to join the Don Quixote family. Those without a bounty opted not to be pirates, while those who were younger and had bounties joined other pirate crews. For those filled with ambition, there was no need to follow Doflamingo, who had already become a Shichibukai, as he could no longer become the Sea Emperor. But this was precisely what Strully needed, joining the Don Quixote family posed far fewer dangers for him. Since Doflamingo had become a Shichibukai, he naturally would not be involved in the fight for the Sea Emperor. Moreover, it is well known that the Don Quixote family excels in business, offering excellent treatment to both low-level members and cadres, making it the prime choice for someone like Strelly, who seeks a stable life. After a rigorous selection process, Strelly became a chief officer under Diamante in the Diamante army. After becoming a cadre in the Diamante army, Strelly realized that the treatment within the Don Quixote family was even better than rumored, and the tasks assigned posed little danger. In the New World, Doflamingo's reputation is still quite prominent. Because personnel stationed abroad enjoy better welfare than those stationed in Dressrosa, Strelly eagerly signed up when he learned of the recruitment for Tricolian Island. In his view, since the misfortune that befell Tricolian Island was merely a matter of bad luck, and now that he is older, he should take advantage of his remaining strength to save some money and settle down in the beautiful Dressrosa, preparing for his old age. Moreover, while the living conditions here are somewhat poor, the family's merchant ships deliver supplies every month, and as a cadre, bringing along a few female slaves to warm his bed is quite common. Thus, Strelly lived a very leisurely life. Once the recovered weapons were delivered after checking and signing, he no longer had to worry about other matters. Upon returning to his room, several maids had already prepared lunch. Seeing Strelly return, they immediately came over to help him take off his coat. For a moment, Strelly felt as if he were now like those noble lords he envied so much as a child. Strelly kissed a few women one by one and happily sat down at the table to prepare for lunch. However, this pleasant mood did not last long before it was interrupted by a rushing pirate. Bang! The door to the room was violently slammed open, and Strelly recognized him as one of the guards on duty at the port, who shouted breathlessly, "Lord Strelly. It's bad. A pirate ship has been spotted at the port, and they are not communicating with us heading straight here. From the pirate flag, it appears to be the notorious red-haired pirates." "What? Red-haired?" Strelly stood up with a pale face. Although he felt some fear in his heart, the Don Quixote family is extremely cruel towards cadres who flee without fighting, so he gritted his teeth and said, "Gather everyone, let's go take a look together." When Strelly arrived at the port with hundreds of pirates, a pirate ship with a dragonhead figurehead had also docked at the shore. Bang! Shanks jumped off the ship with a blank expression and coldly said, "You must be from the Don Quixote family. I don't care what methods you use, contact Doflamingo within a minute. Otherwise you will die. You think you can just scare me into contacting the family with one sentence? Do I not care about my face? Do I not want to survive anymore?" Strelly gritted his teeth and said, "Red-haired Shanks, I advise you to think carefully. We are subordinates of Doflamingo, a Shichibukai. That's who I'm looking for. Are you the one in charge? Contact him immediately." Before Strelly could figure out what was happening, a tangible shockwave erupted from Shanks, causing him to spit out a mouthful of blood. With a face full of dread, Strelly exclaimed, "Conqueror's Haki. This intensity. Don't move. I will contact the young master." "Hello, this is Diamante." Shanks took the Den Mushi and spoke slowly. "I am Shanks of the red-haired pirates. I'm looking for Doflamingo." When Diamante's Den Mushi rang, he happened to be playing at the poolside with his family. Upon hearing the voice, he handed the Den Mushi to Doflamingo, who was nearby. "Doflamingo, that guy named Shanks is looking for you. He seems a bit anxious." Is that so?" "Doflamingo let you to go. I don't care what your plot is. Let you to go." Hearing Shanks' unceremonious words through the Den Mushi, the veins on Doflamingo's forehead bulged, and he coldly replied, "Do you think that after killing Lar you are invincible now? Let you to go? What does it mean to let go of my own family?" Shanks roared in anger. "Yuta is not your family. At least not for someone like you. Someone like me, eh?" Doflamingo sneered. "You seem to have misunderstood something. Someone like me is essentially no different from someone like you. We are all pirates. Who is more noble than the other? Moreover, on what basis do you expect me to let Yuta go?" Shanks fell silent for a moment and softly said, "I am Yuta's father." "Ha ha ha." Doflamingo replied mockingly, "So you are the so-called father who abandoned Yuta and left her on a deserted island. It seems you still don't quite understand the situation. So let me inform you. You are no longer Yuta's father. Don Quixote Doflamingo. You wretched man." Shanks seethed, glaring at the Den Mushi as though he could slay its distant owner with sheer fury alone. Yet Doflamingo's next words instantly stilled Shanks' rage. "Yuta, this call is from your so-called father, Shanks. Shall I connect him?" As Shanks watched, hopeful and breathless, Yuta's voice emerged coldly from the Den Mushi. "No, I don't know him. They are no longer my family. I live perfectly well here. I need no father. Yuta. Wait." Amid Doflamingo's cry, the Den Mushi was abruptly slammed down. Shanks whispered hollowly, "Yuta." Blue. Moments later, the Den Mushi rang again. The moment Shanks answered, Doflamingo's voice cut in sharp with accusation. "Set aside Yuta for now. What of the factory on Tricolian Island? It was raided recently. My men were slaughtered, and every slave vanished. Was this your doing?" Even if it were, so what? Shanks' scoffed disdain etched across his face. To strip others of freedom, to exploit them for selfish gain, to feed one's own greed. Since fate brought me to witness it, consider your misfortune sealed. Bold words. Doflamingo laughed, not in anger but with chilling amusement. Fufufu. You truly do possess audacity, to dare return to Trakelin. Then wait for me there. Let us see whether your strength matches your bravado. I'll be waiting. Very well. After hanging up, Doflamingo turned to Yuta, who sat sullen and withdrawn, and asked, I'm going to meet Shanks. Will you come? Yuta. She shook her head, lips pouting. No, I won't go. I'm far too busy, and I refuse to see those who cast me aside. Doflamingo nodded. Ah, I see. Perhaps it's better this way. No need for our dear Yuta to stir old affections upon reunion. Fufufu. He ruffled Yuta's hair gently, then rose and called out, Diamante, Pika, Harley, Dragoon, you four accompany me to confront that red-haired pirate. In my absence, report any matters to Treble. Yes, young master. Harley stepped forward, lifted Yuta tenderly into his arms, and said, Yuta, fear not. I shall teach your so-called father a lesson he'll never forget. Let him understand the daughter he treated as worthless trash, whom he abandoned with his own hands, is cherished by the Don Quixote family as a princess adored by 10,000 souls. Harleni, Yuta murmured, eyes clouded with worry. Please, be careful. Shanks and his crew are extraordinarily powerful. We're no weaklings either, Yuta. The flamingo sailed at breakneck speed toward Trakelin. Gata, the man kept under Yuta's watchful eye, ventured to ask Doflamingo, young master, after you deal with this red-haired fellow, might I remain on Trakelin Island? Would that be acceptable? Though my strength is modest, I can read and write fluently. I'd serve well as a bookkeeper or steward. Doflamingo smiled faintly at Gata. Fufu. Shanks is no foe to be dispatched lightly. Besides, if you stayed on Trakelin, Marion would track you down by dawn the next day. So endure a while longer. Perhaps only after Marion marries will you finally taste freedom. Heh. Gata sighed bitterly. Then I've no hope left in this life. Her temper is fiercer than her mother's, and her power rivals it. Who on earth would dare marry her? Not so certain. Marion is in fact the most beloved among our kin. Doflamingo clapped Gata on the shoulder and gestured toward Harley. I know for certain. Harley's younger brother Porton writes letters to Marion often. Last time he even sent a whole roasted lamb, though it had spoiled en route. Still, it was the sentiment that mattered. Oh, and Marion once remarked Porton was the only man who made her lose all composure. The sight of him drove her to wish for death. When a man moves a woman to such extremity, success cannot be far off. Gata frowned, deeply silent for a long while before muttering, Is Porton's skull lined with cannon barrels? Who still sends letters in this age? Do we lack den mushies? And why send a rotting lamb? Don't women crave jewels and silks? Harley turned his head aside and coughed softly. It's grown rather chilly. Best not linger on deck in this wind. I'll go below. Strully and his subordinates remained bound nearby, while the red-haired pirates freed the enslaved captives. Watching the slaves bow gratefully to the red-haired pirates, Strully sneered, freeing them. And then what? You're naive, boy. These aren't virtuous souls. They're wolves in tattered rags. At least under our family's employ they retain a thread of life. Shanks met Strully's gaze with icy calm. All people are born free. No one holds the right to chain another's soul. Mankind is not livestock. No force on earth may quell humanity's yearning for liberty. Haha. Just then Ben Beckman approached, flanked by several women. Hey Shanks, these women were also enslaved. Shall we escort them away too? Before Shanks could reply, the women caught sight of Strully and rushed toward him. Master Strully, what's happened to you? This sudden reversal stunned Shanks and his crew. Strully shook his head. No need to fret. I'm unharmed. From this moment you are no longer slaves. You are free. These people have come to liberate you. Free. Liberate. The women exchanged glances, then stepped before Shanks. The one with golden tresses asked, You've come to rescue us. And then what? Will you send us away with those men? Do you imagine yourself a hero? Do you imagine you're saving us? Believe me, if you leave, we sisters will be torn apart and devoured by those men within hours. Shanks studied the seemingly harmless slave's brows furrowed. Surely they wouldn't do such a thing. Besides, shouldn't a person long abused and degraded feel joy at liberation? After all, you've reclaimed your freedom. Joy. Freedom. A short-haired woman cut in, voice laced with bitter irony. Before I became a slave, I was a wretched woman, working day and night to feed my family, enduring nightly beatings from a drunken husband. I'd never tasted meat. I'd never sipped wine. Even when ill, I dared not rest. Do you know how I became a slave? My own husband sold me to a gambling den. But afterward, by fortune, I was assigned to Master Strully. Here I no longer scramble daily just to survive. I eat meat when I wish. I drink wine when I please. Each day I need only attend faithfully to Master Strully, and in return I enjoy a life I'd never dared dream of before. Compared to my former existence, exhausted, precarious, and thankless, I now even skip meat to stay slender. You tell me to rejoice, to celebrate my freedom. Ha. Will freedom fill my belly? Will freedom spare me from smiling falsely at loathsome men for a pittance? Will freedom bring me joy? Freedom may mean everything to you, but to us, it is worth less than nothing. So take your freedom and liberate someone else. Compared to your hollow ideal, Master Strully means infinitely more to us. You. Shanks looked at the somewhat deranged woman with a complex expression, wanting to say something, but the woman pointed at the slaves and shouted, "You indeed granted them freedom, and they are very happy. But do you know who they are? Those guys are just like the gambling addict husband who sold me into the casino. They are parasites who are complacent and only want to make money through underhanded means. Perhaps there are a few good people among them who sold themselves for their wives and children. But that was a transaction, wasn't it? You came and they were freed. They are free, but how many people are unfree because of them? Hey, you woman saying that is really going too far. Stop. Lame Jones." Shanks blocked his companion, who wanted to chase the woman away, saying sternly, "I will verify whether what you said is true or not. Since you don't want to leave with them, you can stay here." Swish. After Shanks finished speaking, he swung a blade at Strully, and the ropes binding Strully suddenly snapped, prompting several women to rush over. Strully was helped up by several women and couldn't help but laugh. "Haha, this is really amusing. I was actually saved by a few women. Shanks, with your personality, you shouldn't be a pirate. I advise you to leave. Although you are quite strong, I don't think you can match the young master. The family is very ruthless towards enemies." Shanks put away Griffin and confidently looked towards the sea, saying, "Is that so? Now you have made me even more curious. Shichibukai. I've long wanted to see what kind of strength these so-called Shichibukai possess. Because Trocol is far from Dressrosa, it took 2 months for the Flamingo to reach Trocol Island. When he got off the ship and saw that Strully was still alive, Doflamingo was surprised. He thought Shanks had already killed everyone here like last time. "Young master," Strully said with a face full of shame, "Red-haired and his crew have taken over the island's forest. We are no match for them. They are waiting for you there now." "Fufu. Don't worry, Strully." Doflamingo patted his shoulder and said softly, "Now gather people and load all valuable items onto the ship. Everyone must leave this island within half an hour." "Yes, young master." After Strully left, Doflamingo shouted at Gada, "Gada, steer the ship a little farther away. This island may not exist after today." Having stayed in the forest for over a month, Shanks sensed instantly, with his observation Haki, when Doflamingo stepped onto the island. As Doflamingo drew closer, Shanks walked out of the forest with his companions, his expression serious. Before long, both sides appeared in each other's line of sight, with Doflamingo and Shanks separating from their companions and walking towards each other. Boom. A powerful conqueror's haki erupted from both Doflamingo and Shanks, clashing violently in a visible circular form. The previously gloomy sky instantly turned clear. Beckman, who was smoking a cigarette, looked at this scene with surprise and said, "This guy, in terms of conqueror's haki, is actually on par with Shanks. As expected, to become one of the Shichibukai is no trivial matter." Doflamingo scrutinized Shanks carefully. The current Shanks had a scar over his left eye, apparently inflicted by Teach during the battle with the Whitebeard pirates. His left arm was gone, which according to him was a gamble on the new era. However, Doflamingo could not fathom how a mere sea beast could bite off the arm of a master like Shanks. He was not even a devil fruit user. Such absurdity could be easily dealt with by Strully, even in the sea, slicing down the so-called king of the near sea. While Doflamingo examined Shanks, Shanks was also scrutinizing him. His golden short hair stood straight up, looking extremely capable. Wearing pink-framed sunglasses, a red shirt, a black suit, and a pink feather coat, his hands seemed to always be tucked into his pockets. Compared to being a pirate, he seemed more like a fashionable nobleman. Shanks looked behind Doflamingo and asked in a deep voice, "Where is Yuta?" "Yuta," Doflamingo said with a surprised expression. "Did you get something wrong? I didn't ask you to wait for me, just for Yuta. I don't care what reason you have for abandoning Yuta. Yuta is now my family, a member of the Don Quixote family. So today I don't want to discuss anything about Yuta with you. You bastard." Shanks' conqueror's haki erupted even more fiercely, while Doflamingo was equally unyielding. The shockwave generated between them forced Beckman and Diamante to take a few steps back. Boom. After a loud bang, several bolts of black lightning descended, and the powerful conqueror's haki of both men countered each other and slowly dissipated. Fufu. Red-haired Shanks, an intern crew member on Pirate King Roger's ship. Doflamingo looked at red-haired Shanks with a playful expression, saying, "I remember when your Captain Roger was executed in East Blue at Logtown. I saw you there. You were just a boy crying sadly with that clown with the red nose. I didn't expect that the boy who looked so immature back then has now arrived in the new world, and even destroyed my weapon factory. Fufu, you really have some guts. Doflamingo said with a fierce expression as he looked at Shanks. You dare to come back to find me. You are the first person to offend the Don Quixote family and come back to provoke me. Enough with the nonsense. Doflamingo. Shanks drew out Griffin from his waist, shouting with anger. Then let's fight. By the pirates' rules. The victor takes all. The loser loses everything. If I win, you will return Yuta to me. Stop joking. Doflamingo adjusted his sunglasses and shouted angrily. Return Yuta to you. Decide Yuta's fate by battle. Is that something a father would say? No wonder you would abandon your daughter. I would never wager my family. Shanks, you are not qualified to be Yuta's father. Moreover, you will never win. Who do you think you are? The Emperor of the Sea. Fufu, you really overestimate yourself? Since words have failed, blades will inevitably be drawn. Shanks' Griffin is a Western sword. It is the kind of sword used in the Middle Ages for dueling and self-defense, characterized by its double-edged blade. Doflamingo has seen some people wield it. Swordsmen using this type of sword typically excel in thrusting attacks. Not only are the slashing moves few, but the wielder almost never uses it for defense. Anyone who uses this weapon possesses a swordsmanship filled with aggression. Shanks is undoubtedly a master of this weapon. The slender griffin in his hands seems to transform into a spear. Every strike is delivered with full force as if thrown with all his might. Swish. Whoosh. A faint sound of breaking air can be heard, and Doflamingo has no doubt that if he is pierced, even once his somewhat slender body will be easily penetrated. Nimbly jumping aside to evade Shanks' consecutive strikes, Doflamingo was about to counterattack when he suddenly pulled hard with both hands, and a white-lined shield instantly appeared blocking in front of him. Clang. Boom. Doflamingo was sent flying and tumbled several times in the air before dissipating this force and landing on the ground. Looking at Shanks in the distance, Doflamingo couldn't help but exclaim, with your age, mastering Conqueror's Haki to such a degree shows truly powerful talent. But has your attack ended? Then it should be my turn next. Boom. In the blink of an eye, a massive white wave rose, and Beckman, seeing all surrounding objects turn into white lines, exclaimed to his companions, the fruit has awakened. This guy is unexpectedly difficult to deal with. Wasteland white line. Countless threads surged from beneath Shanks' feet, and then under Doflamingo's control they continuously tried to engulf Shanks. In contrast to Kaido, who faced this move with an absolutely powerful body to withstand it, and then melted the threads with intense flames, Shanks, who is not a devil fruit user, chose to evade. Shanks' body is extremely agile, using the elasticity of the threads to leap and evade. However, the range of the endless wave of engulfment grew larger and larger until Doflamingo forcefully brought his hands together, and the wave engulfed Shanks' body, twisting it into a spiral shape. Fufu. Not bad speed. Is it a technique similar to shaving? Doflamingo turned around to find Shanks appearing behind him, standing on the constantly rolling threads. 1,000 arrows piercing heart feather strike line. Thousands of threads wrapped in armament haki rose from the ground, forming a shape resembling flamingo wings as they charged toward Shanks. Facing this grand attack, Shanks' Griffin ignited with a blazing fire, striking down first. Swish. The flamingo's wings were ruthlessly severed, and with a slight movement of Doflamingo's fingers, countless threads transformed into a massive wave, once more chasing after Shanks. After a few jumps, realizing he couldn't shake off the pursuit of the wave, Shanks raised the Griffin high again. The armament haki transformed into fuel for flames, and at the same time Shanks' imposing aura became immensely thick. An indescribable, captivating aura of dominance emerged once more. Huh. After a simple exclamation, Shanks swung his Griffin forcefully to the side. Line shield. Sensing the strength of this blow, Doflamingo also prepared to defend in advance. Swish. Boom. The massive white wave was cut in half, and the threads behind Doflamingo were all severed. Fufu. Using armament haki as fuel for flames to enhance the sharpness of the weapon, combined with the impact of Conqueror's Haki as a layer of power. What a powerful move. No wonder you could gain such a great reputation in just a year's time. But to defeat me, these alone are far from enough. Doflamingo flicked his fingers, and the white ocean reappeared. Shanks' expression turned cold as he tightened his grip on the Griffin and charged at Doflamingo. As Shanks ran, his aura grew increasingly intense. Upon reaching the peak of his momentum, he swung down towards Doflamingo's direction. God of Void. Death's Requiem. Boom. Shanks' God of Void unleashed a wave of Conqueror's Haki with intense force, not only broad in range, but also incredibly destructive. Doflamingo's Death's Requiem is also a technique that externalizes Conqueror's Haki. Through countless threads, he releases his own Conqueror's Haki. Both moves are similar in nature, each unleashing their Conqueror's Haki in full force. At the level of their conqueror's haki, the destructive power generated is extraordinarily terrifying, prompting their companions to sense the impending danger and retreat early. The immense shock sent nearby rocks and trees flying, while the two powerful shockwaves clashed like the forces of dominance stalemating against each other. Hawkins looked at the two with excitement and said, "This is what battle is. I never knew the young master's conqueror's haki was so powerful. But that redhead." Hawkins' expression darkened as he begrudgingly said, "I didn't expect his strength to be this formidable." "Calm down, Hawkins." Diamante chuckled and said, "It's rare to see you lose your composure like this. Is it because of Yuta? Oi. Don't worry, no matter how strong the opponent is, Doflamingo will definitely win. With your talent, reaching this level won't be difficult in the future." Hearing Diamante's words, Hawkins calmed down and quickly said, "Not at all. Compared to Lord Diamante, I still have a long way to go. With Lord Diamante's current swordsmanship, I believe that even if the young master doesn't step in, you can still handle that redhead, right?" No, since this redhead can fight Doflamingo to this extent, I'm still far from being able to handle him. Not at all. With Lord Diamante's strength, I believe that redhead is definitely no match for you. No, at my current level, I'm still not his match." Sigh. Hawkins deliberately sighed and said, "All right, in that case." Diamante's expression suddenly became serious as he sternly declared, "Then I will admit it without hesitation. This redhead doesn't need Doflamingo to take action. I can handle him myself." Ha ha ha. Diamante, you are talking big. Beside them, Pika and Drake couldn't help but laugh as they saw Hawkins teasing Diamante's character. Beckman exhaled the smoke from his cigarette and complained to his companions, "These two really are outrageous. Do they want to destroy this place? Hey, has our ship left? I don't want to swim away after the battle ends." "It's already been sent away." But Beckman. Jesus Burgess looked at the two locked in combat with a worried expression and said, "That Doflamingo doesn't seem like an ordinary opponent. Do we need to step in? After all, it's about Yuta. I think it would be all right for us to join in, right?" "Join in? Then Shanks will definitely blame us. At least we know now that Yuta is not being coerced. Didn't Strelly say that one of their family's officers named Hawkins was saved by Yuta, and out of gratitude, he took her away? Besides, isn't it precisely Shanks' wish to meet a worthy opponent? A strong warrior's opponent should be another strong warrior." Two immense shockwaves collided, producing a brilliance so bright it was blinding. After a moment of stalemate, Doflamingo, devoid of any conqueror's haki, felt a sharp pain in his head and couldn't help but furrow his brows. Shanks also wore a grim expression, covering his forehead with his hand. At that moment, the light from the shockwaves became increasingly blinding, forcing Doflamingo, who was wearing sunglasses, to avert his gaze. Suddenly, the light vanished and an overwhelmingly oppressive aura emerged. Boom! A violent explosion resonated, and before Beckman could react, a powerful shockwave swept through, sending several people flying. Hawkins transformed into a giant white tiger, shielding Diamante and the others, but after just a moment, he was also blown back repeatedly. Even those watching from a distance were affected, let alone the two at the center of the battlefield. Doflamingo spat out a mouthful of blood, rose to his feet, wiped his mouth, and couldn't help but twist his body a few times as if he had been hit by a truck. Not only was he in excruciating pain, but he also felt dizzy. Unexpectedly, after a long stalemate, the two powerful shockwaves had resulted in an explosion, without either side gaining the upper hand. Though he was prepared, the sheer force of the shockwave exceeded Doflamingo's expectations, injuring his internal organs severely. Looking at the devastated land, now devoid of greenery, and the shattered islands, Doflamingo couldn't help but be astonished. It seemed that if the two conquerors' haki-induced shockwaves continued to stalemate without resolution, a qualitative change would occur, and the resulting destruction would be enough to easily annihilate an island. Cough, cough. Shanks also stood up across from Doflamingo, spitting out a mouthful of blood. The two exchanged glances, remaining silent, then slowly sat down. Their severe injuries forced them to focus on recovering their strength. As Doflamingo used threads to repair his internal organs, he felt somewhat amused. In others' battles, they would either fight for days without a victor or not even spit blood after fighting for a day. Yet here he was fighting Shanks for less than an hour, and both had suffered heavy injuries. From this perspective, it hardly counted as a fight among experts. However, Doflamingo couldn't help but marvel at Shanks' talent. It was truly the talent of a protagonist, not much inferior to Luffy. No doubt he would become one of the four emperors. Even though he lost his arm years ago, his swordsmanship with his right hand remained incredibly sharp, making it hard to believe he was once a grand swordsman who favored his left hand. Whether it was the quantity and control of his armament haki or the application of his observation haki, he was truly a top-tier master. His conqueror's haki was almost on par with Kaido's, but compared to Kaido's somewhat fearsome aura, his conqueror's haki exuded a sense of dominance. Though he currently fell short of Kaido in terms of strength, who would prevail in the future between them was still uncertain. To be able to match Kaido, a member of the Oni clan, as an ordinary human. Wait, wasn't this guy also a celestial dragon like me? Are celestial dragons truly just ordinary humans? Just as Doflamingo pondered this deeply, Shanks had slowly stood up. Seeing this, Doflamingo also stood up, brushed off the dust from his pants, and chuckled softly, "Fufufu. Not bad in terms of martial arts. It seems you've mastered some techniques for rapid recovery. But that last blow must have inflicted far more damage than this, right? With your internal organs already injured, how long can you hold out?" Shanks once again pointed the griffin at Doflamingo, his voice cold as he said, "You should at least last a bit longer than you did." "Fufufu. Then let's do this." Swish. The two clashed once more. This time Doflamingo did not activate a large-scale awakening of his fruit, but merely transformed the environment around him into threads. Seeing Doflamingo's terrifying control over his fruit awakening, Shanks fully activated his observation Haki, attentively observing Doflamingo's every move. White threads surged like waves and red slashes cut through the air. The two exchanged blows, neither able to gain the upper hand. Shanks' agility in combat was exceptionally sharp, his fighting style completely different from Kaido's. Though they occasionally clashed fiercely compared to Kaido's brute force, who preferred to overwhelm his opponents, Shanks' fighting style relied on agile footwork to evade attacks and counter. Doflamingo adjusted his fighting style according to his opponents. When fighting Kaido, he would use his fruit abilities to diminish Kaido's attacks and bolster his own defenses. In contrast against Shanks, he leaned more towards using his martial arts to engage. After all, Doflamingo believed his agility was not inferior to Shanks'. Moreover, their strengths were comparable, with neither being able to outpace the other in speed or reaction. Even after suffering tremendous damage from the earlier shockwave, it was hard to discern who held the advantage. Blood dripped, and their wounds increased, yet their speed escalated. This guy, his strength is astonishing. Hawkins looked at Shanks with an extremely serious expression. Although Shanks was a notorious pirate with a bounty exceeding 1 billion, and had made quite a name for himself in the New World, Hawkins, who had been undefeated in recent years, did not consider himself inferior to Shanks. However, witnessing the intensity of the battle between Doflamingo and Shanks made Hawkins admit that he still had a significant distance to cover compared to Shanks. Boom. Divine avoidance. Death's melody. The two unleashed their conqueror's Haki once more, but this time it did not create the catastrophic destruction of before. After exchanging blows, both spat blood and quickly charged at each other. Clang. The lines covered with armament Haki collided with the griffin, and their armament Haki surged through their weapons, attacking each other's bodies. Uffed. Both spat blood, simultaneously being sent flying. Splash. The surging seawater nearly engulfed Doflamingo, who leaped onto a small patch of land, staring at Shanks and saying, "Going all out. It seems you're truly prepared to leave your life here. Likewise, you're no different. No more words needed. Oh, one of us is destined to lie here today. Fufufu. That person will certainly not be me." With a whoosh and a boom, the battle between Doflamingo and Shanks grew increasingly intense, causing the already fragmented island to slowly disperse under the force of their clash. As time passed, the fight became more brutal, with neither side caring for the exhaustion of their physical strength. The armament Haki and Conqueror's Haki intertwined, unleashing devastating moves that drained energy. At times, when facing each other's attacks, both fighters chose to exchange injuries, as if fearing defeat would mean conceding the battle. This filled their companions with worry. Pika stared at the blood on Doflamingo's body, fists clenched as the ground beneath him began to turn to stone. Diamante noticed and immediately said, "Pika, calm down. Doflamingo has given strict orders prohibiting us from intervening. As long as the opponent's companions do not act, we cannot act either. But if this continues, Doflamingo could be gravely injured. Have faith in Doflamingo, Pika," Diamante said with determination, looking at Doflamingo's fierce grin. "He is the king we chose to serve. A mere red-haired Shanks cannot possibly be Doflamingo's opponent." A monkey on Ben Beckman's shoulder shouted at him. Beckman Mantis said that if this continues, Shanks might die here. He said we should all go and take this guy down. "Mantis," Beckman said sternly, causing the monkey to feel afraid and cling to Ben Beckman's head. "This is Shanks' choice. We have no right to interfere, unless we receive orders from the captain. For Shanks, facing a foe like Doflamingo is a rare opportunity. Can't you see his current state?" Beckman pointed at Shanks, and only then did the others notice Shanks laughing loudly, even as blood poured from his wounds. Though distant, they couldn't clearly see the excitement in his eyes. "In his current state, even if we rushed to help him, he would push us back. And do you think Doflamingo has no companions?" The two over there, dressed in feathered coats, just like Doflamingo, just prevented the ground from cracking. Beckman, smoking a cigarette, glanced at Hardy and the others, who coincidentally looked back. The two streams of observation Haki intertwined, and for a moment Beckman seemed to see a massive white tiger wielding sharp claws. Huh. After exchanging injuries with Doflamingo, once more Shanks laughed loudly as expected of the 7 warlords. Heavenly Yuksha Doflamingo, your strength is truly formidable. Cough cough. After spitting out some blood, Shanks wiped his mouth nonchalantly and continued, whether it's the Conqueror's Haki or the Armament Haki, you are the strongest opponent I've faced so far. Oh. Doflamingo wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, curiously asking, did you not battle the Whitebeard pirates? I certainly don't believe I could be a match for that man. Huh. I also don't think I would be a match for him right now. Shanks grinned, showing his teeth. So when he showed up, I took my companions and ran. Seeing Shanks' nonchalant demeanor, Doflamingo was somewhat taken aback, but quickly realized this was Shanks' character, free-spirited and unconcerned with details, lacking the demeanor of a true master. Otherwise, how could he become an idol for someone as goofy as Luffy? Fufufu. What a pity. Otherwise, if you had died back then, I wouldn't have to make a move now. Huh. Is that so? Want my life? Then come and take it yourself. As they spoke, both regained some strength and charged at each other once more. Their bodies grew wearier, but their spirits soared. Their hearts raced violently, the pain becoming nourishment, urging Doflamingo's movements to become faster. Doflamingo sensed that he was on the brink of mastering the Armament Haki's most powerful move, the internal destruction known as Advanced Flowing Sakura. However, he did not expect that this moment would stretch into a night. Snow began to fall from the sky, and the two exhaled puffs of white breath. The blood on the ground had already congealed into black, yet fresh crimson blood continued to drip from both their bodies. Both fighters had reached their limits. Doflamingo could not even use his abilities, and Shanks sheathed Griffin. They exchanged punches and kicks like street thugs, brawling, unwilling to yield an inch. Bang! Bang! Both fell to the ground simultaneously, mouths agape, breathing heavily. Huff huff. After a while they stood up at the same time, resting briefly to regain some of their exhausted strength. Fufufu. If this continues, even if we determine a winner, it will take a long time to recover. I only have one strike left. I think you must be the same, right? Then let's stick to the old routine. Huff. No one should evade. Whoever falls first is the loser. Shanks drew Griffin, addressing Doflamingo, just as I wish. Doflamingo. Then come at me. Fufufu. Doflamingo waved his hands and white threads appeared again, while Shanks' Griffin was also enveloped in invisible armament Haki. They locked eyes for a moment before charging at each other simultaneously. Whoosh. Uft. Bang. Pink feathers scattered in the wind as Doflamingo's shoulder was pierced by Griffin, blood dripping continuously, while Shanks stared expressionlessly at Doflamingo. Watching the battle with observation, Haki Hardy and the others noticed Doflamingo's aura weakened significantly and immediately shouted, young master. Doflamingo. Bang. However, as Doflamingo gently pushed with his hand, Shanks fell straight down. Shanks. Captain. Cough cough. Doflamingo tossed his tattered feather coat onto the ground, grinning with pride. Fufufu. The victor has been determined. It seems I am the one standing last. Both parties saw that the winner had been determined and immediately rushed over. It was not until Beckman and his group reached Shanks' side that they discovered several torn wounds on his chest, and the wounds were so large that they could even see the pale bones. The ship's doctor of the red-haired pirate crew, Binxiang, hurried to treat him, while a group of people brought hot water that had been prepared in advance to wipe Shanks' body. Hadi wanted to step forward to stop them, but was blocked by Doflamingo. Doflamingo pulled the Griffin from his shoulder and threw it beside Shanks. This action caused Doflamingo to cough up blood again. It was only then that Hadi and the others noticed that the slender Griffin had left a fist-sized dent on Doflamingo's shoulder. Young master. Doflamingo. Hadi and the others were not doctors. The specialized doctors of the Don Quixote family now consisted of 3 individuals. The first was Law, who had consumed the Ope Nomi. The second was Mary Ann, who possessed purification abilities, and the third was the head of the Don Quixote family, Doflamingo. At least many years ago, during his adventures in the North Sea, Doflamingo also served as the ship's doctor. Moreover, his medical skills were not bad. Relying on the abilities of the Ito Nomi, he was quite adept at treating external injuries. Of course, he did not use anesthetics, as this was also a test of will. Transparent threads fluttered back and forth at the wound, and before long the wound was sewn up. The excruciating pain made Doflamingo break out in a cold sweat, and he also felt a bit cold. Doflamingo knew that this was a sign of his physical strength reaching its limit. After this, he might suffer from a serious illness. The battle with Shanks had indeed been too intense, and the key was that both of them became increasingly excited, completely forgetting everything. This was quite rare for the usually rational Doflamingo. Perhaps it was to prove something, to show that he had finally stepped into the ranks of top experts. To prove himself, he would not become someone who would be looked down upon. To prove that he was worthy of being a king. Cough cough. Shanks. How do you feel? Shanks opened his eyes wide, remained silent for a while, then stood up, pushed aside his companions, and walked in front of Doflamingo. Doflamingo, I admit defeat. I didn't expect that you would also grasp the internal destruction of armament Haki in the end. I admit my defeat wholeheartedly. According to our agreement, the victor takes all, and the loser loses everything. Now I will fulfill my promise. Doflamingo touched the wound on his shoulder, frowned, and said, aren't you the same? However, compared to you, my recovery ability is a bit stronger. So are you prepared for death? Hearing Doflamingo's words, Shanks opened his arms, closed his eyes, and said, come on. My life is here. Take it. Captain Shanks. It's actually unnecessary. Facing his anxious companion, Shanks closed his eyes and said softly, a man's word should be kept. Since I have lost, it is only natural to offer my life to the victor. This is the pirate's rule. Everyone, goodbye. You deserve a better captain. After I die, there is no need to avenge me, because this is a fair duel. Captain. Haha. Doflamingo's right hand lightly flicked, and he laughed loudly. Well said. The victor takes all, and the loser loses everything. This is the pirate's rule. Moreover, anyone who provokes our Don Quixote family will naturally have to pay the price. So are you ready, Shanks? Come on. Doflamingo raised his right hand without hesitation and swung it down at Shanks. Blood dripped as Shanks covered his right eye and cried out in pain. Tick-tock. Ah, Shanks. Captain. Seeing their companions looking anxious and even starting to cry, Doflamingo said softly, treat him. In consideration of Yuta, his life is not necessary. This scar is the price for provoking the Don Quixote family. Hearing Doflamingo's words, Beckman and the others were initially stunned, but then they saw that Doflamingo had no intention of continuing to attack, and their expressions brightened. Bunxiang hurriedly took out bandages and approached Shanks again. After a round of treatment, Bunxiang was surprised to find that Shanks' eyes had not been harmed at all. Only a few scars remained on the outside of his eyelids, which were quite symmetrical with the scar on his left eye. After stopping the bleeding, Shanks looked at Doflamingo with confusion and said, it is rumored that you are someone who repays grudges, having destroyed dozens of towns that have offended the Don Quixote family. Are you really letting me go so easily? I won't accept your kindness. Huh, Shanks. Doflamingo pointed to the sea and said, this sea has been chaotic for too long. Your emergence may change something. Dying here seems a bit regrettable. However, the main reason I'm not killing you is because of Yuta. Although Yuta always says she hates you, I can tell that she still cares a lot about you. I don't want to become her father's killer and be hated. Yuta, huh? Sigh. Shanks sighed helplessly and after a moment of silence said, I have heard why Yuta joined the Don Quixote family. Since that's the case, please take good care of her. However, if I find out you have any schemes. Shanks' expression turned cold as he said solemnly, I will never let you go. Seeing Shanks being so arrogant, Diamante and Pika immediately became furious. You bastard. Damn, how dare you speak to Doflamingo like that? Diamante, Pika. There's no need to get angry. Doflamingo lowered his head, leaned close to Shanks, and said disdainfully, a scheme. You think I won't let you go? You have no right to say that now. Your survival is entirely due to my mercy. Remember that. Doflamingo pointed at Shanks' right eye and said, this scar, I left it. It's the glory of your life. I can defeat you once, so I can defeat you countless times. Yuta has nothing to do with you from now on, or she is a member of the Don Quixote family, my family. You are merely a thing of the past. Live old Shanks. Let's go. After Doflamingo and his group left, Shanks scratched his head and smiled bitterly, saying, haha, I've been taught a lesson. I really feel a bit embarrassed. Ha! Too pathetic, Captain. It seems you still need to keep working hard. Being looked down upon. Ahaha. Now that I've been looked down upon by him then. Shanks looked at his companions and confidently said, once I become the Emperor of the Seas, he surely won't look down on me anymore. Young master, why let him go so easily? Using the observation Haki to sense Hadi's disdainful laughter, he said with disgust, even if we don't kill him, turning him into a waste would still be satisfying for Yuta. This guy is truly shameless, lacking even a shred of the demeanor of a master. Hehe, while I do not oppose your affection for Yuta, Hadi. Doflamingo glanced at Hadi, his tone slowly intensifying. Do not let personal feelings cloud your judgment of a person. Shanks' optimistic and open-minded personality often embodies an extraordinarily powerful charisma. Moreover, to establish a territory and gain considerable fame in just 1 year within the chaotic and war-torn New World indicates that both his talent and strength are top-notch. In these years, have you seen any other pirates like him? Looking at Hadi, who was deep in thought, Doflamingo's tone became relaxed again. Why don't you guess? Besides Yuta, what else might I have for not killing him? Just a simple punishment. Hadi pondered for a moment with a frown, uncertainly saying, is it because the young master sees him as the last potential emperor of the seas? Hee. Correct. Progress made. Doflamingo nodded and said the situation in the New World is actually quite clear now, with Edward Newgate of the Whitebeard Pirates, Charlotte Linlin of the Big MOM Pirates, and Kaido of the Beast Pirates. These three, whether in personal strength or the forces they command, are top tier. Of course, Wang Ji of Hatchin Island also counts, but he has lost his ambition and has no interest in the great treasure, only wishing to protect his Hatchin Island. He has not occupied any other territories. So even if he had the chance to become the Emperor of the Seas, he does not compete. These three occupy the three main routes to the second half of the New World. Moreover, they have very harmoniously pushed the remaining pirates to the far eastern seas. In other words, three Emperors of the Seas have already appeared, and the far eastern seas can only produce the last Emperor. Although I say this somewhat assertively, the number of pirates emerging to challenge these three has been the highest in these years. But what is the result? Either submission or destruction. Why do those remaining pirates desperately squeeze into the most chaotic Devil's Sea? Is it not because they lack the confidence to defeat the three of them? Thus, while it seems that the contest for the emperors in the New World has yielded no results, in reality, only one position remains. Whoever can emerge victorious among countless pirates will be the last Emperor of the Seas. That also means the chaos of the New World will come to an end. This time you also witnessed Shank's strength. That level of conqueror's haki, besides Kaido and myself, have you seen it in anyone else? Doflamingo put on the new feather coat handed to him by Pika, speaking with a determined tone, so that guy will definitely become the last Emperor of the Seas. A defeated man whose life I spared becomes the Emperor of the Seas. With his character and being Yuda's father, he might even become an ally for me in the future. Besides, this guy's identity is quite unusual. If I kill him, it might provoke a formidable figure. Hee. After hearing Doflamingo's words, Haki nodded thoughtfully, while Drake remained silent. Noticing Doflamingo looking at him, Drake quickly said, "I understand, young master. Stability in the New World is more beneficial than harmful for us. We need to sell weapons to those countries at war rather than to pirates who are dead broke. Thus, compared to the currently chaotic New World, once the Emperors of the Seas delineate territories, we need to deploy as many people at various islands or towns, which lowers our costs and increases our profits, allowing our family business to expand significantly. And at that time, those so-called Emperors of the Seas will naturally establish a stable and peaceful order to maintain peace in their territories. Young master, you often say that no matter how great the profit in the underworld business is, it can never compare to the profits from legitimate businesses, especially monopolistic ones. So by then, our family's legitimate enterprises can completely trade with these Emperors of the Seas. On one hand, we instigate those nations that have been fighting for years, making them even more chaotic to sell our weapons, drugs, and other illicit businesses. On the other hand, for those nations that have already unified and are at peace, our food, drinks, clothing, toys, and all other legitimate businesses can quickly develop. Compared to the Four Seas and the Paradise, the now stabilized New World may yield even lower profit margins. Moreover, many powerful nations exist in the New World like the Giants. Maintaining a friendship with them may allow the young master to leverage their strength in the future. The most crucial point is that in the immensely dangerous New World, all our legitimate businesses can achieve monopolization. Because neither Whitebeard nor Kaido have the ambition to develop industries. Among the remaining individuals, only our Don Quixote family has this capability. The profits we bring in may even surpass those of the Four Seas. Hee. Doflamingo looked at Drake with appreciation, then said to the two, Haughty Drake, along with Law and Borton, are my most promising family members. Diamante and the others are getting older, their talents cannot compare to yours, and while Marianne and the others have decent talents, they all have some flaws in their personalities. Only the four of you, whether in character or talent, give me the greatest peace of mind. You four might become the highest fighting force of the Don Quixote family in the future. Therefore, my expectations for you will be even stricter. To stand atop this world, strength is important, but brains are equally essential. Power and wisdom are both indispensable. Even Kaido, known for his recklessness, has used wisdom to continuously expand the beast's pirates. So in addition to training, you must think more when faced with situations. Sometimes solving enemies with wisdom can be simpler and more effective than using brute force. Haughty and Drake clasped their right fists against their chests and bowed their heads, saying, "Yes, young master. We will not disappoint your expectations." Due to Doflamingo being severely injured, the return journey took a bit longer, and the Flamingo ship took over 2 months to return to Dressrosa. During the 2 months on the ship, as predicted by Doflamingo, he fell ill with a high fever that nearly left him delirious. His body, which had been robust for many years, once again felt the frailty of an ordinary person. However, Doflamingo's recovery ability was exceptionally strong. After just a week of bed rest, he was able to get up and most of his injuries had healed. After this battle, compared to before, Doflamingo felt that both his strength and will had significantly improved. Indeed, between life and death lies great terror, but also great opportunity. Only through continuous battles can one strengthen their own power. In the original work, Luffy transformed from a defenseless small fry to the new Emperor of the Sea, who can defeat Kaido in just a few years, not only due to his immense talent, but also through constant hard-fought battles that ignited his potential. Upon returning to the castle and freshening up, Doflamingo picked up the newspaper from the table and began to read it carefully. Red-haired Shanks and the 7 Warlords Knight Demon Doflamingo clashed the island of Tracharon, was destroyed. The battle's outcome is uncertain, but Shanks seems to have suffered defeat with new wounds on his eyes. Doflamingo was puzzled as to why the World Economic Journal managed by Morgans published news that had little to do with the economy, yet he couldn't help but admire his control over the news. His battle with red-haired Shanks was not publicized, yet Morgans was the first to know. Truly the uncrowned king, he had the power to sway public opinion and influence many matters. Dressrosa now also had its own newspaper, but it was currently only circulating in the New World. The transponder snail channels were established by the Don Quixote family, featuring various programs from entertainment to reports on people's livelihoods. Doflamingo, having experienced the information age, valued this aspect highly. As he continued to peruse the newspapers, he found them filled with pirate news, and gradually, he lost interest as Kaido's failed attempts to court disaster were reported almost every year. This is the last newspaper caught Doflamingo's attention. The Ripper Jerfin, with a bounty of 230 million, has become one of the 7 warlords. Ripper Jerfin. Doflamingo frowned and recalled that this guy seemed to be a newcomer who had arrived in the Grand Line 2 years ago with decent strength, having defeated many seasoned pirates, but after a tour in the New World, he returned to paradise. He never expected him to become a warlord. What is going on? This character never appeared in the original work. Is this a butterfly effect caused by my crossing, or will he be defeated in the future? After pondering for a while, Doflamingo realized that this matter did not really affect him, so he set the newspaper aside. Considering this guy's strength, he probably wouldn't even be able to defeat Moonlight Moria among the 7 warlords. Such a weakling wasn't worth his attention. Upon learning that Doflamingo was injured, Princess Mancheri of the Tontata tribe volunteered to use her fruit ability to heal his injuries, but Doflamingo refused. The healing fruit that Mancheri consumed was quite special. Ordinary ability users primarily expend their stamina when activating their abilities, with a small portion related to their will. However, the cost of activating the healing fruit's ability is one's lifespan, similar to how Luffy's Nika fruit can deplete one's life. Of course, its effect is also powerful, regardless of the injury. As long as you still have a breath left, Mancheri can expend her lifespan to bring you back to life. No, it's more accurate to say she restores your body to its uninjured state. For Doflamingo, most of his injuries had already healed, and he only needed Marianne to expend her stamina to activate her purification ability, stimulating his Boda cells to accelerate the healing process, so he didn't require Mancheri to expend her lifespan for treatment. Thus, Doflamingo not only refused Mancheri, but also sternly explained the side effects of her ability to her father Gancho. He also forbade Mancheri from using this ability to heal others in the future. Since Mancheri's tears also have healing properties, Doflamingo warned Beepo and the others not to upset Mancheri to the point of tears. This moved the Tontata tribe deeply, and Mancheri immediately demonstrated what it meant to cry like a fountain, leaving Doflamingo at a loss for words. For Doflamingo, the Tontata tribe now had almost no possibility of rebellion. Their bond with the Don Quixote family was too deep, and the entire tribe trusted them immensely. Even if they learned the truth, these little people likely wouldn't believe it, and might even think that someone was deliberately sowing discord between them and the Don Quixote family. Therefore, Doflamingo was still quite concerned about the little people. Hardy and Drake, after returning to Dressrosa, continued on to Elris. The conflicts on the island had now escalated to a fever pitch, and barring any surprises this year, the entire Elris would likely become part of Dressrosa. Of course, Doflamingo had already informed the Gorosei about this early on. After ensuring that he would pay the same heavenly tribute as those 3 countries, the Gorosei warned Doflamingo not to go too far, and the matter was left unsettled. For the world government, these insignificant member states were nothing of great concern. Over half a month later, Doflamingo's injuries finally healed. On the sunny beach, beautiful women in bikinis excitedly played volleyball. After releasing his pent-up frustrations in his room, Doflamingo joined the volleyball battle with several beautiful women. As the volleyball soared, Doflamingo found it hard to distinguish which one he was supposed to hit. Just then, Tori Pole walked over with a serious expression. Doflamingo, something happened at Paradise. Our plan in the Wakanda Kingdom has failed. Gladiolus has been injured. The attacker is the one known as the Navy Hunter, the world's greatest swordsman, Dracul Mihawk. Upon hearing Tori Paul's words, Doflamingo waved his hand, and the beautiful women quickly left with the volleyball. Is Gladiolus seriously injured? Not too badly, that Mihawk just drove Gladiolus back and gave him a single slash. He didn't intend to kill him. Dracul Mihawk. Doflamingo said with some confusion. That guy seems to have no desires and aims solely at challenging pure swordsmen. Why would he target our family? Toripole replied softly, I'm not sure, but it seems the king of Wakanda has some connection to him. So he was invited to protect his own country. But there's a rumor. Toripole said uncertainly. It said that Gladiolus encountered that guy while he was urinating on a small boat. Perhaps for this reason that guy taught Gladiolus a lesson. Whether it is due to the relationship between the king of Wukong II and Mihawk, or because Mihawk was caught urinating by Gladius and felt embarrassed. Regardless of the reason, since Mihawk dared to take action against the Don Quixote family, Doflamingo did not intend to let him go. Although his strength is considerable, he has not yet reached his peak. Compared to red-haired Shanks, he is still lacking, and Doflamingo has confidence in dealing with him. Moreover, he is not one of the 7 warlords of the sea, lacking that layer of protection. Even if Doflamingo were to kill him, there would be no need for concern. This concerns the reputation of the Don Quixote family. If Doflamingo does not deal with it, the negative impact on the family would be significant. Pirates are all bold and reckless individuals. If they see someone provoking a family without any response, it is easy for others to follow suit. Upon learning that his opponent was the world's greatest swordsman, Mihawk Diamante immediately became interested. Having dedicated nearly all his energy to swordsmanship in recent years, his strength has grown significantly, defeating many skilled fighters. As a fellow swordsman, he is certainly intrigued by Mihawk, who has been dubbed the world's greatest swordsman in recent years. Pika also expressed that Dressrosa has become a sanctuary that cannot be attacked, and that he does not need to guard it, firmly deciding to join the journey. Doflamingo pondered for a moment and decided to take them along. Diamante's current strength is significantly stronger than before. Perhaps seeing the growth of Law and his companions made him feel a sense of crisis. His life in recent years has involved either fighting in the bullfighting arena or training. In terms of both physical skills and swordsmanship, Diamante undoubtedly ranks among the top 2 within the ranks of the Don Quixote family, on par with Pika, which was somewhat unexpected for Doflamingo. After all, the others, like Hardy, are either Zoan-type devil fruit users or exceptionally gifted supernovas from the original story. In Doflamingo's plans, the future of the Don Quixote family does not heavily rely on their strength, but both have proven themselves. Diamante hails from a tribe, specifically a primitive tribe that lacks language and has no interaction with the outside world. They have yet to develop civilization and live a life of raw flesh and blood. The tribe is a type of human society, and compared to ordinary humans, the physical constitution of those from the tribe is generally stronger, with Diamante undoubtedly being a standout. In this world, many places are home to such tribes, and many slave traders specifically sell them. As a child, Diamante was very intelligent. He learned language and swordsmanship from a pirate who had washed up on the island and later went to sea to become a pirate. He then encountered Toripole and the others and later met Doflamingo. As for Pika, he was abandoned by his parents from a young age due to his voice and physique. Due to his voice, he faced considerable prejudice while wandering as a child and later chose to pretend to be mute. With his strong physique, he became a pirate. After enduring for many years, Pika developed considerable strength, but due to his voice, he still faced ridicule, which led him to choose to kill those who mocked him. Eventually, he met Toripole and the others who would not mock him for his voice, and they all submitted to Doflamingo. Compared to Diamante, who hails from a primitive tribe, Pika's experiences are richer, making his personality more stable. Watching the family grow stronger day by day, Pika is undoubtedly happy. However, upon learning that Hardy and the others have consumed the extremely rare Zoan-type fruit, Pika also feels a sense of crisis. Over the years, every decision Doflamingo has made has only strengthened the Don Quixote family, leading them to firmly believe that Doflamingo will surely become the Pirate King. Thus, when faced with Doflamingo's frequent statements that Law and his companions represent the future of the Don Quixote family, Pika is also convinced. However, both he and Diamante have strong pride, so even knowing that Hardy and the others possess greater talent, they do not wish to see someone other than themselves standing beside Doflamingo in the future. Although Doflamingo has assured them that they will always be the top executives of the Don Quixote family, Diamante and Pika prefer to compete and earn their place through strength rather than relying on Doflamingo's past affections. Among the original 4 who pursued Doflamingo, Virgo possessed the greatest talent, followed by Pika, then came Diamante, while Toripole served as the strategist among the 4. Now that Virgo has been dispatched on a secret mission and Toripole is no longer considered a combatant, the 2 of them, as part of the 4 elders, naturally do not wish to be overtaken by a group of young newcomers, which gives rise to an incredibly strong sense of conviction. Pika accepted Doflamingo's proposal, focusing on fruit development, and successfully awakened his fruit last year. Pika's fruit awakening is quite similar to Doflamingo's, allowing him to temporarily turn everything around him into stone. On a deserted island, Pika once unleashed the full extent of his fruit awakening. In that state, He was even able to transform into a stone giant several thousand meters tall. This astonishing size brings about destruction comparable to natural disasters. In terms of wide-range attacks, no one in the entire Don Quixote family, including Doflamingo, can match Pika. Moreover, by focusing on enhancing the quality of stones for years, Pika has developed a set of stone armor that he can wear with hardness comparable to Seastone, and it can transform into various forms at will. Combined with Pika's physical skills and the strength of his armament Haki, when he fights in his original form, he can defeat Hardy, who has consumed a Zoan-type fruit. Similarly, Diamante can defeat Hardy, which astonishes Doflamingo and makes him realize he has underestimated them. In Doflamingo's view, both Diamante and Pika's strengths are not inferior to that of future calamities. This also leads Doflamingo to understand a principle. In this world, compared to talent, the strength of will is what truly determines a person's limits. However, you first need to have some talent. The Flamingo ship set sail again, and Gada was very pleased. The advantage of sailing with Doflamingo is that the Flamingo ship always carries a dozen or 20 women. In fact, for these women, the ship not only renovated some rooms, but also reduced the number of subordinates on board. Doflamingo does not want to eat goat meat that has been used by someone else. With this condition, why not bring along some women? Even if he doesn't vent his frustrations, having someone to look after him on the long journey is a delightful thing. As an experienced navigator who has been with the family for many years, Gada naturally has decent authority, making it easy for him to choose 1 or 2 women to accompany him. Thus, as soon as they set sail, Gada could not help but smile widely. Meanwhile, Diamante and Pika do not engage with women while out at sea on missions. They focus solely on training, so the women that should belong to them are unceremoniously taken by Gada. Seeing Gada laughing and heading to his room with several women, Diamante shook his head and said, if it weren't for the long-legged tribe's physique being considerably stronger than ordinary people with his lifestyle, he would have likely exhausted all his resources long ago. Without any restraint, it's no wonder Marianne keeps such a close watch on him. If she didn't, he might have died long ago. Doflamingo adjusted his sunglasses and said, Diamante Gada is already this old. If he doesn't enjoy himself, while he can still stand up straight in another 10 years without Marianne watching over him, his only interest in life will probably be fishing. Aren't you and Pika going to leave a few descendants while you're still young? Life should be enjoyed when it can be enjoyed. Otherwise, why do we train so hard to improve our strength? As the Flamingo passed through the passage beneath the red Earth continent, a man in a black suit took out a snail phone and dialed a number. Doflamingo has passed through the passage and will likely arrive in another 20 days. I can confirm that I saw Doflamingo, and Diamante and Pika are also there. Understood. Greenwood Island, where the Wakanta Kingdom is located, is a resource-rich island. As a non-affiliated nation relying on the fruits and minerals of the island, the kingdom has also formed a formidable army. The king of Wakantu is named Ida, who possesses considerable strength. Under his leadership, Wakantu has the power to defend itself against ordinary pirate groups. Moreover, it is rumored that Mihawk has a good relationship with the royal family of Wakantu, which is a major reason for Wakanta's long-standing peace. However, this year the Don Quixote family set their sights on Greenwood Island. After negotiations failed, they easily captured the port of Wakantu under the leadership of the officer Gladius. In the battle against the kingdom's army, Gladius defeated Ida, nearly annihilating the kingdom's forces. Just as they were about to break through Wakanta, Mihawk suddenly appeared, injuring Gladius and entering Wakanta, forcing Gladius, who knew he was no match for Mihawk, to seek help from his family. In the banquet hall of the Wakanta palace, Mihawk calmly sipped red wine. Wrapped in bandages, Ida raised his glass and sincerely said, Mihawk, I owe you my gratitude for your timely rescue. Without you, Wakanta would truly be finished. I thank you on behalf of all the people of Wakantu. Mihawk did not look up, staring at the wine glass in his hand as he replied, there is no need for thanks. I intervened merely to honor the promise I made to your father. However, regardless of the opponent, I only need to take action once more to fulfill that promise. As for Doflamingo, I do not have absolute confidence in victory. So you should be concerned about how to handle things next. After this matter is settled, I hope that no rumors of our relationship circulate on the seas. Having spoken, Mihawk set down his wine glass, stood up, and turned to leave. Ida, filled with resentment, watched Mihawk leave and angrily smashed his glass on the ground. That guy? He is so arrogant. What Don Quixote family? Anyway, I can also go to sea as a pirate. When Mihawk arrived at his room, a man in a white suit from CP0 was already waiting. Upon seeing Mihawk, the man spoke. According to the latest intelligence, the head of the Don Quixote family, Don Quixote Doflamingo, has arrived in the Grand Line. In about 20 days he will reach here. It is obvious that he is coming for you. Since you have become one of the 7 warlords, I will ask you one last time. Does this matter really not require the world government to intervene? As a warlord of the sea, internal conflict is prohibited. Mihawk shook his head slightly and spoke softly. We agreed on this when we signed the agreement. In my battle with Doflamingo, the world government is forbidden from intervening. After this battle, the announcement of my becoming a warlord will follow. Moreover, I had made a promise to the previous king of Wakantu to help their nation 3 times. This is also an opportunity for me to fulfill that promise. Understood. CP0 stood up and walked to the door, but suddenly stopped. I advise you, Doflamingo is the most dangerous man among the 7 warlords. Your blatant provocation will not be taken lightly. I assume you are already aware of the outcome of that battle with Shanks. Although the world government agreed to your conditions, if the situation escalates, they have the right to intervene between the 2 of you. And I will consult with the 5 elders about the severity of this situation. I hope you will cooperate when I try to intervene. Otherwise, I cannot guarantee that no casualties will occur between you. Mihawk sat in a chair crossing his legs and remained silent. CP0 shook his head helplessly and left. On the Flamingo, after finishing physical training, Diamante finished his bath and went to the massage room, where several trained female slaves immediately came over to help Diamante relax his stiff muscles. Although martial artists may not be good swordsmen, every swordsman is a powerful martial artist. Without a strong physique to support them, they cannot unleash formidable sword techniques. All the officers in the family had long been instructed by Doflamingo to engage in physical training, and a group of slave masseuses was specifically cultivated to help the officers recover after physical training. Diamante greatly enjoys this massage as his tired and stiff body can quickly enter a state of relaxation. After the massage and dinner, Diamante did not practice sword techniques, as they would arrive at their destination the day after tomorrow. He needed to conserve energy and maintain the best mental state to face Mihawk. Doflamingo has promised that he will duel with Mihawk first. Mihawk, the world's #1 swordsman, has earned his reputation through solid achievements. Over the years, he has challenged nearly every famous swordsman. Not only has he defeated countless swordsmen, but he also stopped dozens of warships from pursuing him with a powerful slash amidst the Navy's encirclement. In every battle, he has never been defeated. Such a formidable opponent excites Diamante. Soon the Flamingo arrived at Greenwood Island. Gladius, with his arms bandaged, was already waiting at the port with his men. "Young master." Doflamingo looked Gladius over and asked in a calm tone, "Is that guy still around?" "Yes, young master, that is his ship. He has not left." Seeing the solitary vessel that resembled a coffin nearby, Doflamingo laughed. "Fufufu. It seems his target is me." "Oomph." Diamante scoffed beside him. "He wants to fight Doflamingo. He should defeat me first." "Oh, Diamante, you are quite confident. Then I leave it to you. I believe you can definitely defeat that guy." Doflamingo thought Diamante would refuse like before, but Diamante said solemnly, "I will do my best." "Doflamingo, if he wants to fight you, it must be over my dead body." "Fufufu. Then go for it." Diamante. Greenwood Island, as the name suggests, is predominantly a vibrant green teeming with life. Forests, grasslands, rivers, and fields of blooming flowers stretch as far as the eye can see. This is also the reason why Gladius chose to conquer this island, as the transformation of the rice paddies has been completed and Don Quixote Doflamingo needs to find islands suitable for cultivation around the world. Rich in resources and fertile land, Greenwood Island is the perfect choice. Most importantly, the Kingdom of Wakantu on the island is a non-member state. Even if they were to kill all the inhabitants here, the Navy and the world government would not intervene. Wakantu's only major city is the capital Wakantu, which names the entire kingdom. At this moment, Don Quixote Doflamingo and his group have arrived outside Wakanda City. Looking at the surrounding destroyed trees and the charred earth, Doflamingo knew this was the work of Gladius. Diamante was drawn to a massive fissure and approached to inspect it, asking Gladius, "This was caused by that eagle eyes, wasn't it?" Gladius nodded. "Indeed, with just this one strike, most of our family's warriors lost their combat ability." Diamante said with an appreciative tone, "To cause such great destruction. Such powerful control to incapacitate, yet not kill, is indeed somewhat terrifying. No wonder he is the world's greatest swordsman." Fufu. Diamante. Doflamingo flipped his palm and countless threads suddenly emerged from his palm, flying skyward. "The battlefield is prepared for you. Let me see your current strength. I will surely not disappoint you." Doflamingo. Swish. Countless threads descended, trapping Wakantu like a birdcage, leaving the residents of Wakantu in a daze. Mihawk, who was meditating, opened his eyes, put on his hat, and walked out of the room. Boom. Gladius blasted open the city gate, and under Doflamingo's lead a group of people marched in grandly. "You bastards." The guards of Wakantu, looking quite irritable, rushed at them with their weapons drawn. Unfortunately, their strength did not match their anger, and they quickly became corpses lying on the ground. The pale-faced civilians hurriedly ran into their homes. Seeing their tattered clothes, Doflamingo realized that the ruler of this nation was yet another foolish individual. Refusing to part with a portion of wealth to nourish the impoverished civilians means that when trouble arises, those who have not benefited will certainly not stand with you. Just like now. After killing hundreds of guards, Doflamingo and his group strolled unimpeded into the palace. Boom. After the explosion, a group of fully armed soldiers appeared before everyone. Judging by their tall physiques and heavy armor, they should be Wakantis elite troops. However, Doflamingo's gaze was fixed on one man behind them wearing a black top hat and sporting a short beard, who was slowly walking over. Before the soldiers could launch an attack, Doflamingo swiftly gestured with his hands, causing the seemingly fierce soldiers to fall into panic. Damn, what's happening? I can't control myself. Stop. Stop it. Fufufu. Diamante, go. Understood. Doflamingo. Seeing Diamante rushing through the crowd towards him, Mihawk furrowed his brows and halted. You want to duel with Doflamingo? First defeat me. Diamante drew his weapon, a European sword strikingly similar to Griffin's, and charged at Mihawk. Oh, a swordsman. Swish. Boom. Mihawk swiftly drew the black sword from his back and delivered a slash towards Diamante, then sheathed the black sword again. The road paved with hard stones split apart, like fragile paper being cut by scissors. Seeing this, Diamante immediately halted, gripping his sword tightly, which fluttered like a silk ribbon in the wind. As Diamante swung with all his might, the sword transformed into a spiraling, formidable blade. At the same time, a slash rushed towards Mihawk. Boom. The two slashes collided in midair, mutually canceling each other out and vanishing. Mihawk, with a surprised expression, said, not just a pure swordsman can unleash such a powerful slash. Is he utilizing abilities? An interesting concept. You are worthy of me using my full strength. As he drew the black sword once more, the disdain in Mihawk's eyes had vanished. Diamante's strength had piqued his interest. Tat tat tat. Both moved similarly, rapidly advancing towards one another with their weapons, the difference being Diamante used one hand, while Mihawk wielded the black sword with both hands. Swish. Bullfight, long spear. Swish. Bullfight, impact. Compared to Diamante loudly announcing his techniques, Mihawk remained silent, as if all his strikes were mere basic attacks. In recent years, Diamante had focused primarily on practicing fundamental swordsmanship and developing his haki, so many of the techniques combining with his devil fruit abilities were mostly former concepts. However, the same techniques now wielded far greater power compared to before. In Doflamingo's view, if it were the old Diamante, he might not withstand a few strikes from Mihawk, but now the two had exchanged dozens of blows, and it seemed they were still evenly matched. Although Mihawk had not yet reached his peak, even so his strength remained immensely powerful, and Doflamingo himself couldn't guarantee a certain victory. This guy's strength will undoubtedly reach the level of the four emperors in the years to come. Every swordsman wielding a European sword has an extremely aggressive fighting style, just like Shanks, and Diamante is no exception. Mihawk's black sword is large, resembling Itachi, and his primary mode of attack is through slashing. Under Diamante's fierce assaults, Mihawk chose to primarily focus on defense. Pika and Galadius watched with excited expressions, while Doflamingo frowned in silence. With his keen eye, he could certainly discern the strength and weakness between the two. Even if Diamante's strength had significantly increased, he was still absolutely no match for Mihawk. What appeared to be an advantage now was in reality Mihawk observing Diamante's sword techniques, while on the defense to see if there was anything he could learn. If Mihawk becomes familiar with Diamante's offensive style, the situation could instantly turn on its head. Just how long could Diamante hold out? Diamante unleashed his sword techniques with full force, forcing Mihawk to defend with all his might. Seeing this, Diamante couldn't help but burst into laughter. Observing the excited Diamante, Doflamingo seemed to see him for the first time. Like an eagle that had been suppressed for years, he finally spread his wings. Diamante, you truly deserve to be a top executive of the family. Of course, so do you. Pika. Pika nodded, then suddenly slipped underground, slowly disappearing. Doflamingo looked towards the city and smiled. Is there a rat trying to escape? What a pity the birdcage is closed and no one can fly out. Crack. HM. While Doflamingo intently observed the duel between the two combatants, he suddenly noticed a silver-armored soldier who, by sheer accident, had broken free from his control. The instant the soldier broke free, he lunged forward, sword raised straight toward Doflamingo. Whoosh. Doflamingo evaded the strike and chuckled, "Fufufu. Is it worth it? Having broken free, you don't flee, but charge headlong to your death. How much does the House of Yukanth pay you per month that you'd risk your life so recklessly? This is my country, Doflamingo. I am Prince Tara of Yukanth. Why have you invaded our land without cause? Die. Fufufu." Doflamingo sidestepped with effortless grace, his expression one of mocking amusement. A valiant prince, I see. You ask me why? That question has truly stumped me, for I find it scarcely believable that a prince, born to rule, could fail to grasp so elementary a truth. A beautiful woman is not meant for the impoverished commoner. When a cat or dog clutches a succulent morsel, can it truly expect no predator's gaze? When one lacks the strength to protect what one possesses, it is only natural that others should seize it. Just as your kingdom plundered the wealth of its own people, I have merely done what you yourselves have long practiced. If you insist upon a reason, I'll give you one because you are weak. You wretch, stop spouting such hollow bravado. Fufufufu. Once more Doflamingo ensnared Prince Tara with invisible threads just as the youth attempted another assault, and laughed. Wild and unrepentant passion alone is not always a virtue. Before overwhelming power the weak do well to remain humble. Of course, you may never comprehend this truth. But your father, he is far more astute than you. Crack. Before Prince Tara could grasp Doflamingo's meaning, the earth beside him split open, and Pika emerged bearing Tara's father, King Elda, aloft. Father, did you not summon your forces to wage final battle against the Don Quixote family? Then what? King Elda dared not meet his son's eyes, turning his face away instead. Fufufu. So naive, you truly are. With a subtle gesture, Doflamingo signaled Pika to set Elda down, and released his threadbound control over Tara. Then smiling faintly, he addressed them both. I offered you partnership once. You refused. Very well, here is another choice. A price for defying the Don Quixote family. Only one of you shall live. 2 flintlock pistols were retrieved from the ground by Doflamingo and placed into their hands. Elda and Tara stared at the weapons in stunned silence, then swiftly raised them. Bang, bang. After the twin reports echoed across the field, Doflamingo dropped the spent bullets onto the soil. A foolish choice. Yet though foolish, you are also dutiful, a loyal son. F.A. Father. As his strength ebbed, Tara turned, disbelief etched across his face, gazing upon his father Elda, who first lowered his head, refusing eye contact, then suddenly lifted it, shouting with feverish intensity, I am not wrong. I am the true king of Yucanth. I am your father, so your death on my behalf is only just. F.A. Father. It hurts. Bang. I'm so cold. Father. F.A. Tara collapsed to the ground, his eyes vacant as they fixed upon the sky. Until his final breath, he uttered no reproach, only called out for his father. That unwavering filial devotion pierced Elda's conscience at last, and shattered him into inconsolable sobs. Ah. Wah. Tara. Tara, my child. Damn it. Damn it all. Ah. What have I done? What have I done? Tara. Tara. Doflamingo. Fufufufu. Shaking his head with undisguised disdain, Doflamingo remarked, such hypocrisy. Such pitiful theater. First you deceived him, sending him and his army to hold us off while you fled with your inner circle. But you misjudged the unyielding strength of my birdcage. Then at the moment of ultimate choice you shot him down without hesitation. And now you weep over his corpse, performing your paltry, hollow paternal love. How utterly grotesque. At Doflamingo's barb, Elda's face twisted with venomous rage. Doflamingo. I did this. Because you, the demon, left me no other path. I forced you. Fufufu. Doflamingo extended his strings, seizing Elda and drawing him inexorably forward, his grin sharpening into something feral. I gave you 2 choices. No, 3. Yet you chose, swiftly, decisively, one that ends in regret. Your son, however, chose the 3rd. Had your choices aligned, perhaps I might have been moved, enough to spare you both. But you chose wrongly. Fufufufu. Elda watched paralyzed as his own body dragged him toward Doflamingo, his hatred dissolving into raw primal terror. Doflamingo. What are you doing? You swore one of us would live. I killed my own son with my hands. You cannot kill me. You cannot kill me. A man of your stature surely honors his word. So you must not kill me. Not now. Fufufu. How tragic. Guiding Elda's hand with his strings, Doflamingo lifted the fallen longsword from the ground, then pressed its blade against Elda's own arm, whispering softly, rest easy. I keep my word. After all, your life was purchased with your son's blood. But I never specified how you would live. So savor it. Stop. Stop. Don't. Whoosh. Opt. His arms severed, cleanly dropping to the earth. Doflamingo murmured appreciatively, fine craftsmanship. Your realm clearly boasts master smiths. Please stop. Mihawk. Mihawk. Fufufu. Glancing toward the distant thunderous clash between the 2 warriors, Doflamingo smiled faintly. He has no time for you now. Shall we continue? Whoosh. Ow. Oh. Only one arm remains. A complication. But I have an idea. Watching Elda's ashen face, Doflamingo manipulated Tara's lifeless body with his strings, drawing it forward. Let your son deliver your final limb. Armless, legless Elda lay too weak to resist. His gaze locked upon Tara's swaying corpse as despair drowned his soul. Tara. Whoosh. Ah. Bang. Tara's corpse slumped sideways, eyes still wide and unblinking fixed upon Elda's writhing, wailing form. Doflamingo watched faintly intrigued. An innocent boy, yet humanity is ugly. May your next life grant you a father worthy of your devotion. Bang. Clang, clang, clang. The battle between Diamante and Mihawk is still ongoing with neither side sustaining a single injury so far. Doflamingo can see that Diamante's attacks are extremely aggressive, completely abandoning defense. Even if Mihawk manages to hurt Diamante, he will surely be injured in return. With Mihawk waiting on the sidelines, injury is not something he can afford to allow, which is why the two are in such a stalemate. Diamante is aware of this and intensifies his assaults. Mihawk grips his black blade, relying on his powerful observation haki to perceive each of Diamante's attack points. However, Diamante's speed is too swift, preventing Mihawk from seizing the opportunity to counterattack. Yet after such a prolonged battle, Mihawk has grown familiar with Diamante's swordsmanship. Although Diamante is a devil fruit user, most of his attacks are unrelated to his ability, with only a small portion involving its application. Diamante's swordsmanship is primarily based on speed, but his explosive power should not be underestimated. From Diamante's grip on the sword, the motions of his strikes, and the speed of his transformations, it is evident that his foundational skills in swordsmanship are not inferior to his own. Moreover, from his considerable strength and speed, Mihawk can tell that he places significant importance on physical training. This surprises Mihawk, who has defeated many swordsmen who have consumed devil fruits in the past. After consuming a devil fruit, regardless of their previous sword techniques, their swordsmanship is largely revamped to focus on the abilities of the fruit. The wonders of the devil fruit compel all who consume them to continuously explore their potential. Compared to swordsmanship or martial arts, the power and mystery of the devil fruit hold an irresistible allure for its users. Mihawk understands this well. After all, consuming a devil fruit without developing its use only adds a significant weakness of being unable to swim in the sea. Why bother consuming it then? However, the majority of Diamante's techniques that utilize the fruit focus on enhancing the power and speed of his strikes. He is a swordsman who primarily relies on his swordsmanship with the fruit's abilities as a supplementary tool. To be honest, Mihawk has never encountered such a swordsman before. Yet regrettably, despite his evident efforts, he lacks the talent to stand at the pinnacle. Nonetheless, even so, a swordsman like Diamante can rank third among the opponents he has faced. However, he seems a bit too impatient. Is he trying to showcase his strength in front of Doflamingo? Clang clang. Whoosh. Phew. After a prolonged stalemate, Diamante becomes somewhat impatient. The ever-calm Mihawk seizes this opportunity, delivering a horizontal slash that leaves a scar on Diamante's chest. Had Diamante not sensed the danger and dodged in time, this strike might have rendered him incapable of continuing the fight. Your breath is erratic. Mihawk looks at Diamante and says, "It's a pity that with your strength you should not expose such a flaw so easily." Is it because of Doflamingo? Mihawk glances at Doflamingo in the distance, then turns back to continue. Would a man like you really care so much about others' opinions? With your strength you could easily hold a high position in any pirate crew. Why are you so eager to prove your strength in front of this man? Do you not realize that this will only expose your weaknesses, eh? Haha. Diamante chuckles lightly, his expression serious, as he says, "Thank you for your compliment, but my urgency is not primarily to prove myself to Doflamingo. We are family. Even if I am a failure now, I believe Doflamingo will still value me. My urgency mainly stems from sensing that the gap between us has grown too large." It's somewhat amusing. Many years ago, Doflamingo warned me that my talent was insufficient to allow me to merge the fruit and knowledge, advising me not to overly indulge in developing the fruit, but to focus on my own swordsmanship talent. So for all these years, I have practiced my swordsmanship daily and trained my physical strength. However, I don't actually believe my talent is lacking. It has proven that Doflamingo was right. My strength has grown considerably, and I even once thought I was invincible. But unfortunately, the battle between Doflamingo and Shanks quickly brought me back to reality. And the battle with you has truly made me understand the gap in talent between us. At this point, Diamante takes a deep breath, gazing fiercely at Mihawk. My strength has not grown for a long time. I have realized that this is my limit. And the younger generations of my family are still growing. One day they will surpass me. But Diamante raises his long sword, stating each word clearly. The will of a person can surpass everything. At least for now, the backbone of the Don Quixote family is still us old folks. Mihawk, I want to make you understand a principle. The Don Quixote family will not tolerate any provocation. No matter who the opponent is, they will eventually pay the price. Doflamingo will become king, and the dignity of a king cannot be challenged. Dare to clash with me in a single move. Oh, feeling Diamante's intense fighting spirit, Mihawk grips his black blade with both hands and softly says, "If that's the case, you will die." With Doflamingo here you need not have made such a choice. Ahaha. Would a pirate fear death? Diamante also grips his long sword with both hands, casting a deep glance at Doflamingo. Surely we cannot expect our king to resolve every opponent for us. Mihawk nods. Your loyalty impresses me. Then as you said, I will give it my all. Come. Mihawk, just let you see my strongest move. Diamante's long sword becomes as soft as a silk ribbon, trembling continuously as he swiftly charges towards Mihawk. In an instant before reaching Mihawk, the sword spirals, and Diamante thrusts forward with both hands. Mihawk swings his black blade, moving so quickly that it becomes a blur. Clang. Clang. Whoosh. Phew. Mihawk glances at the wound on his shoulder, his tone full of admiration as he says, what seems like a single strike was actually 7 rapid thrusts delivered in an instant. However, the final killing move is this detached armament Haki. I blocked all your attacks, yet I never expected your Haki could reach such a level. You are capable of injuring me. You have every reason to be proud. However, Doflamingo. Mihawk turns his head to the side, his expression serious as he says, why do you interfere in our battle? Diamante looked at Don Quixote Doflamingo with a complex expression, a white thread shield blocking his front, preventing Mihawk's lethal strike from landing on him. However, despite this, a scar appeared on Diamante's body, extending from his chest to his abdomen, indicating that his internal organs had been injured. Mihawk's Busashoka Haki had reached the level of internal destruction akin to that of Don Quixote Doflamingo and Shanks, which is known as Advanced Flowing Sakura. In contrast, Diamante's Busashoka Haki could only damage muscle, representing a basic level of Flowing Sakura, highlighting the disparity in talent. Fufufu. Not bad battle. What a pity. I will not stand by and watch my family die. Doflamingo said expressionlessly to Mihawk, even if I kill you, it won't bring Diamante back. As Doflamingo spoke, his fingers trembled, using his powerful Kinbunchika Haki to sense the internal condition of Diamante's body. He was using threads to repair Diamante's injured organs. Diamante's face was pale, cold sweat streaming down his body. The fact that he had not fainted was already a testament to his strong will. Hearing Doflamingo's words, Mihawk remained calm and pointed his black sword at Doflamingo. Is that so? Then come at me. Doflamingo ignored Mihawk and turned his attention to Diamante, speaking in a serious tone. Diamante. Although I had you fight Mihawk, it does not mean I want you to die. You must understand the situation. If today our family provokes a powerful enemy and needs someone to hold the rear, your actions could be deemed courageous. Sacrifice. But under today's circumstances, we have the upper hand. Your behavior is exceedingly foolish. Understand that the lives of many do not compare to that of my family. If you die, even if I kill everyone on this island, it will not quell my anger. Do you understand? Diamante said with some shame. Understood, Doflamingo. I was reckless. Fufufu. Do not act like this again. Reckless fools seldom live to the end. Just like this guy. After stitching up Diamante's wounds, Doflamingo looked at Mihawk with a sinister grin. You are quite confident, but with your strength. It is still insufficient for you to speak to me like this. Do you have any last words? Seeing Doflamingo's arrogance and contempt, Mihawk felt a twinge of anger. He snorted coldly, raised his black sword, and rushed towards Doflamingo. Swish. Clang. However, to Mihawk's surprise, as he was about to reach Doflamingo, he sensed a strong crisis from the ground and quickly jumped aside as a small stone giant named Pika erupted from the earth, while the ground beneath Mihawk's feet turned to stone. What? What does this mean? Are you going to fight me too? No, wait. What are you doing? Seeing both Doflamingo and Diamante approaching him simultaneously, Mihawk's tone was filled with confusion and his eyes were filled with perplexity. He was unwilling to admit that a master like Doflamingo would engage in such dishonorable conduct as a warrior. Fufufu. It's exactly what you see. Seeing Mihawk's expression, Doflamingo exaggeratedly said, Hey, no way. You don't think I would challenge you to a duel like a fool, do you? Duel? Are you out of your mind? We are pirates. Pirates have their own ways of doing things. What era is this that I would duel with you? Fighting unknown offers no advantage, not to mention you might get injured. Have you watched too many shonen mangas? Or do you think I would fight you like I did with Shanks? Fufufu. I fought Shanks alone, partly because I needed a battle to break through myself. Secondly, because Shanks has a group of capable companions. But what about you? Doflamingo said disdainfully, I do not need to rely on a fight with you to break through, and you are all alone without any companions or family to rely on. Perhaps with your sword you can defeat countless fools and escape several encirclements from the navy. But now you have offended not just me. You have offended the Don Quixote family. I am not one of those fools, nor am I a self-righteous navy, clearly having the chance to kill you but hesitating for this reason or that. I will never let go of anyone who provokes the Don Quixote family, no matter who the opponent is. And with your identity and status, you are not enough to make me tolerate it. So think carefully about your last words. After Doflamingo finished speaking, Mihawk threw his top hat to the ground, gripping his black sword with both hands, and looked at the group with determination. Fufufu. No last words. Then die. Diamante stepped aside to prevent him from finding an opportunity. Yes. Swish. Doflamingo and Pika activated their awakenings, simultaneously transforming the ground into threads on one half and stone on the other, trapping Mihawk in the middle. Having learned from Shanks that he was defeated by Doflamingo, Mihawk decided to target Pika, first rushing towards him. The giant Pika's transformation was not very large, merely around 20 meters. With Mihawk's Kinbunchika Haki, he easily discerned Pika's true form, and without hesitation, he swung his black sword down. With the enhancement of Busashoka Haki, this powerful strike completely destroyed Pika's stone form, but Mihawk realized that this blow did not harm Pika's true self at all. Apart from Pika's incredibly hard stone armor, he had already activated Busashoka Haki all over his body. From his perception through Kinbunchika, Mihawk was astonished to find that Pika's Busashoka Haki was even stronger than Diamante's. In that instant, Mihawk's heart sank to the bottom. He knew that if he couldn't resolve Pika in a short time, he would definitely be defeated under their combined strength. The only difference would be how long he could hold out. Moreover, with Diamante on the side waiting for an opening despite being injured, his strength should not be underestimated. It seemed today he would have to fight for his life. For some reason, Mihawk felt an increasing excitement in his heart. With a swift sound, a transparent thread sliced through the distracted Mihawk's clothing, prompting Doflamingo to chuckle softly. Hey, don't get distracted during a fight. Mihawk, let me see your true strength. You better watch closely. Mihawk threw his cloak to the ground, raising his black blade against the combined assault of Pika and Doflamingo, and slashed down with all his might. Clang! Rocks splattered as the thread snapped. With this single blow, Mihawk showcased his ultimate attacking power through pure swordsmanship. The might of this strike further convinced Doflamingo of his feelings. Mihawk's strength was on par with the current Shanks. This represented the minuscule gap between him and himself. Indeed, this guy is the strongest among the 7 warlords in the original work. But then again, how could someone with the title of the world's greatest swordsman not reach the level of an emperor? Doflamingo's expression turned extremely serious, and Pika's spirit became intensely focused. They both knew this would be a fierce battle. Facing a great swordsman, a momentary lapse could lead to severe injury. In this world, the presence of observation haki and armament haki allows strong individuals to withstand multiple opponents of equal caliber for extended periods. Once one's strength reaches a certain level, their physical prowess and neural reactions are top-notch. Furthermore, with the ability to enhance defense and attack through armament haki and to sense enemies' movements through observation haki, a master will only exhaust their stamina to determine the victor unless they are intent on a quick resolution or harboring fatal intentions. All top-tier masters are like this. Of course, Teacher Kai is eager to see Nika's strength, making him a counterexample of wanting a quick resolution. Yet even then, he fought with Luffy for a long time, not knowing how many sit-ups Luffy had done. Mihawk is a great swordsman, and every master swordsman is also a strong martial artist. The current battle is akin to the fight between the Golden Lion and Carp against Sengoku. Though the Golden Lion was a devil fruit user, he was also a true great swordsman, able to battle Carp and Sengoku for days and nights before being captured, showcasing his formidable physical prowess. Now, even if the three of them might have some discrepancies in strength compared to those three, they were not far apart. Thus, this battle would surely be fierce. Seeing that his attack could not break through Pika's defense, Mihawk shifted his target to Doflamingo. Although he learned of Doflamingo's power from Shanks, Mihawk had absolute confidence in his own strength. Gripping his black blade in silence, he unleashed a seemingly simple strike that was actually covered in armament haki toward Doflamingo. However, to Mihawk's surprise, the threads that had felt fragile like paper under his sword just moments ago now firmly withstood his full-force strike. What is this? Mihawk quickly sensed the reason, his expression serious as he said, "Armament haki. I didn't expect your haki to be even stronger than what Shanks described." Doflamingo adjusted his sunglasses, chuckling coldly, "Fufufu. You must constantly grow. If you remain stagnant, you'll be eliminated by this crazy era. Your swordsmanship is indeed stronger than that of the red-haired Shanks. You truly are the world's greatest swordsman. However, in terms of haki, you fall short of him. But not by much, so you deserve me to go all out. You should feel honored. This is something Shanks has never experienced." Before his words fell, Doflamingo clenched his hands and suddenly spread them wide, sending countless threads from his palms soaring into the sky, shortly forming a small birdcage covering the nearby area, trapping the three within. Diamante stood outside the birdcage, utterly baffled. This move was something Doflamingo had never used on them before. "Fufufu, do you see? This is my death arena. Doesn't it resemble a birdcage quite a bit? Looking at the expressionless Mihawk, Doflamingo pointed at the threads and said, "Let me tell you something, no one can destroy my birdcage. So if you want to get out, there are only two ways. The first is if you are a rather special user. Because even if you possess a Logia-type ability due to the addition of armament Haki, you can't escape. The second is to defeat me. I hope you can manage that. Fufufu. But I must remind you, an hour later this death arena will shrink to its limits. If you can't defeat me by then. Clang. After tentatively striking a slash and finding it ineffective against the threads, Mihawk's heart sank. Although Doflamingo hadn't mentioned any consequences, Mihawk could already imagine that scene. The threads emitted by Doflamingo's birdcage were incredibly resilient and sharp. This type of material was impervious to any attack. For many years, Doflamingo had wanted to apply this thread to other techniques, but had never succeeded. It seemed to be an exclusive characteristic of the birdcage, which left Doflamingo feeling rather helpless. However, activating the birdcage required Doflamingo to be within it, and the most troublesome part was that he could not leave. Moreover, Doflamingo couldn't merge with the threads, so when the birdcage shrank to its extreme, it would injure both others and himself. Otherwise, he could have used it during his fight with Shanks. Considering that if it was used then and Shanks managed to endure until the end, he would have to retract the death arena, it would indeed be slightly embarrassing, which was why Doflamingo refrained from using it. This move, despite its many drawbacks, allowed Doflamingo to move freely within this space and enhanced the cutting power of the threads, providing him with a considerable boost in strength. Now facing Mihawk, Doflamingo did not want to waste too much time, especially with Pika also present, so he chose to use it. Doflamingo could control the speed of the birdcage's contraction, and since the enemy was unaware of this move, Doflamingo also could not leave, so he deduced that Mihawk would surely attack fiercely without holding back. Indeed, as Doflamingo had predicted, Mihawk's black blade danced like a flower, and with his extraordinary swordsmanship, he managed to suppress both Doflamingo and Pika single-handedly. Due to the death arena, Pika had already given up on awakening and relied on his years of refined stone armor and stone claws, thus not fearing Mihawk's attacks. Thus, Doflamingo and Pika remained completely calm, prioritizing defense for the time being. Just as the battle between the three intensified, a figure clad in a white cloak, dressed as if attending a masquerade, appeared outside the death arena. Doflamingo, stop. Hawkeye Mihawk has become one of the 7 warlords. Internal strife is forbidden among the 7 warlords. So lift the birdcage. Stop fighting. This is an order from the world government. Upon hearing CP0 refer to him, Doflamingo unleashed a thread with a swift motion. Swish. Uft. Completely unprepared for Doflamingo's sudden attack, CP0's shoulder was pierced by the thread. CP0 looked at Doflamingo in astonishment, but before he could say anything, Diamante had already pressed a sword against his neck. Just a dog. When did you dare to bark in front of your master? Doflamingo's forehead bulged with veins as he disdainfully said, "Mind your attitude. Call me Lord Doflamingo." Mihawk was somewhat surprised by Doflamingo's words, but he quickly regained his composure, sheathing his long sword and stepping aside. In his view, since CP0 had already intervened, no matter how furious Doflamingo was, the battle could not continue. However, to Mihawk's astonishment, countless threads converged again, rushing towards him. Calm. Mihawk hurriedly drew his black sword to block. Are you mistaken about something? Doflamingo appeared in midair, stepping on the threads, and pointed at the CP0 controlled by Diamante, saying, "This fool clearly just became CP0, and his relationship with his colleagues is poor, unable to grasp even the most basic situations. You sent him to see me? Is he here to die? Fufufu. The orders of the world government. I am different from you. In some aspects, my relationship with the world government is one of alliance, not a superior subordinate relationship. A fool who can't even understand this thinks he can stop this battle. Fufufu. Naive. So you are destined to die here today." Mihawk remained silent, gripping his black sword as he charged forward again. For him, death was not terrifying. Since he was destined to die, it was not a loss to exchange a blow before he fell. The masked CP0 could not reveal his facial expression, but from his trembling body, it was clear he was filled with immense rage. "You? How dare you so blatantly disregard the world government?" CP0 looked at Diamante, reached into his bosom, and pulled out a transponder snail, saying, "I will immediately inform the Gorosei. Inform them of everything here." Diamante raised an eyebrow and said, "Oh really? Then please contact them. Don't worry, I won't stop you. I just hope you can reach them." "What do you mean by that?" CP0 hurriedly dialed the number, but after hearing a burst of static from the transponder snail, he slowly put it down. "Ha ha ha." Diamante grinned widely, saying, "Now do you understand what it means? Enjoy the show. I am wounded, you know. If you don't cooperate, I might shake my hand at any moment." Clang, clang, clang. The encroaching birdcage made Mihawk's heart race, although he was not afraid of death, knowing the exact time of his demise no one could remain calm. In less than an hour the birdcage would shrink, so Mihawk unleashed his full power, showing no intention of conserving energy. This was also what Doflamingo wanted to see. Only in this way would Mihawk focus on attack rather than prolonging the outcome. Swish! Due to his prior injuries from Diamante, Mihawk hesitated briefly when attacking, which Doflamingo noticed. Suddenly appearing to Mihawk's right side, he used his fingers to control the threads brushing against Mihawk's black sword and striking his shoulder. Puff! Although Mihawk defended with Busashoko Haki, the threads wrapped in Busashoko Haki merely pierced through his skin. Doflamingo's Haki invaded Mihawk's body like a festering sore, causing him to feel a sharp pain in his chest, and he couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood. Huff huff. Even without Kinbunshika Haki, Mihawk knew his lungs were injured, which was undoubtedly very bad. Seeing Mihawk injured, the attacks from Doflamingo and Pika grew even more ferocious. Moreover, Doflamingo appeared at will, using the threads in the death arena, moving with such speed that even Mihawk, fully utilizing Kinbunshika Haki, could only barely keep up. However, with all his Kinbunshika Haki focused on observing Doflamingo, he overlooked Pika. While Mihawk defended against Doflamingo's attacks, Pika used Soru to instantly appear behind Mihawk, slamming his fist, wearing a claw ruthlessly into Mihawk's back. Boom! Puff! Pika's size was twice that of Mihawk, and his fists were truly as large as a cauldron, also enveloped in Busashoko Haki. After being struck, Mihawk sprayed blood and flew away. If it weren't for the black sword blocking the threads, he might have been torn apart by Doflamingo. Once back on his feet, Mihawk couldn't help but open his mouth again. Puff! Red blood dripped, and Mihawk's aura began to weaken. Doflamingo grinned maliciously, saying, "Fufufu. What a pity the world's greatest swordsman will cease to exist after today." Even knowing his death was imminent, Mihawk still maintained his dignity, silently gripping his black sword. A warrior. Too bad he doesn't have a sharp mind to oppose the Don Quixote family. Then I can only send you off. Pika also came over, and Doflamingo raised both hands, countless threads soaring into the air. At that moment, a CP0 outside the birdcage shouted loudly, "Doflamingo, when you pass through the red line, our colleagues had already noticed. Even if I don't inform the Gorosei, they will know about this battle. Are you really determined to kill Mihawk? Mihawk is an important member of the 7 warlords." Doflamingo turned his head, and Diamante quickly tilted his body to the side. Swish! A thread pierced through CP0's shoulder again, and Doflamingo said to the trembling CP0, "The title may be correct, but it should be a respectful address. It's you, not you." Puff! CP0 was filled with rage. He actually knew that Doflamingo was once a celestial dragon, but he thought he had been stripped of his identity, completely unaware that Doflamingo had merely been expelled from the Holy Land. Although he had been stripped of the holy title, Doflamingo's identity as a celestial dragon still persisted. He was just a newcomer, and no one had informed him of this. However, he was not foolish. He discerned the meaning behind Doflamingo's words and dared not act arrogantly. Recalling the Gorosei's words, CP0 reluctantly said, "Doflamingo, before I came, the Gorosei told me that if you do not kill Mihawk, the world government can grant you one request." "Oh, a request." Upon hearing this, Doflamingo became intrigued and quickly asked, "What is the scope of this request? Can it be any unreasonable request?" CP0 fell silent for a moment and quietly said, "This request can be to commute a death sentence, or a powerful devil fruit. As long as it's not too excessive, the Gorosei can agree." Doflamingo glanced at Mihawk, who was holding the black sword, and began to hesitate within. The dignity of the Don Quixote family cannot be provoked, and Mihawk's future combat power is undoubtedly at the level of the 4 emperors. Now that an enmity has been established, killing him would actually save the trouble of having another strong enemy in the future. However, the conditions offered by the world government were undeniably generous, especially the first one. This condition would be greatly beneficial for Doflamingo's plans. As long as that person was alive and in his hands, he would have a powerful weapon that could instill fear in the world government. What does it matter if Mihawk becomes a 4 emperors level fighter in the future? Killing him now would mean that although the world government would not retaliate against him, their high regard for Mihawk would inevitably affect their relationship with him, and not killing him would tarnish the reputation of the Don Quixote family. After a moment of contemplation, Doflamingo said with a serious expression, "I agree. However, for the sake of the family's reputation, I will inform Morgans to publish the news that Mihawk was defeated by me and spared by the world government. As for Mihawk becoming a warlord of the sea, you can publish that when the newspaper comes out. And regarding the request made by the world government, I will not fulfill it now. I will raise it when I need it." Upon hearing Doflamingo's request, CP0 showed no hesitation and replied firmly, "I can assure you this on behalf of the world government." Absolutely no problem. In fact, the five elders were aware of the impending battle between Mihawk and Doflamingo, and they had communicated the world government's bottom line to CP0 to protect Mihawk. Aside from that condition, even if Doflamingo proposed some excessive demands, they could be negotiated. Publishing the news in the newspaper was naturally not a problem. However, the newly appointed CP0 was eager to achieve results and hoped to use the reputation of the world government to make Doflamingo cease fighting. Unfortunately, after years of training and a simple life, he had never experienced the harshness of society and could not understand why the five elders would say such things. After being severely educated by Doflamingo this time, he would surely remember the lesson and understand many truths. Since the transaction had been successfully completed, Doflamingo slowly lifted the impending death arena. Seeing the transaction was successful and the death arena had vanished, Mihawk remained silent while holding his black sword. Doflamingo, noticing this, chuckled softly, "Fufufu. Don't worry, even though I am a pirate, I am still quite trustworthy. Since I have reached an agreement with the world government, I will naturally abide by it. However, the next time I face the Don Quixote family, I hope you understand one thing. I only agreed to this once. The world government can save you once, but they cannot save you twice. In life, one must discern the strong from the weak." Hearing Doflamingo's threatening words, Mihawk expressionlessly sheathed his black sword and turned to walk towards the palace. Doflamingo, seeing this, was not angry. He simply moved his finger, and the birdcage confining Yukin II slowly disappeared. As the birdcage gradually shrank, the civilians forced to gather in the square let out a sigh of relief. Gladiolus, accompanied by the soldiers of the Don Quixote family, had already arrived. "Next, I have an announcement to make. The master of this country is changed. From now on, the Don Quixote family will be the royal family of this nation. Now line up and register obediently." Boom. After blowing up a soldier hiding in the crowd who attempted to escape, Gladiolus said coldly, "Otherwise, this will be your fate." Inside the palace, after seeing Mihawk leave, CP0 hurriedly chased after him. However, after running a few steps, he suddenly stopped and said to Doflamingo, "Lord Doflamingo, if there is nothing else, I will take my leave first." "Fufufu, you've become quite clever. If there is nothing else, I hope you clearly convey my request to the five elders." Seeing Doflamingo wave his hand at him, CP0 turned and continued running towards the palace. Doflamingo approached Diamante and asked, "How are you, Diamante? Can you still hold on?" This level of injury is not a problem for me. But Doflam," Diamante said with some concern, "Mihawk's strength is considerable. If we let him go today, what if he retaliates in the future? Then he will truly be dead." Doflamingo said disdainfully, "Today we have the power to kill him, and in the future we will surely have the power to kill him again. His life is worth less than that of another person." Diamante exchanged glances with Pika and asked with a puzzled expression, "Who?" "It's a fishman." "Fishman?" Seeing the confused expressions on their faces, Doflamingo grinned, "Fufufu. Do not underestimate this fishman. The ship of Pirate King Roger was built by him." Diamante thought for a moment and said uncertainly, "Doflamingo, are you talking about that world-renowned shipwright named Tom?" "But he is old now and only a shipwright. What use is he to us?" Doflamingo explained softly, "Tom is currently constructing the route for the sea train, and it will basically be completed next year. If we master the technology of the sea train, then transporting goods will be much more convenient. We only need to establish some bases on a few deserted islands along the route to guard them. Moreover, compared to the sea train, Fishman Tom also possesses a great secret that the world government is eager to obtain. No, rather than calling it a secret, it is better to say it is the world's strongest warship. Fufufu. If we obtain it, we will have the capital to contend with the world government. However, it is better to mention this matter less in the future. The fewer people who know, the better." Upon hearing Doflamingo's words, Diamante nodded, ceasing his questioning, but still somewhat confused. He asked, "But Doflamingo, even though Fishman Tom has the crime of building ships for Roger, he should not be sentenced to death, right? Moreover, he also created the sea train." "Fufufu," Doflamingo said with a hint of disappointment. "Diamante, can't you see clearly? The world government decides who lives and who dies, let alone building ships for the Pirate King. As long as the world government wants him dead, they can execute him simply based on his identity as a fishman. They could even use the absurd charge of having taken a left-footed step to take his life. Because the world government is the creator of these rules. This is the cruel truth of this world. The weak can only obey when facing the strong. The strong will dictate what you must do. If you wish to resist, perhaps the only thing you can do is to end your own life." After resolving the matter of Wakanda, Don Quixote Doflamingo stayed on Greenwood Island for a few days before preparing to leave. Galadius is here, and the royal family of Wakanda is already unpopular with the people. I believe that under the favorable conditions of the Don Quixote family, these commoners can easily transform into diligent workers. Upon arriving at the port, Doflamingo noticed Mihawk wrapped in bandages walking over. Seeing Mihawk jump onto a small wooden boat with no propulsion system sitting in a chair and trying to look cool, Doflamingo couldn't help but guess why he wasn't leaving, saying, "There are many places now that sell those autonomous boats with propulsion systems which at least don't require slicing to provide power. And they even have independent toilets and water circulation systems. Technology is advancing, and we should also learn to enjoy it. Your physique is strong, but not eating or drinking for a long time will also cause problems. If you're unlucky and don't encounter a pirate ship or an island for supplies, you'll have to drink your own urine. So I suggest you don't throw away the wine bottle after finishing the red wine on your ship. I just wonder if it fits your size. But at least it won't." Before Doflamingo could finish his sentence, Mihawk's face twitched a few times. Unable to hold back any longer, he drew his black sword and struck down into the sea, causing the small boat to speed away as if it were flying. Diamante and Pika silently looked at Doflamingo, who frowned and said, "I haven't finished speaking yet. Actually, if he has no money, I can sponsor him." In the Grand Line, in a sunlit sea area, Pika, dressed like a nouveau riche, was sitting on a cliff gazing at the sea. The 8 rings on his hands and a pair of golden bracelets along with the earrings on his ears sparkled under the sunlight. Boom. A harsh sound came, and Pika turned his head. Suddenly the ground flipped over and Monet, dressed in a pink suit, appeared before Pika. Monet stood still looking at Pika and said, "Lord Pika, I have good news for you. The highly paid experts have developed the seawater conversion to freshwater system that the young master mentioned. Now this golden nation has been completely completed. Next we just have to see the response from the world government. However, I received messages from those celestial dragons that even if you offer a high amount of heavenly gold, the world government will still send people to capture you. After all the gold we have collected over the years, if fully released, could disrupt the economy of this world. The world government wants to keep such uncontrollable factors under their control. But fortunately, there is only one chance. If we demonstrate our powerful strength, making the world government feel that forcing us is too much and the cost too high, they will still accept our proposal. After all, they cannot ignore the opinions of those celestial dragons." Monet looked at the approaching Pika and said, "Lord Pika, do you need to notify the young master? The world government has sent a team of CP0, and there must be a very powerful figure among them." Pika stopped next to Monet, touched the rings on his hand, and said, "If even this little matter requires troubling the young master, then am I not too useless? Activate all monitoring systems, and we will wait for CP0 to arrive. What about Baccarat? Make sure she stays with me these days, and also inform those cadres to prepare for battle. I am paying them high salaries not just for them to come and enjoy it." Monet chuckled, covering her mouth, and said in a strange tone, "I almost forgot, with Baccarat's fruit ability along with this place full of gold. Even if the young master comes, you should be able to handle it, right?" Pika glanced at Monet with a serious expression and said, "You don't need to remind me of my loyalty to the young master will never change." That's best. I hope you always remember who granted you everything you have now. If I find you have any suspicion of betraying the young master, although I am not your opponent, I will still destroy this city." After Monet finished speaking, she gently pressed her hand, and the ground instantly flipped. The two of them soon arrived in a passage, jumping down with their heads facing down. Pika landed on the ground somewhat helplessly, saying, "Your flipping fruit still needs development, Monet. This is a very powerful and rare devil fruit. It's a bit of a waste for you to eat it. You should worry about your own matters." "Hey, Monet." A figure suddenly emerged from the floor, speaking to Monet. "How can you talk to Lord Pika like that? You—" Bang! Pika punched the man's head, causing a large bump, angrily shouting, "Bill, don't suddenly appear under someone's feet. Haven't I said this many times? You can easily cause misunderstandings. What if I was peeing? Two idiots." Monet rolled her eyes and left leisurely while the beaten man rubbed his head and jumped out from the floor. His skin was blue, with a horn on his head, standing at least 5 meters tall, looking like a fishman. Bill was rescued by Pika a few years ago by accident, and to repay Pika, he has been following him. However, he is quite gluttonous and once ate the devil fruit that Pika carried with him. According to him, he became the disgrace of fishmen since then. Fortunately, the devil fruit he ate, called the water fruit, allows him to swim in places other than the sea, so it's not too bad. Bill enjoys swimming around to reminisce about his free, swaying times in the ocean. Due to being a fisherman, Bill has an incredibly strong physique and far exceeds regular fishermen in strength. He is proficient in fishman karate. When Tiger established the Sun Pirates, he was specifically invited, but unfortunately, he couldn't participate at that time since he had to take care of his elderly mother. After his mother passed away, Bill left Fishman Island and was targeted by a slave capture team sent by the Celestial Dragons, suffering serious injuries. At that time he was rescued by Pika. Because Pika saved his life, Bill has always respected Pika, but his carefree personality often leads him to do foolish things which gives Pika a headache. However, in terms of combat power, Bill is considered Pika's top general. Looking at the departing Monet, Bill said with a dissatisfied expression, "Lord Pika, you are too indulgent with Monet. That woman is just too arrogant. Last time she trapped me on the floor, spinning me around. If I hadn't stuck my head out, I would have suffocated." Huff. Pika helplessly exhaled a breath and said softly, "Who told you to suddenly appear in the women's restroom? I think your survival is already a mercy from Monet. Now shut up. Let's go to the conference room together. We are about to face a fierce battle next." When the two of them entered the conference room, Monet had already gathered the ship's principal fighting force. The long-skirted Bacala immediately moved close to Pai Ku and murmured, "Lord Pai Ku, you have arrived." Pai Ku inclined his head. The 18-year-old girl had long since become his woman. Though she had pushed him down for money rather than love, and though her aim was profit rather than passion, he did not mind granting her some favors. After all, the young master had said that if a plaything satisfies your desires, you should also tend to her needs. A battle's outcome depends as much on morale as on technique, and technique is bound up with mood. The remaining 5 rows as well faces grave with respect. "Lord Pai Ku, you have come. Sit down, all of you." These men were pirates with bounties in the hundreds of millions. The strongest among them was Kolite, a pirate captain once defeated by the newly appointed 7 Warlord Jellyfin, his bounty set at 210 million. A former supernova Kolite had sought vengeance after his comrades fell in battle and revenge failed. By chance he arrived at the not yet completed Huangjin country, and awed by Pai Ku's overwhelming power pledged himself. This year he became one of Huangjin's ranks. The others had been hired at great expense by Pai Ku: lone wolf pirates, ace assassins, underground bare-knuckle champions. Dangerous men of different kinds. No matter their backgrounds, their strength was genuine, and that was Pai Ku's margin of confidence against a squad of CP0. He swept his gaze across them and spoke with solemnity, "Listen up. I have already obtained word from the Tianlong. Though the Huangjin country has been established to become a fully affiliated state, an absolute sanctuary like Dressrosa, there is a small trial that must be passed. That trial is to endure a fight, and the opponents will be CP0 agents of the world government. If we prevail, the consequences are obvious. If we fail, it will mean death or capture." Seeing some puzzled faces, Pai Ku continued, "Perhaps some of you do not know what CP0 is. I will tell you. CP0 is an institution akin to the Navy. Inside it, almost every agent is a genius the world government has groomed since childhood. Each of them masters the Rokushiki, the Navy's 6 techniques, and their prowess is terrifying. So for us it will be a brutal fight. I do not know how many will come, but if the world government is sending CP0, they have absolute confidence in their agents. Now I will give you a choice. If you wish to leave, I will not stop you. You may leave this room at once. But those who remain must fight with everything they have." With those words barely finished, Bayer slammed his hand on the table and shouted, "Leave." "Humph. Who do you think dares? You've all eaten well and dressed well, filled with berries without having to struggle, and now that Pai Ku faces trouble, you want to run." Kolite sprang to his feet and roared at Bayer, "You have no need to flaunt your loyalty to Lord Pai Ku. We may not be saints, but having chosen to follow Pai Ku, we will not betray him lightly." After defending Pai Ku, Kolite turned to the others and asked, "Is that not so?" Dicey, the one with the headscarf, was first to answer, "Of course. I have no desire to leave such a splendid place." Exactly. Whether they're CP or PP, if they dare come, let them die." The others chimed in their agreement. Only a one-eyed man opened his mouth sheepishly and said, "Lord Pai Ku, I'm sorry. I truly cannot face those monsters again. I have fought them before and was lucky to escape because of the weather. So I must apologize. I have to leave." "Mosken, coward. How dare you betray Lord Pai Ku? I'll kill you myself." As Bayer, furious, hefted Mosken, Pai Ku barked sharply, "Stop. I already said anyone who does not wish to fight may leave this room. When I say I do. Bayer, let him go." Bayer's scowl softened. With a grunt, he flung Mosken to the floor. Mosken, trembling with gratitude, cried out to Pai Ku, "Thank you, Lord Pai Ku. My apologies. I will leave at once." Mosken dashed from the room and slammed the door behind him. Pai Ku then looked at Bayer and said, "Bayer, go on." "Huh? Go where?" "I told him he may leave the room. Now that he has, you may do what you intended to do." Bayer laughed loudly. Then he lay down. The plank beneath him seemed to dissolve. In a strange, languid backstroke, he sank away until he vanished. "What an idiot," the others muttered, unsurprised by the outcome. Enjoying such luxurious treatment, they scoffed who would choose to risk their lives when fortune came so easily. Pai Ku nodded to the remaining men and said quietly, "In the coming days, stay vigilant. The future of the Huangjin country depends on our joint effort." "Bacala." Pai Ku stroked Bacala's cheek and said, "I have prepared hundreds of slaves. If CP0 arrives, you must immediately siphon their luck. I will bring them to you." Bakala-cheeks flushed replied demurely understood Lord Paiku. With me here fortune will always favor our side. Bakala's Yun fruit allows her to draw luck away from others and transfer it onto a chosen target. Those robbed of luck find themselves cursed with relentless misfortune. Ordinary people would almost certainly die in such a streak of calamities as if a death specter had arrived. Those who receive the stolen luck do not gain a direct increase in power, but often slip past lethal blows by improbable fortune or land a freakish strike on an enemy. Of course, the greater the combatant's innate strength, the less decisive luck becomes. With the aid of observation, Haki, many such coincidences can be seen through, but sometimes fortune still produces the unexpected. A week later, 6 agents in white, CP0, arrived openly aboard a world government warship. They strode straight through the Huangjin country passageway, paying no heed to the guards inside, who gripped machine guns. As the warship emerged from the long tunnel, bright lights washed over the scene. A volley boomed. Shimmering swathes of sound and motion swept the air. After the cannonade, a towering fountain erupted, showering the space with countless flakes of golden dust. Paiku stood on the dais with arms spread wide and proclaimed to the newcomers, agents of the world government, "Welcome to my kingdom." Boom. After deflecting the falling golden powder to the side, the CP0 figure wearing a lion mask spoke in a steady voice, "Stop using these boring tricks. I am Fiki of CP0. Now I announce your charges on behalf of the world government." Senor Peak, hailing from the North Sea. In his early years, he was a naval lieutenant at the North Sea Base 77, but he went missing midway. When he reappeared, he had already become a user of the gold fruit. You are now charged with disrupting the economic order, and the world government has ordered your capture. I hope you surrender, otherwise your fate shall be uncertain. Back in his early years, Peak had not been bounty hunted. With the cooperation of the Navy bought off by the Don Quixote family, his background became flawless, just like Virgo. Even CP0's intelligence network couldn't find anything amiss. This was because the Navy at North Sea Base 77 had been completely co-opted by the Don Quixote family, seemingly becoming a base for them in the North Sea. Hearing Fiki's words, Peak grinned widely and laughed, "Ha! Disrupting the economic order. What a ridiculous charge. Surrender, and your fate is uncertain. Do you think I am one to be threatened by you? If you want to capture me, come at me." Bill and others appeared below the platform. A few CP0 members exchanged glances, and Fiki, wearing the lion mask, said in a deep voice, "You few go deal with the others. Peak is mine." "Understood, Captain." Shave. After giving the command, several CP0 members instantly dashed towards Bill and his group using Shave, while Fiki pushed off the ground with force using Moonwalk to land in front of Peak. Seeing Fiki land beside him, Peak smiled and softly said, "Hold your horses. I need to create a battlefield for us. After all, this is my country, it's better not to cause too much destruction." With a wave of his hand, Peak caused a tremor followed by blinding sunlight pouring in. The platform and the buildings below gradually separated from this vast nation, drifting towards the sea. How about that? This is the power of gold. Fiki carefully looked towards the edge and found it all to be glimmering gold. He looked at Peak and said unhurriedly, "As expected, according to our intelligence, your fruit ability has awakened. Now it seems this mobile nation is primarily composed of your ability, right? It looks like the world government did not waste their resources in sending me to deal with you." Peak picked his nose and flicked the booger at Fiki, saying expressionlessly, "So you think you're quite strong? Then let me see just how strong you are." As Peak spoke, countless pieces of gold flowed in from all directions, quickly enveloping him and transforming into a suit of golden armor. Seeing such a large amount of gold only turned into this suit of armor, Fiki lowered his head cautiously to glance at the ground, then stripped off his jacket, causing a layer of golden fur to sprout all over his body. Crack! The lion mask slowly shattered and Fiki's stature continuously rose, transforming in the blink of an eye from a height similar to Peak to a towering 4-meter-tall beast with a lion's head. Peak looked at the black flame clouds surrounding him and said solemnly, "Zoan-type, awakened fruit user. Looks like it's still a lion, but unfortunately just an ordinary Zoan-type user. The world government doesn't think much of you." Hearing Peak's words, Fiki shouted angrily, "What if I'm just an ordinary Zoan? Defeating you will be enough." Flying finger cannon. Fiki raised both hands, bringing his fingers together. With a sudden spread of his clawed fingers, a powerful aura surged towards Peak. Clang! Clang! The ring on Peak's finger flew out to block Fiki's attack, then transformed into liquid and returned to Peak's finger. Seeing this, Fiki gathered strength in his legs and charged at Peak, delivering a punch. Boom! Peak met the punch with his own, showing no fear. For a moment, neither side could gain the upper hand. However, the CP0 below looked somewhat embarrassed because a CP0 corpse had already appeared on the surface of the sea. Just minutes into the battle, CP0 had already suffered casualties. As Bill and CP0 began their fight, they disappeared onto the now slightly trembling ground. At that moment, countless pieces of liquid gold fell from above, and Bill suddenly appeared behind that CP0. Fishman Karate Shark shot. Iron block. Countless pieces of gold and earth flowed like water towards that CP0. Originally, this CP0 had sensed something was wrong and had preemptively used iron block, but when the powerful water flow struck his body, he found that the impact coincidentally hit the place where he had been injured last month. What he thought was a healed wound suddenly throbbed with pain, and after holding on for a moment, the CP0's complexion changed drastically as the water flow pierced through his chest. If Don Quixote Doflamingo were here, he would recognize that this CP0 was the unfortunate one he had injured on Green Tree Island. This was the effect of the Luck Fruit. Coupled with Bill combining Fishman Karate with his own fruit ability to modify some techniques, he was able to easily kill that CP0. But the other 4 CP0 members were oblivious to what was happening, looking at Raoul with wary eyes. The few exchanged glances, and the CP0 member wearing a black patterned mask approached Raoul. He threw the mask on the ground, his body swelling violently, transforming into a huge black gorilla before Raoul, evidently another zone-type user. "This one is mine. You 3 deal with the others." "Understood." Raoul stroked his chin and taunted, "No wonder you wear a mask. Although you transformed quickly, I saw it. You look so ugly, Al. According to your human aesthetic, you're not even as good-looking as I am. Even if you don't transform, you still look like a gorilla." Boom. The gorilla ripped up an iron railing beside him and hurled it at Raoul, roaring angrily, "You're just a fish. How dare you mock me? Die." The other 3 CP0 members also found themselves in a tough battle against the 5 golden-armored warriors led by Killet. Apart from the influence of the Luck Fruit's ability, this was also because CP0 had not been informed about Killet's group joining the Golden Nation. Since joining the Golden Nation, Killet and his group had hardly made an appearance, which led CP0 to misjudge and think that Peak did not have particularly strong subordinates. Although Killet had lost to the Warlord Griffin, he was still a pirate with a bounty exceeding 200 million, and due to not committing particularly cruel acts, his bounty was relatively low, yet his true strength was definitely not weak. Under his leadership, along with the pain-seeking and defensive power of Dice, combined with his skills, the other 3 assisted from the side, causing the 3 CP0 members to suffer significantly. The 2 fighting on the high platform also noticed the situation below. Peak grinned widely and laughed, "Ha ha ha, it seems you have miscalculated. You only estimated my strength, but did not account for the strength of my subordinates. Sorry, it seems you're going to die here today." "Senor Peak," Fiki said coldly, "do you know what you're doing? You are resisting the world government with force. Killing them will only make the world government angrier. You will eventually perish. You are mistaken." Bang. Peak kicked Fiki away and said expressionlessly, "A person whom I greatly respect once told me regarding the world government. As long as there are absolute interests and decent strength, you fellows in white clothes are merely dispensable dogs. Killing a bunch of dogs, what great matter would it be for the world government? Senior Pick, and you wretched scoundrel, die." In Pick's words ignited Fitch's fury. Eyes bloodshot with rage, Fitch raised his leg toward him. Renkyaku pursuit. Shoo. Nas Fitch whipped his right leg forward in blinding speed. Countless razor-sharp air slashes erupted. Seeing them, Pick instantly sidestepped. Yet the slender slashes pursued him relentlessly. Fitch sneered, teeth bared and futile. "This is my exclusive technique. These slashes will not vanish until they strike you." Boom. And before the words left his mouth, Pick hurled a nearby cabinet into their path. Several slashes cleaved it apart, then veered past Pick, entirely vanishing into the unknown. Fitch's laughter faltered mid-breath. "Humph, in all flash, no substance." In Pick coated his golden shield with armament Haki and braced himself to meet the onslaught heat-in. Clang, clang, clang. Naviri slash shattered against the shield. Gazing at its unmarred surface, Pick scoffed in truly feeble attacks. From afar, Baka lowered her spyglass and laughed lightly, and hee. "Lady Monet, those slaves truly are pitiful. 100-fold curse. Enough to collapse an entire building. Such a clean, swift death. How thrilling. And still with their demise that fortune dissipates. What a shame." "Aha." And Monet glanced westward where a cell block had just crumbled under a stray slash, then remarked to Bakin, "Don't laugh like that. It's utterly vulgar." "I am not Pick. I despise that kind of laughter." And aha, cough, cough. Baka's laughter dissolved into coughs. When she finally caught her breath, she found Monet vanished and stamped her foot in frustration. What a dreadfully dull woman. Seeing his technique effortlessly parried, Fitch lunged forward, fists fused into a single devastating spear point. Rokushiki's secret art, 6-King Spear. Tekai Gold. Facing Fitch's twin fists, Pick chose to absorb the blow directly. To Fitch's astonishment, the shockwave struck true, but Pick stood unshaken, having activated Tekai, the Navy's 6 forms. The sensation reverberating up Fitch's arms, coupled with Pick's utter lack of injury, revealed a mastery of Tekai far beyond ordinary limits. Fitch roared in, "Impossible." Why impossible? The 6 forms are hardly arcane. They're attainable to any disciplined practitioner. Pick spoke with serene composure. True, your mastery of the 6 forms has reached its zenith, but brute physical technique alone cannot pierce my defenses. My haki surpasses yours. My defense is unbreakable. By what right do you presume victory over me? In hearing this, Fitch stilled, his fury cooling into icy focus. In empty boasts. Do you truly believe defense alone can defeat me? In stronger haki, I command CP0, not by virtue of the 6 forms alone. Behold my haki. In Fitch's claws shot forth like blades, he slashed furiously. In Lion's continuous slash, in golden sacred fist. Pick wore gauntlets forged from solid gold, and met the assault with a single thunderous punch. In bang, boom. After the deafening impact, the elevated platform beneath them splintered under overwhelming force. As both plummeted, they kicked off falling debris, surging upward once more to clash anew. Veins writhed like serpents along Pick's arms, a Fitch's fur bristled like steel needles. Muscles coiled, feet drove into crumbling stone, and both soared skyward, eyes locked, fists flying. Claw met fist in perfect synchrony, then both were hurled backward in violent recoil. In thud, in crack. In boom. Thud. In below, combatants scattered as smoke billowed. When it cleared, Pick dropped from the shattered wall, his golden breastplate fractured, blood trickling from his lips. Fitch landed firmly on the ground, chest stained with only a faint smear of blood, otherwise unscathed. He gazed down at Pick with cold disdain and hardly impressive. Is that so? In Pick raised his right hand and snapped his fingers. In snap, in boom, in pft. At the snap, an explosion erupted deep within Fitch's chest. Crimson mist bloomed. Then Fitch spat a torrent of blood. And how does this feel? Taste it well, in ugh. In clutching his chest, Fitch stared in disbelief. You bastard. Haki fused with the power of gold, but never imagined you'd wield Conqueror's haki. Your Conqueror's infused strike shattered my Tekai, then delivered molten gold inside my body, triggering internal devastation. Pick, you are far more perilous than the world government ever anticipated. Pick said nothing. With a sweep of his hand, fragmented gold reassembled into his regal armor. Then he turned toward the remaining CP0 agents and unleashed a surge of overwhelming presence. Boom! And the sheer pressure forced them to brace themselves with every ounce of strength. And how can this be? The sheer magnitude of his power. Elsewhere, Monet watched through her spyglass, and though her expression remained calm, her eyes held no mirth, only deepening concern. After leaving his family to join Pick, the latter had pursued gold across the seas, his own strength swelling steadily. With gold, he commissioned artisans to construct a vessel resembling a floating island, the nascent Golden Kingdom. Aboard that ship, Pick voyaged to countless nations, amassed unimaginable hoards of gold, and forged a formidable legion. During one war, sparked by his ingestion of the flip-flip fruit, against a national army, Pick suddenly manifested overwhelming Conqueror's haki. Monet, standing nearby, nearly collapsed from its sheer force. From that day onward, she regarded Pick with quiet, unrelenting vigilance. For Monet knew well, men bearing Conqueror's haki are born sovereigns, never content to kneel. Though taciturn by nature, Pick had grown markedly more affable under Doflamingo's tutelage, yet his very aura had thickened with an ineffable commanding gravitas. Fearing Pick's latent ambition and his devil fruit powers, Monet discreetly reported his Conqueror's haki to Doflamingo. Doflamingo, upon learning of it, sought Pick out personally. After witnessing the raw might of his Conqueror's haki, he even guided him, hand in hand, in mastering its application. Privately, Doflamingo assured Monet that Pick's loyalty was unwavering. Though she nodded in agreement, her doubts lingered, and she never missed an opportunity to subtly remind Pick of his place. Watching Pick's Conqueror's haki surge anew, Monet whispered to herself, "And Pick, I will watch you. I will never permit you to betray our young master." Ha! Roar! Deus, clad in golden armor, roared with exhilaration. CP0. Pathetic. Do you truly believe you can defeat Lord Pick? Come on, let's go again. You insolent brutes, don't look down on us. These CP0 agents were prodigious youths conscripted years ago by the world government from across the globe. Subjected to brutal, relentless training and merciless combat, only the most exceptional survived, and those admitted into CP0 represented the elite among elites. Such distinction inevitably bred deep-seated arrogance. Humiliated by Deus's mockery, several CP0 agents could no longer contain their fury. Led by the ape-type Zoan user who had shifted into his beast-human form, they launched another coordinated assault. Meanwhile, Pick and Fitch clashed once more. As a Zoan Devil Fruit user, Fitch's body became extraordinarily resilient upon awakening, his astonishing regenerative capacity being the primary reason. Though grievously wounded moments earlier, his chest had already staunched its bleeding, and in some places scabs had already formed, leaving Pick inwardly astonished. That last strike had been one of his signature lethal techniques, yet Fitch had endured it. Clearly defeating him would require striking a vital fatal point. Though his awakened state dramatically amplified his stamina strength and speed, it exacted a tremendous toll on his physical reserves. Fitch dared not sustain this state for long, so his attacks grew increasingly desperate and urgent. Pick, following Don Quixote Doflamingo's counsel, had received a complete set of the Navy's 6 powers after Doflamingo himself mastered them. Drawing upon Doflamingo's conceptual framework and adapting it to his own unique physiology, he fused the Golden Gold Fruit's properties with the 6 powers to forge an entirely original martial discipline. Pick's aptitude for the 6 powers was extraordinary. He had not only mastered all 6 techniques flawlessly, but also attained remarkable proficiency in life return, a level of innovation that utterly reshaped Fitch's understanding of the 6 powers themselves. Boom, boom. After exchanging several rapid blows, both fighters recoiled from a powerful clash. Pick braced himself with one hand against the ground and lashed out with both feet. Rankyaku Golden Aura. 2 devastating crescent slashes surged from Pick's feet toward Fitch. Sensing their overwhelming power, Fitch attempted to evade, only to notice shimmering golden light tracing a luminous path from his own body directly to the incoming slashes. A golden conduit. Has this attack locked onto me? How is this possible? Is it a fusion of observation Haki and armament Haki? Realizing evasion was futile, Fitch raised his leg high and delivered a thunderous kick, launching a single focused slash straight toward Pick's dual attacks. Boom! Pick's slashes effortlessly shattered Fitch's counterstrike. Seeing this, Fitch tensed every muscle and coated his chest in dense armament Haki. Iron Body Void. Boom! The colossal force drove Fitch backward, his body scraping across the ground until with a final surge of effort he deflected the slashes skyward, only to discover 2 fresh gashes now searing across his torso. Golden Flash. Pick materialized before him, fingers sheathed in golden claws driving them deep into Fitch's shoulder as he bellowed. Finger Pistol Golden Bomb. The golden claws, reinforced with armament Haki, pierced Fitch's skin and instantly flooded his internal organs. Though Fitch immediately contracted his muscles to isolate the intrusion, a searing heat erupted within him, chilling his heart with dread. Thud! A low guttural sound resonated. Fitch's still-unhealed wounds ruptured anew. As agonizing pain racked him, golden powder coalesced over Pick's palms, and with terrifying force he slammed them into Fitch's chest. From the perception of observation Haki, an aura of chilling absolute death descended. Fitch tried desperately to shift his footing, but his legs refused to budge. Fitch glanced down. Bill grinned widely. Ha ha, sorry you're not going anywhere, you wretch. Fitch swept his gaze across the battlefield and saw his deputy, the ape-type Zoan user, lying dead, a gaping wound torn through his chest. The shape of the cavity and the thick, blood-smeared horn protruding from Bill's fishman head made the cause of death horrifyingly clear. The other 3 CP0 agents appeared, barely clinging to consciousness. None could come to his aid. Escape was impossible. Evasion, futile. Just before Pick's hand struck home, Fitch strained every fiber of his being, channeling his utmost armament Haki into his chest. Iron Body Zenith. Spurt. Blood erupted from Fitch's mouth. Thick cords of muscle bulged across his lion-like face. This defense had consumed his absolute limit. Pick opened his mouth and smiled at Fitch. I've already tested your 6 Kings Spear. Now try mine. 6 Kings Spear Golden Execution. Pick's palms slammed down, and the resulting shockwave hurled Bill, still gripping Fitch's legs, clean out of the floorboards. A torrent of crimson mist burst from Fitch's back. Sunlight pierced the haze, illuminating streaks of gold within the blood, unervingly radiant. His lion head dissolved into the stern, weathered visage of a middle-aged man, the beast human form fully dispelled. Fitch swayed unsteadily, eyes vacant, as he stared at Pick. Impossible. I endured unimaginable perils to awaken this fruit. My supreme iron body, how could it possibly be shattered so easily? Pick placed a hand atop Fitch's head and gently pushed. Thud. Gazing into Fitch's wide, unblinking eyes, Pick murmured softly, your iron body relies solely on blood flow, muscular control, and Haki. Yet ironically, that very mechanism amplifies the penetrative power of my technique. While in iron body your pores dilate, how then could they resist my golden dust? The moment you activated iron body, you sealed your fate beneath the golden execution. Still, Bill, don't interfere in my battles next time. You fool. With Fitch, the strongest among them, Fallen, the remaining 3 CP0 agents were swiftly dispatched by Bill and his comrades. Once the battlefield was secured, Pick used his ability to rejoin the fragmented island. At that moment, a din-din mushy aboard Fitch's warship docked at the harbor began ringing. Pop-a-pop. Pick entered the cabin and answered the din-din mushy with stoic indifference. A silence lingered, then a hoarse, ancient voice echoed forth. It seems Fitch and his team have failed. Senor Pick, how dare you defy the world government's orders and slaughter CP0 agents sent to apprehend you? It appears you invite your own annihilation. Haha. Pick replied with utter nonchalance. Fine, then annihilate me. But before that, I shall deliver this golden kingdom to the most formidable powers in existence. Others I cannot guarantee, but Kaido and the underworld syndicates, they will certainly be intrigued. What consequences do you foresee? The din-din mushy fell silent once more. Pick slowly rotated the golden bracelet on his wrist and whispered, Esteemed Elder Star, I'd rather avoid such extremes. Shall we proceed with my proposal instead? To demonstrate my sincerity and remorse, I offer tenfold the heavenly tribute. How does that sound? Emerging from the cabin, Pick found Monet and the others awaiting him. Lord Pick, what was the outcome? Has the world government accepted your proposal? When Bill pressed further, Pick offered no direct reply, only raised his voice in proclamation. Rejoice! My crew, the Golden Kingdom shall rise. In the year 1514 of the Ocean Garden calendar, as the new year passed, the newspapers published 2 significant events. The first was that the acting Marshal Jean Gouy officially took over as the Navy's admiral, holding a grand ceremony and promoting 3 generals, proclaiming this to be the strongest generation of the Navy. This caused an uproar around the world, with many citizens of the Allied nations feeling exceptionally invigorated. The second event was that the Kingdom of Gold became a member nation of the world government, and it was declared the second absolute sanctuary following Dressrosa, which cannot be attacked. The Kingdom of Gold, relying on its casinos and rich entertainment offerings, claimed to be the world's largest entertainment kingdom, attracting many nobles and pirates to visit. At this moment, the Kingdom of Gold, located in the Grand Line, was hosting a grand welcoming ceremony. As the flamingo ship of the Don Quixote family sailed out from the dock, countless flowers fell, and a group of alluring beauties began to dance at the port. A few pirate ships anchored nearby, and the pirates were bewildered by what was happening, immediately running into their cabins upon seeing the flamingo. Damn, Don Quixote Doflamingo, what is that big shot doing here? Is it because of the emergence of the second sanctuary that he feels dissatisfied? Or is it for some other reason? As Doflamingo stepped off the ship, Pika led all his subordinates onto the red carpet. Long time no see. It's rare to see you here in person. Doflamingo. Feeling a sharp pain in his body, Pika's expression slowly turned haughty as he promptly changed his address. Fufufu. Doflamingo retracted his transparent, threads a smug smile on his face as he said, as someone who wishes to collaborate with me, I had to come personally to assess whether you have the capability. Hee then please. Monet, take them to my room. Yes. Lord Doflamingo, please follow this way. Pika and Diamante followed Doflamingo, guided by Monet, as they made their way to the elevator. Pika, on the other hand, led Raoul and a few others towards another elevator. Upon reaching the top floor, Pika said to them, you all go ahead and get busy. Understood. The others nodded and left, while Bill, Bakara, and Killet stayed behind. Lord Pika, do we not accompany you? Bill said with a worried expression. Even I have heard of that guy's infamous reputation. That guy is not easy to deal with. What if? Bill? Pika glanced at Bill, then stomped down with his foot. Oh. Looking at Bill, who was clutching his foot in pain, Pika shouted at him, you idiot. This is an absolute sanctuary where even the Navy cannot act. Moreover, Doflamingo is here to discuss business with us. How could you think of fighting here? Hurry and get lost. Bakara giggled, hee. Lord Pika, why not take me along? I'm very interested in such transactions. Sister Monet handles so many matters, I feel a bit sorry for her. I want to help her. As she spoke, Bakara leaned closer to Pika's ear and whispered, at worst tonight. Bakara. Pika looked at Bakara with a stern expression, saying seriously, just manage the casino affairs, and other matters will naturally be handled by Monet. I don't want to hear such things next time, do you understand? Seeing Pika's expression, Bakara hurriedly forced a smile and said, haha, you really misunderstood. Alright, don't be angry, Lord Pika. Since you don't like it, I won't mention it. I'm going to the casino now. Wait. Pika looked at Bakara, who was sweating on her forehead, and said, I'm very interested in what you just said. Prepare for tonight. Ah yes, Lord Pika. After Bakara left, Pika turned to Killet and said, take this idiot away. Don't let him interfere with me. Yes, Lord Pika. Pika arrived at the door, gently opened it, and then locked it. Seeing Doflamingo sitting at his desk flipping through documents, Pika hurried over and said, I pay my respects, young master. No need for such formalities. Lift your head, Pika. Just as Pika raised his head, he heard Diamante speak, Golden Emperor. What a domineering title. Pika, I heard you also possess the Conqueror's Haki, a natural-born king. With your strength even, I wouldn't be your match. No wonder you didn't greet me. Lord Diamante. Just as Pika felt somewhat at a loss, Doflamingo reprimanded enough Diamante. Don't deliberately make things difficult for Pika. And you too, Monet. I absolutely do not doubt Pika's loyalty. I have told you we are all family. How could you doubt family members? There will not be another Rosinante in our family. Such doubts must never arise among us. Pika looked at Doflamingo somewhat moved and said, Young master. Doflamingo stood up and walked to them, continuing, I know what you are worried about. Is it not the Conqueror's Haki? Is it because of Barrett who left Roger's ship that you have concerns? But have you forgotten something? Roger's right-hand man, the man known as the Dark King Rayleigh. That legend also possessed formidable Conqueror's Haki. Do not overly trust the rumors about Conqueror's Haki. I believe in Pika, just as I believe in all of you. From now on, put aside your unnecessary worries. Pika's status in the family will be the same as yours. He is also one of the highest-ranking officials in the family. Hearing Doflamingo's reprimand, Diamante nodded and said, all right, since you say so, Doflamingo. Then Pika, congratulations to you. Pika also stood up and said, Pika, congratulations. Lord Diamante, Lord Pika. Just call them by their names, Pika. You are also one of the elders, no need for such formalities. Doflamingo said, frowning as he looked at the ground, and Diamante and the others also lowered their heads. For some reason the floor became illusory. Monet waved her hand forcefully, and Raoul, who was tall and on all fours, appeared before everyone. Noticing something was off, Raoul raised his head in confusion, and seeing the horns gently swaying atop his head, Pika's face darkened. Seeing Doflamingo raise his hand, Pika hurriedly shouted, Young master, please spare him. Before Doflamingo could speak, Bill exclaimed in surprise, What? Young master? Does Lord Pika have a master? Observing the honest-looking fishman Raoul, Don Quixote, Doflamingo asked Peak, Do you really think this fellow is trustworthy? Peak quickly nodded and replied, Yes, young master. Bill is very loyal to me, though his personality is a bit. Peak hesitated for a moment and softly said, Carefree. I think he's just as unreliable as Bolton. Doflamingo chuckled and said, Knowing full well that in this room using observation Haki won't yield anything, he still takes the risk of being discovered to satisfy his curiosity. Such behavior is a bit foolish. Young master, you are absolutely right. This fellow is indeed a fool. Monet looked at the confused Bill and said, He probably doesn't even have a brain. He does whatever comes to mind. However, he won't betray Peak. Doflamingo glanced at Monet and then at Peak, slowly lowering his hand. It's quite interesting that both of you trust him so much. Then I won't kill him. Hearing Doflamingo's words, Peak sighed in relief, and seeing Bill still scratching his head, kicked him. Hurry up and thank the young master. Bang! Bill was kicked to his knees in front of Doflamingo. Looking at the angry Peak, Bill obediently said, Thank you, young master. Get up, from now on you are a member of the Don Quixote family. But Peak, teach him well. Yes. Rest assured, young master. Seeing Bill still standing there looking confused, Peak jumped up and kicked him again. Get back to your room and wait for me obediently. As Bill attempted to leave, Peak kicked him once more. Swim back. After Bill swam away, Doflamingo remarked, That guy has decent strength, Peak. Since he knows now, let him protect Monet for future transactions. Yes, young master. After flipping through the documents in his hand, Doflamingo thought for a moment and said, Let's proceed with the previous plan and apply to set up a bank here. With the assistance of those celestial dragons and the flourishing business here, I believe the world government will agree. I will introduce you to the individuals of the underworld, and if you have any business, you can discuss cooperation with them. Your assets need not be transported to the family to avoid detection by the world government. This will be my last visit here. In the future, communicate through Monet to inform me of any matters. Saying this, Doflamingo patted Peak on the shoulder. Remember, your words now carry the weight of a ruler. Do not suppress your deepest thoughts. Do whatever you wish. Do not worry about disrupting my plans. The strength of Conqueror's Haki is closely tied to one's own charisma. As I said, I have great confidence in you, and I trust you immensely. Hold firm to your beliefs, and we shall grow stronger. You must understand that the family does not need puppets. Doflamingo said this as Peak continuously nodded. Once Doflamingo finished, Peak firmly stated, Yes, young master. Rest assured I will be absolutely loyal to you for life. Fufufufu. Doflamingo pointed to the statue on the desk which represented the Don Quixote family's emblem. Peak, we are family, so let's not speak of such things. Also dispose of that statue to prevent any unexpected incidents. Yes, young master. By the way, I brought some sea prism stones. Send someone to unload them. Tomorrow I will be leaving. Hearing that Doflamingo was leaving the next day, Peak anxiously said, Young master, why not stay a few more days? So I can properly receive your guidance, and you can also enjoy some leisure time here. Fufufu. Doflamingo walked to the window, gazing at the city filled with flashing neon lights, and softly said, "Although I am quite interested in this city, staying here for just one day is sufficient. We are here for business. Staying too long will raise suspicions from the world government. After all, in some aspects, we are competitors. Moreover, I am a bit pressed for time. I still need to pick someone up." Hearing this, Monet curiously asked the person who requires the young master to personally pick them up. Doflamingo walked to the desk and picked up a newspaper, handing it to Monet. "A fishman, but I need to complete my communication with the world government first." Monet took the newspaper and softly read, "The Jet Tom has completed all 4 routes. Fishman Tom. Young master, are you going to?" "Fufufu. That's right." Doflamingo adjusted his sunglasses, his face filled with excitement. "And if you calculate the time, either tomorrow or the day after, this fellow will fall into a conspiracy. If I don't go pick him up, he might actually die." The day after leaving the Golden Country, Doflamingo received a phone call. "Is that so? I understand. Don't cry, Ginny, I'm here for you. I will rescue your master." After hanging up the phone, Doflamingo dialed a few numbers, and as the call connected, the phone snail transformed into an image of a balding man with a white mustache. "Don Quixote, Doflamingo, is there something you need to discuss with us?" "Fufufu. Lord Tortman Watchley, do you remember the deal I made with CP0 when I released Mihawk last year? Now I think it is time to cash in." "Oh, what do you want? A devil fruit?" "No, I don't need a devil fruit. Do I want a person?" The phone snail fell silent for a moment, then Tortman Watchley's voice continued, "What kind of person do you want?" "Those monsters imprisoned in the undersea prison." Doflamingo adjusted his sunglasses and said, "Not those useless ones. I need a shipbuilding master. Currently the fishman Tom, who has been framed by some fools." "What? Don Quixote, Doflamingo. What are you planning?" Hey, why so agitated, Lord Tortman Watchley?" The phone snail grinned, vividly mimicking Doflamingo's current expression. "Fufufu. A few years ago, I was already coveting Tom's sea train technology, so I sent people to get close to him early on. Although I don't know what CP9 wants to achieve. But I can assure you that Fishman Tom has none of the things you are looking for. The female apprentice beside Tom is my person. She just informed me that CP9's members, in order to frame Fishman Tom, attacked a judicial ship using a ship made by Tom's apprentice named Frankie. Therefore, Tom is now using his achievements in creating the sea train to offset the charges of attacking a judicial ship, and he is currently being prepared for transport to Judicial Island for trial. I believe if you send someone to investigate or inquire about Spandam subordinates, you will understand everything clearly." Hearing Doflamingo's words, Watchley exchanged glances with a few others and nodded, saying, "Since you say so, I will tentatively believe it. Once I verify the information, I will contact you. By the way, what is your subordinate's name?" "Her name is Ginny, a girl with twin tails and immense strength." Years earlier, after Don Quixote Doflamingo eliminated Rosinante, he turned his attention to the fishman Tom. Though aware that Tom possessed the blueprints for the ancient weapon Pluton, Doflamingo found the fishman himself far more intriguing. 3 years ago, Doflamingo dispatched a young female member of his junior unit, Ginny, to Water 7 under the guise of studying shipbuilding. Ginny's father was already a shipwright in the Don Quixote family. From childhood, she displayed extraordinary strength and an uncanny aptitude for naval architecture, receiving meticulous hands-on training from her father, surpassing him entirely by age 13. Upon nearing Water 7, her vessel deliberately encountered hostile forces. During the ensuing skirmish, Ginny mysteriously fell overboard and was carried precisely ashore onto Water 7's garbage dump, where she was coincidentally discovered by Fishman Tom. Every detail of this sequence had been orchestrated personally by Doflamingo, yet Ginny remained utterly unaware her forthright nature, making her an ideal, unwitting participant. Indeed, even before sending her to study shipbuilding, Doflamingo had strictly instructed Ginny never to mention the Don Quixote family. Its reputation, after all, was anything but favorable. What followed unfolded seamlessly when Ginny's father sailed to rescue her. Tom, already revered for his peerless mastery of ship construction and repair, had earned Ginny's profound admiration, while her prodigious talent left him deeply astonished. At her father's earnest request, Tom formally accepted Ginny as his apprentice. Beyond this arrangement, Ginny and Tom shared a bond both genuine and heartfelt, unfeigned, unforced, and wholly sincere. Today, Ginny's father oversees the shipyard in Dressrosa as a mid-level officer under Treble, living a life of quiet comfort. Unwanted by the world government, and thus unsanctioned for bounty, he moves freely, visiting and communicating with Ginny openly, meaning Doflamingo has monitored Tom's every move for years. Buru buru. After roughly an hour, the den mushy rang. As soon as it connected with Chuli's aged voice crackled through, "Doflamingo, what you claimed is true. However, Fishman Tom remains highly suspect." Suspect? Doflamingo cut him off before he could finish. "So what? So you intend to execute him?" I recall that some years ago the world government adopted a conciliatory stance toward fishmen. Alas, entrenched prejudice undermined those efforts, widening the rift between fishmen and the world government until it became irreparable. Then 2 years ago Queen Otoheim of Fishman Island emerged, the so-called saint who preached peaceful coexistence with humans, and fishman attitudes began shifting subtly. Yet Fisher Tiger's death plunged relations between the world government and fishmen into deep freeze. Wasn't appointing Jinbe as a Shichibukai precisely meant to reshape fishman perceptions of the world government? And now you seek to execute Tom, the world's greatest shipwright, on baseless fabricated charges. Do you presume Tom, having lived away from Fishman Island for decades, holds no sway among his people, or overlook the irreplaceable mastery of shipbuilding he commands? If he perishes, not only will fishmen react fiercely, but the loss of such unparalleled technical knowledge would be nothing short of tragic. Doflamingo paused, silence stretched across the line. Observing the hesitation, he continued, voice laced with quiet menace. Moreover, I am a celestial dragon. Tom rests firmly within my grasp. How then could he possibly pose any threat? Or have you reconsidered the terms under which I spared Mihawk? Then I shall simply kill him again. Doflamingo, do not overstep. Wachuli's weary voice echoed faintly through the shell. We understand your position completely. Yet this matter is grave beyond measure. We must interrogate Tom ourselves first. Only afterward will we hand him over to you. But you must swear he remains under your absolute control at all times. You may take him, but he must be watched relentlessly wherever he goes. He shall live out his days beneath your unblinking gaze. Doflamingo chuckled softly. Fufufu. I give you my word. I require only his craft. Very well. Await our signal. One more thing, we've also taken your subordinate into custody. Certain matters require clarification from her as well. Doflamingo's brow arched sharply. His tone hardened. See that she is treated with respect, not subjected to interrogation. She is invaluable to me. Rest assured, we'll conduct only routine questioning, nothing more. Click. The den mushi went dead. Doflamingo threw back his head and laughed. A rich, resonant, chilling peal. Fufufu. How delightfully amusing. Eni's lobby. Fishman Tom sat bewildered in his cell, certain he faced execution, yet spared judgment after interrogation, leaving him profoundly unsettled. Creak. The cell door swung open. A resentful voice grumbled, Hey, you're next. Lucky break for you. Just sit tight and wait. Tom's eyes widened in disbelief as CP9 agents escorted someone inside. He cried out, stunned, Jenny. Master. Tom roared, eyes blazing with fury. Spandam. Why have you brought Jenny here? She's committed no crime. Does the world government renege on its word? You bang. Before Tom could utter another word, Jenny, small, golden-haired, and indomitable, spotted him, sprinted straight to his cell bars, and with raw, overwhelming force dragged her 2 CP9 escorts sprawling to the floor. Ow. Ow. The agents scrambled up, faces twisted with rage. You brat, do you want to die? Get back into your cell, now. Jenny whirled around, jaw set defiant. No. I'll stay with my master. What did you say? You truly wish to die? Just as they lunged forward, Spandam, bandaged head, cane in hand, snapped bitterly from the cell entrance. Halt. Lock them together. Sir Spandam. Seeing his subordinate's confusion, Spandam barked, exasperated. Move. You fools. Yes, sir. When Spandam approached the cell glaring at Tom, he spat, seething. Lucky for you, Fishman Tom. You won't die today. But make no mistake, I haven't abandoned my pursuit. What do you mean won't die? Spandam, explain yourself. After Spandam and his men departed, Tom gathered Jenny gently into his arms, voice thick with remorse. Jenny, I've dragged you into this. I never imagined the world government would. What are you moping about, old man? Jenny beamed, radiant with relief. Didn't you hear him? We're not going to die. It must be the young master. He's already negotiated with the world government. Looks like my call wasn't in vain. Tom blinked, puzzled. The young master. Who is the young master? He's just the young master,